right now on Full Custom Garage. Master metalman Ian Roussel looks back on the best builds of Season 2.
The second season was all about pushing the builds further.
I thought it was going to be good, but it's spectacular.
Wow, I was blown away.
I really wanted to do stuff I had never done before, you know, venture into the great unknown.
He got in deep with this project.
I was thinking of, hey, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the fire on this guy.
It's just a pile of parts.
Well, that's why you're the man for this project.
Going into this bold-faced and fearless. First project I wanted to do was a 1948 Packard. It was just sitting around at my friend Don's shop. I wanted to turn it into a custom lead sled for my friend Tom. The biggest challenge in the chop on this Packard was the big bulge in the back of the roof. I took care of that. I wanted to show it to Tom. Uh-oh, there goes the neighborhood. What's up, man?
Wow.
Got a car.
This is the Packard, huh?
Yeah.
So being excited about seeing this Packard underway, I gave Ian a call and I said, hey, I gotta come down. I gotta take a look at this thing.
And just putting it on the ground and chopping the top, he loves it.
Now that I see it here in person, I like it as a four-door.
I stopped on these roof panels. My next step is to throw them on the English wheel and get these guys tacked in. I got a way of doing things by myself, but hey, there's another body in the room. Get to work.
To be able to work with Ian today is a real special treat.
This is a really complex thing, creating a big roof for a chop-top car. The whole thing is establishing this nice roof line. I want to minimize the amount of body filler in the end. So it's really just like push it, hold it into position, and tack weld it so it stays. You know, it's the stuff you read about in magazines. So I stuck them in the car and had them hold up the sheet metal. I would have to come up with a bunch of weird contraptions to hold it in place. Here he is doing it. He was pretty excited.
Ian, in my opinion, is today's Ed Roth. Ed Roth was a wild customizer who was very innovative. Ian is just carrying that torch.
What this thing does is it sucks the metal together so it'll create a little more of a dome.
Ian likes to think outside the box, doesn't care about what anybody else thinks, and builds what he wants.
So this is gonna crown it out a little bit more as well as take away all those hammer marks. I'm really not that familiar with an English wheel. I've only used it a couple times. Eastwood had this really simple, portable one, and it worked out pretty darn good. Pretty good. Yeah. Getting the sheet metal tacked in place, that's it. That's the car. The line of it's established. It's just a matter of finish work. If you like it, here we go. I'll put it all together and on to the next.
It's a killer chop.
Once we got the roof dialed in, Tom had to take off. So I got the thing painted and finished because I really wanted to show it to him complete and ready to drive.
When I first sat inside the Packard, man, I couldn't help but feel, man, this is cool. I'm ready to cruise, man. And I am one cool dude because I'm cruising this thing.
This was a very emotional experience. We took that car out of the carport and I was angry. I was just thinking we were going in a bad direction. I pulled through.
It's really indescribable. I can't talk about how grateful I am because there's no words to express it. I mean, other than getting in there and cruising down the boulevard with a big grin on my face, there's no real way to express how just excited I am. It's a cool car and I cannot wait to show it off.
Tom has helped me out with a lot of stuff in the past. So going through all this extra effort made it worthwhile. He's really happy with the end result. This Packard was not just finished and delivered. This thing is an evolving project. I have it in the shop now. We're developing it into a whole new thing. The next project was for my friend Victor, and who knows what's coming through the door. He's always got a lot of wild ideas. So Victor comes in with a set of blueprints, and he's talking 100 miles an hour.
The other night I was thinking of a project that I need. I got a retail plant rental company. I need for my nursery to have like a little car spectacle, something that, just something like people would see like, what the heck is this thing?
If Victor wants a spectacle, he came to the right place. Victor wanted to build this VW kit car. It's called a Boonie Bug. He found these old plans.
Remember, like everything we do, this means nothing. This means someone has built something like this, so ours cannot be like this.
I think we're gonna take these plans and funkify them. We're gonna go full disco. I think it's gonna be cool. First thing I needed to do was build a framework for the body. It rides on an existing shortened bus chassis, but there's no structure for the whole kit part of it. The whole thing with this vehicle is like a triple threat, right? It's driving around, it's looking so cool. When it's parked, it's doing the same thing. And then the sides fold up, and it still drives around. So it's a quadruple threat. It does 4 things really good. I got the whole structure for the body built. I really wanted to show it to Victor. There's always kind of a friendly competition between us. I wanted to nail my concept and sell him on it.
Hey, Ian, what's up? When I first walked in, as usual, more was done than I expected. I love the way you angle that thing. I've been thinking and dreaming about this too since I left. I said, I want to put, you know, kick the angle down. I didn't know it was going to be forward or backward, but you're reading my mind.
Instead of the doors like the plan showed, the whole wall is open like that, both of them.
That's
and then
amazing,
it says
yeah.
ultra green, so when you park it.
I was thinking of, hey, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the fire on this guy. I'm gonna have him make something raise up because I want my sign to show. And I come in and you raise up the door and you could, my signs go there so the guy like outthinks me. But yeah, no, that came out crazy, yeah.
The build of this was pretty inspired and quick, so I got it finished up and ready for paint and interior.
We had no idea what this thing was gonna come out to be. It's beyond my expectations. It's not a show car. The little nursery car took it to the next level. This thing gonna be all dirty and in the mud.
We lucked out with this engine. This thing rips. Everything has held together great. It runs great. I almost wish I didn't have to give it up. I was really getting attached to this thing. Being able to drive it on its inaugural run was really cool. Performed perfect. I think Victor's gonna take this thing more places than the nursery. So in addition to the paint, Victor went all out on the interior. He's got custom vinyl interior, 2-tone, special seat, gold and green. He's got a custom steering wheel. They put AstroTurf inside instead of carpeting. I mean, this thing's looking good.
The reason why me and Ian hit it off so good is he's creative.
The thing I like most about this was that it is a stand-alone concept. You're not going to take it to a car show and judge it against anything, so there's a certain freedom in that. My friend Jack has had this custom Econoline pickup for years. He's got some really wild ideas. He wants to push it even further.
So we're going to have to take about this much out of the middle. I want the top to be about this high.
Jack threw a total curveball at this project. I was thinking of wild paint schemes, you know, and he's talking about cutting this thing apart. So you want to section the entire body?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good looking truck like it is, man.
I know.
You sure you don't want to just start on another one? This is,
No. This has to be the one.
Jack showed me these drawings he had, and we went right to work. We had to modify almost every panel. Usually I'm the guy standing back assessing the whole thing, and that's the nice thing about having another professional in the room is you got 4 eyes instead of 2.
Still has to come down more, just a hair.
Well,
1/8 inch.
I don't have any hair.
That's good, that's better.
A great thing about the way Jack thinks on a project is he's not really wishy-washy about things. He says yes or no very efficiently, and that's really what I'm all about. Make a decision, stick it, and move on. Once we got into the back rear window, Jack left the entire thing up to me. Just work through it, make it good. That was a challenge, to say the least.
I like what you did with the window. It's beautiful.
I'm feeling pretty good with the rear of the roof, and then Jack shows me these taillights he wants to use. These are freaking massive taillights. What the heck are they out of? I've never seen anything like it.
It's 70 Chrysler. I found him at the junkyard. He looked at me, what the hell is this? And I said, well, we're gonna try this. We're gonna put these two together and see if they fit on the truck.
You know, these taillights are quite a bit different than what you had. I thought we were just gonna like hole saw and put the other ones back in.
No, you gotta.
So you're switching up the whole bill on the back of the truck too, I see.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like how I am.
This kind of changes everything. I don't know where he's going with this, but we're gonna have to figure it out. To make these huge taillights work, I had to French them into the back of the truck. It wasn't something Jack and I talked about, so I kind of took a leap. I was hoping he liked it.
Whoa.
Hey.
Whoa.
What do you think? Is that gonna work?
Wow. So I take off for a day or two and look what happens. This is beautiful. Wow. There's only one thing wrong.
What's that?
It's upside down. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I put it in the other
I'm
way
just
and it was like,
fooling.
wait a second,
No,
it looks like a smiley mouth.
No, this is perfect, man. Well, when I walked in and looked at them, I was shocked. I thought it was going to be good, but it's spectacular. I'm elated. I can't believe that in 3 weeks we've gotten this far. Beautiful, Jesus.
The camera doesn't come out until Jack's happy with it. Once that digital camera's on the scene, you know we're on the right path. We are both on the same page with all the fabrication elements of this project, but the critical thing is the paint detail. We're doing something really far out, and we both have a difference of opinions on what color it should be.
This color here, that's sunset orange. I've got this idea for this color. Looks like a sunset. I went and bought a gallon of that, and that's the color we're going to use. This got a lot of metallic in it, a lot of fine metallic.
I think you're gonna have to add something. It's like almost a production car color. Need something to make it pop. Our difference in opinion on the paint scheme actually turned out to be a really good thing in the end because we had two separate elements that came together in a great result. Gene Winfield really inspired the paint job on this. I'm not saying it rivals any of his fades, but it's pretty mellow. It's just the red gradually fades to black right into the rocker panels.
Ian wanted to surprise me with that fadeaway, and let me tell you, he sure did. It really looks good.
Jack was digging it. Right out of his pocket, first thing is his camera, so I know I'm on a good run here. It's been the story through the whole build is that if he starts taking pictures, you know you hit the mark. The next project was for my friend Kai. He's got a bunch of motorcycles. He wanted to get his 1958 Harley-Davidson Sportster back on the road. Once we got into it, we were over at his house, and he asked me what I wanted to get in exchange for the labor. I want that.
You want that?
Yeah. That.
You want that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Naturally, I'm entranced by this early Harley, but just over my shoulder, there's a police motorcycle. KZ1000, that's a hot rod.
I've never really ridden it. I've had it for a little while.
Apparently Kai got this in a trade or something. I guess his buddy picked up a few of them at the auction. It's a typical scenario. These police bikes get decommissioned after a certain mileage, and somehow Kai ended up with one. This is a KZ1000. Did you ever see Road Warrior or Mad Max?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's going on underneath here.
Right. I'm just not a big Kawasaki guy, you know?
I'm not a big Kawasaki guy either, but look at that engine.
When Ian said that he was also interested in the Kawasaki, I was a little surprised. Yeah, you want it?
I see this thing as a stripped-down race bike. This thing is cool.
Well, I'll tell you what. You build that Sportster, you can keep that.
I'll do that.
I'll trade you for labor.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
This kind of turned into a battle of the bikes. I was going really radical on the police motorcycle. Kai's bike was pretty straight ahead, but it's exactly what he wanted.
Huh, this is pretty damn cool.
It's gonna be all right.
Yep, I think so.
You know, I'd say it's a close runner-up to the motorcycle that I'm building. It's a good-looking machine. You're definitely gonna take second place.
You think so?
Well, things got heated a little earlier in the day, you know, so I don't hold grudges, but I like to stab it back a little once in a while. So Kai's sitting there admiring the machine, and I'm thinking, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just look at that thing over there. You got your fiberglass drooling off the rear fender. I mean, that's got a look. It's kind of Sigmund and the Sea Monsters right now. It's pretty groovy.
Well, the way it looks right now, I don't think it's going to compete anywhere. I have seen nicer bikes, though, in my life. I can't say I've seen uglier ones.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
After Kai kind of jabbed me, I wanted to play a joke on him with his bike. It was a whole parts stash I got from my friend Gary, and there was just so much potential on Gary's shelves, I wanted to see it on this bike. I put him on the bike, and it's on. This is a 70s style deal. Nothing says commitment like all the details. See what I'm talking about? Not everybody is hip for the trip. Just needs like 10-foot long forks. And you're there.
Hey, Ian. How's it going?
Good, man. Got your bike just about ready to start.
Oh, man, check it out.
Did a little restyling.
Holy moly. Look at this thing. Fishtails and everything. This is terrific, man. I love this. This is great. When I walked in, I was really surprised at how the bike had changed. Yeah, he may have meant it as a joke, but I was digging it. I was loving it. Man, this is awesome.
The joke was on me. He walked in and loved it. I thought you were gonna hate it. I guess
No,
you're
I
into
love it. I love the fishtails. I love the sissy bar.
This weird prank actually resulted in a pretty darn good-looking bike. So it was sort of a debate between Kai and I. In the end, he really just wanted to go with something a lot mellower. So I put the exhaust I built on Kai's bike, but I was really itching to show him the progress on mine. So you remember my Sigmund the Sea Monster rear fender? That changed a little bit.
Looks nice, man.
Yeah.
Wow, this is smooth. I took a look at the Kawasaki, and I was actually really surprised at what he'd done. Man, this is
It's getting close.
nice.
In the end, I got my bike wrapped up. It's exactly what I was hoping for. It's just a good, reliable, powerful, fun-to-ride machine. The whole deal with this project was the transformation. You saw this kind of very upright police motorcycle, and I just took it all wrong and made it gnarly, a very aggressive machine. I knew what was inside of it, and I just let it out. Kai's bike turned out really cool. We got both bikes out here. They're running good. We're just testing them.
I love the way it looks. I just love the way it looks. It's old school. The general ride itself was exactly what I hoped for. You know, just smooth and has a lot of power. Well, Ian's bike, his Kawasaki, I mean, like I said, I didn't think in the beginning he was going to do anything with this thing. Ian, as usual, pulls a rabbit out of the hat or whatever you want to call it, and I actually got to ride it too. And I was really pleasantly surprised. It's a cool little bike.
It's a nice change of pace to build a couple motorcycles. I don't do it often, maybe not often enough, but I really like the cars, so I was ready to get back to them. Next project I did was with my friend Bill. What year is this?
This is a 1962, as I recall.
That's what I'm talking about. I guess it's an early 60s Ford Falcon window van. It's a short wheelbase. Looks like it was maybe from a utility company or something. It's bare bones inside, but it's a pretty cool looking ride. I talked Bill into working on the van as a concept to sell to fund another of his projects, and it just turned out to be way more work than either of us considered. I got a couple good ideas on how to get this thing back in action. The question is, how bad is it? All right, so I'm gonna start off on the front, because to me, it looks like it's hiding some secrets. Pull off the front bumper, turn signals, you know, trim stuff. Start sanding it. that's where the story begins. There's a ton of filler in this thing. I'm doing the excavation here, you know, this is down and dirty. I thought I could sand it off, but it just got thicker and thicker. I ended up just cracking it off as brutally as I could. Yeah, it's all pushed in right there. Even though the van looks pretty good, you see it's hiding secrets. Some of my time in Egypt spent doing exactly this type of operation. I'd say there's been a traumatic event. This van ran into something, and then it was repaired really poorly. The easiest solution would be to get a replacement panel, but I think I can just take this thing, reformulate it, and put it back into place. The cool factor about this is that you're not your typical auto body procedure. I'm gonna fire up this torch and get medieval on it. This metal piece was created in a certain shape. The only thing that changed was the collision made it into a different shape. I want to bring it back to the way it was, and that's just done by a series of heating and hammering. The whole idea is I'm just going to fit it into place and then continue hammer and dollying it. The van came out really cool. We got it all finished up, and it was ready to show to a potential client. Bill had somebody interested in buying. Brought up to Bill's, and just as I'm showing Bill the van, Jess shows up.
Holy cow.
See you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Ian. Hey, Bill. When I first walked up and saw the van, I was just kind of blown away. It looked perfect.
It looks like a plain white van on the outside, but the interior is all fitted out. It's deluxe. They put curtain rods in there.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
So this is the Pendleton
yeah, the
flannel?
authentic flannel.
So I'm really impressed. I can't wait to take it to the beach. Let's drive it.
Good, let's do it. Let's close the doors up and jump in there and fire it up.
Oh, and we're off. So looking at the van from the outside and the inside and kind of being a spectator is great. The aesthetic is totally there. It's everything that I want. But it's not the feel of driving it. And so once you drive it, I was sold.
When we first started this project, I didn't know how it was going to end up. It got in pretty deep, but in the end, it turned out to be a really nice van. This next build came about in a completely different way. My friend Tom's putting on a charity car show, and I wanted to build something to support the effort. I went up to my friend Bill's house. He's always got a bunch of cool projects, and I knew he had some old trucks. In Bill's endless pile of parts, he's got a fire truck. Holy moly.
You know, I love the old fire truck because it's a roadster, and it's one of those keeps getting moved back project. I'm never gonna get around to it.
I really need to check this thing out. Pulled it out of the weeds, and it's in very good shape. I know the chassis got the look. And then seeing this body and the bedsides, I'm thinking giant hot rod truck.
I'm always excited to watch Ian and see his gears turning in his head and what he does.
These are the basic building blocks for my inspired project. I told Tom what I found, and he was up for the adventure. He wanted to give me a hand.
So I was thinking, man, it'd be really cool if Ian showed up to my car show, but now he's talking about building something.
The whole look of this project is how the body sits on the chassis. It's the look of the whole ride. So getting it in place, I could tell right away, and Tom agreed. This thing is way too tall. Look how freaking massive this body is.
Yeah, it looks kind of goofy up tall like that.
It is, it's way too tall. My initial thought was this was gonna be kind of a highboy style, real old school look on top of the frame rails. As soon as it was in place, I could tell it was not gonna be okay. That's why I wanted to put this body on. It's just way too big. When the whole truck is up in the air, the body looks kind of small, but now it looks massive. That close to the ground, it changes everything. The firewall looks like a freaking tombstone. It's gigantic. I think we gotta channel it.
Yeah, there's no question about that. It'll look so much cooler too.
Right, I'm talking about a hot rod, and you know the formula, man. Low, Big and little tires, then lean. We gotta strip this thing down. It's looking good, but it ain't there yet. Both Tom and I agree, this big box on the back of the cab is not the look we're going for. First order of business is to chop it off. Channeling means you drop the body down over the frame. It gives the whole vehicle a lower profile. The compromise is the interior room. But I don't care about riding comfort. This is all about the look. We're channeling this sucker. Get it down. I'm just into it, you know. I love this plasma cutter. I'll use it all day long. So I got the shades on, you know, shields are down. I'm in the moment. Tom's yelling.
Woo, we got a fire in the fire truck.
Fire in the truck. I think he's just into the fire truck. I'm like, yeah. It's just these wooden cars, man.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do about that?
Should we call the fire department?
So here I am, working on a fire truck, and I think, what would a fireman do? I went and got some water. Everything's solved.
You know, Tom, that's why I keep you around. So we got the fire out, the body lowered down, just as we expected, and it looks great. Now you're talking hot rod. That's perfect. What do you think about that, Captain? Is that gonna work?
Yeah, man, now it's looking like a hot rod.
It was a ton of work to bring this concept to life. I got this thing wired up and fired up. It's driving around. I'm ready to take it to the car show. Tom hadn't seen this thing in a few days, so when I pulled up this morning, he was really excited to check it out.
Oh man, I was blown away. It turned out awesome, man. You know, every time I've worked with Ian, I bring something to the table, but I take something home too. I either learn something when it comes to how to build or artistically. It helps me grow as a hot rodder and a car builder myself.
This next project was a build with my friend Stone. It was really unique in the fact that it had very little to do with a car. It was more of a sculptural project.
My name is Stone, and I am a metal fabricator and sculptor, and I build big, ridiculous things for festivals.
The initial concept is a series of sculptures that Stone did. It's called the One-Eyed Monster.
You know, the original state of the One-Eyed Monster was these small little sculptures that I used to hand make out of steel, and they were just little sculptures that I just kept showing in galleries.
He says to me he wants to build the most gigantic one-eyed monster sculpture ever, a driving 30-foot tall sculpture.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I know Ian and I know myself, like if there's any kind of thought in our head and it was like, oh, that would be cool, literally the next morning we will be not drawing it out, we will start building it.
So this is below the decks of the one-eyed monster, where all the mechanics and engine maintenance guys hang out. This thing's a full mutant. It's a 28 Ford Model A frame that I put a Mercedes-Benz rear clip, independent rear suspension, with the engine and transmission, and then it has a Chevy truck front axle.
One of the biggest, craziest reactions that I get, besides what it is, I mean, it's obviously like, wow, what is that? That's weird. But when you tell them that it's an actual car, or you don't even tell them nothing, you just get up in it, you start it, and you start driving through a crowd, and they're like, what the, you know, and you're like, exactly.
All the Stone sculptures are like a spherical body, and to make it proportional to what he wanted to do, we had to build like a 16 or 18-foot diameter sphere. It's all aluminum flat bar rolled on edge to create a series of like pie pieces that form this huge sphere.
Ian's part, like one of his big parts, is like more of the stuff that you don't really, I mean, you see it, but it's inside the car. And that's transferring all of the controls from, you know, a 4-foot range up to 14 feet in the air and actually make it functional.
You drive it kind of pirate ship style. It's this huge A-frame, you're 15 feet off the ground, so all the controls and the steering are upstairs. So we made 2 lenses for the eyeball in the same way I was doing the bubble tops and taillights on the other projects. For these, I just made a round oven. We used the same barbecue style thing and just blew these circular ones as to Stone's specs. You know, he knew what the diameter of the eyeball was gonna be, and we just made a ring and a backing plate and inflated them.
It is actually kind of complicated because it's colored, but it's translucent. You know, you don't want to paint something because during the day it might look great, right? But at night, that will not look that great 35 feet in the air. You need to light it from behind. So even though this looks like it's all painted, it's actually totally translucent. So any light will penetrate any of this paint. We created our eye socket out of like stuff that we just made here in the shop.
Putting this thing together is a lot of effort. It's a full day setup, but the real reward is the sun sets, you get up in the cab and you're cruising around. I mean, just that, it's a really cool vehicle. It's totally fun.
It's worked out perfect. It's exactly what it needs to be, and that's a spectacle of this crazy thing that no one else has ever seen.
Working with stone was a good change of pace because this was pure art. Most of the clients I work with are more car guys. This was a full mechanized sculpture, and that's cool. The next project was for my friend Don. He had an old 22 Ford C-Cab and a pile of old parts.
As old as it is, it's in pretty darn good shape. I've got the frame for it, got some of the fenders.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this is what started this whole idea.
This whole thing started with Don finding this manual hand crank. It's a tow truck winch. It's dated like 1930 or something.
Well, that winch has been sitting in storage for 33, 34 years now. I always thought it'd be really cool to have a vintage tow truck, basically to move stuff around here on the compound.
Every project has some sort of impetus, the things that get you interested in building. This hand crank did it for me. I think if we build the whole truck to reflect this era, I think we come up with something really cool.
Look at that, just like a glove, Ian.
We've got parts from like 4 different decades, and there's a lot of space to fill. There's so many different parts here, it could go in a million different directions. Ultimately, this is going to be a functioning tow truck, so I started working on the rear. I was building the boom, and then Don shows me this gas tank he wants to use. The tank Don showed me is just kind of generic. It looks like something that should be under the bed. This truck's got one lacking area between the bed and the cab, and I think building a custom gas tank is going to set it off.
Ian has his own ideas on how this is going to look, and I have my own ideas too, so I'm a little concerned about it.
Move it. Go on. Sorry, Charlie. I've built a lot of different gas tanks over the years, but for this truck, I got a really cool idea for like an old school oval gas tank. Let's see what happens. From the start of my interest in metalworking, I was really trying to build stuff from scratch, you know, by myself. The reason I started using found objects is because there were curved shapes of metal that were way more accessible, so I could get into the actual building of larger components instead of focusing on these small details on curving metal. Back in the day, they were making some cool stuff out of very basic materials, so I built the thing the same way. Kind of caveman technology, but it works. It's a stamped steel cap. I wanted to make this tank and the brackets to hold it look like something you'd see on a vintage work truck. What I'm looking to accomplish here is match this radius with the mellow curve, and then I'm going to pull it tight over a piece of pipe. That way I'll have more of an egg shape instead of a perfect circle. It just depends what you have to work with, but it was just easier to start from scratch because we had it custom built in proportion to this vehicle. That's what we got, dog.
It's interesting the way that ties in between the cab and the bed of the truck to have that space taken up by a fuel tank. It looks absolutely perfect and vintage for that vehicle, too.
It's little steps like this that can convert a man like that to the creative process. It's a small victory in this grand war. And in the end, the truck came together really cool.
Ian nailed this thing. It's unbelievable. The stuff that I gave him to work with, he knocked it out of the park. I mean, look at that truck. It is just absolutely beautiful. There's stuff from the 40s. There's stuff from the 30s. There's stuff from the 20s, and then the drivetrain and frame is from the 60s. Working with Ian on this project really opened my mind to a lot of things, and this project came out killer. I mean, it came out way better than I expected it.
Next project was for my friend Mark. He shows up with this trailer full of parts, so I wasn't sure what he wanted to do.
You know, I'm very fortunate to be one of Ian's clientele. I like Ian just to let his creativity take over the project, because however radical it becomes, the better it is. Love your weather down here, man. This is gorgeous.
Came down from Canada, and he's into the wild stuff. Definitely not into the restoration aspect of things, and that's right up my alley.
I can show you this before we actually show you the project to be. Originally, this whole idea came about by a drawing, and he's the only one that I can think of that could actually pull this one off.
He said it was a Volkswagen.
It's a Volkswagen.
Shows me this drawing of this pretty wild cartoon hot rod. I'm all on board. So it's like a front-engine Volkswagen bus hot rod thing. Just like the Ed Roth monster cars, this is right in that vein. It's just a new style on it. And I think pushing it forward is always really cool. So I was excited to see what Mark had in the trailer.
This isn't like the last thing I brought you. Okay. It's in a little more disrepair.
That's a mighty short Volkswagen you got there. It was not what I expected. Here come the clowns. Must have been a rare factory option. Mark pulls out this shortened VW bus and just a ton of other random parts from the trailer.
So I thought, well, let's throw AMC running gear in a Plymouth frame, and then now we're gonna put a Volkswagen body on it. You know, let's mix up all of it.
I like having clients that are all on board. You know, they think I can accomplish anything. Unfortunately for me, the anything gets wilder and wilder. The big challenge is to make it look like the drawing. The stuff Mark's pulled out of the truck looks nothing like what we're going for.
Oh yeah, oh, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be a one-of. I have my own ideas of the way this thing is kind of gonna look. To me, it's kind of rat rodish. I said, Ian, let's make this rat bus.
Mark's talking about rat rod. He wants something kind of easy to build. You know, I'm looking at this drawing and I'm seeing full custom show car, like all the way.
My time frame's kind of short. I'm kind of rushed down here to drop this off.
This is just a quick pit stop for Mark. He's heading back up north, so I got free rein to make this thing happen.
That's the excitement. Didn't Forrest Gump say you get a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get? Well, that's kind of the way it is with me and Ian.
Mark headed back to Canada and just let me go on this project. My whole concept was to make it look as much like the drawing as possible, make it drivable, and as wild and far out show car as I could muster. I got the whole front windshield established. The next big challenge is the rear portion of the cab. The drawing doesn't really show what's going on back here, so I'm leaving that open to my interpretation. I got a cool idea where I'm going to utilize the rear tailgate of the van and split it in half and make two. The portion with the rear window will be back here, and then the lower portion with this detail of the body sheet metal will stay here. Being that the cab is so much narrower, the whole rear window frame and that rear hatch have to be reconfigured. It'd be nice to just cut it in half and put it in place, but all the proportions are changed. Taking all the leftover pieces of the car and just refitting them in a way that the hinge mechanism will work and the rear hatch will open and close smoothly. It's just way smaller. So, you want to ride this thing, don't you? I know I do. That opens, you got your breeze. There's room to cruise, man. It's gonna totally work. This, hands down, was the biggest build of season 2. It's a huge amount of fabrication for such a little vehicle. This thing's wrapped. This is a toy come to life. Mark is out of his mind. Johnny is totally charged up about this.
It's the coolest thing I ever seen. I'm stoked for Pomona.
I can't wait for that first reaction from people when they see it.
Up to this point, it's been a static piece. Johnny drew it, it's been sitting in the shop, but it's an actual car, it drives around. It's time to take it to the car show. We're out here at Pomona. It's a swap meet car show, the biggest one in the world.
Shaka, good job. Pomona, man, beautiful swap meet. I've been cruising around there this morning. Reaction on the car is all thumbs up.
Probably the coolest car at the swap meet today. And cool, and way different. You know, I love it.
I had never seen it outside the shop until today. So the windows absolutely glow in the sunlight, and it was like a beacon. People were hypnotized, they were drawn to it, and everybody was digging it.
Well, I would think that's probably one of the most unique hot rods I've seen out here in the 30 years I've come out here. There's lots of different things out here, but that one's truly unique.
It's the cartoon driving experience that, you know, if you own this, you'll have that, you'll achieve that. It's wonderful, man.
This is kind of a step in a new direction for me because it's the wildest design I've ever worked on, and it was dictated by an artist. So it really makes me want to do more. Season 2 really expanded the role of my shop inspector. What do you think, Hellhound? Do you have anything to say? You don't even care. This is a breakthrough. It's really involved in the process. Wait a second. I think we're just gonna trade out somebody's water bowl. He's even offered up a few possessions of his own on occasion. Don't look so concerned, man. I'll get you another one. It's made everything that much better. Well, are we ready for delivery? No response. I'm getting a chimp, that's it. You're not holding up your end of the bargain. No, I'm gonna go get a small monkey. It's gonna be way more terrible. No, I'm sorry.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of his wild show car.
I had a t-shirt when I was like 15. It said, normal is boring. This car, it's gotta follow suit. Sky's the limit.
Ian gets some help from an old friend, and the ideas keep flowing.
It started with Johnny Jalopy, continued with Eric, and now Mark's here. So it is all about the collaboration.
I brought you some stuff.
Cool.
Is he gonna like it? Is he not gonna like it?
Whoa, that thing is nuts.
With the car taking shape, Ian heads out on the hunt for parts.
I'm building a Roth-style bubble top.
Now that you mentioned that bubble top, let me show you something.
He's like, you gotta come inside. This thing is like a snapshot of heaven.
Back in the shop, things don't go as planned.
Stepping back and looking at the car, it's just not good. There's something terribly wrong.
He's got his vision, he's got the drawing to consider, but if it's not aesthetically the way he wants, then it's not gonna happen.
There's one final element that's gonna seal the deal. People start to wonder, how the heck did that happen? This thing all started when I decided to redesign my first show car, Space Junkie. I called in Johnny to help me with the new design.
You're not satisfied with
I'm not satisfied.
It's got to be different.
We based the concept off a few of the parts I had, and Johnny came up with a really killer sketch. That's what we're building.
Awesome.
With that as a guide, I called in my friend Eric to help with the fabrication. He had some really good ideas and helped me to modify the body to fit the drawing. After Eric left, I finished working on the rear fin details. I wanted them to be dimensional and carry the circular hole theme from the front right through to the back. Everything that Eric and I established with the sheet metal so far is cool, but we stopped on the rear portion. So in thinking about a radiator, I wanted something really exotic. I went to the local spaceship supply, and there was it was actually a crash-landed UFO. Some of the parts you could see were bent up in the impact. I'm telling the truth, this came from a store that has actual spaceships. It has satellites, rocket engines, the whole deal. When I saw this, I was thinking heat sink, like on anything like a radiator. The idea is air is blowing over some kind of fins to cool it. I definitely want to segment it, somehow fit it up to the rear of the car, but the first order of business is to cut it up. I got this whole assembly simply for these 3 shapes. You'll see it's like a flexible bellows shape. And I think stainless steel polished up, they'll look real nice. I just got to figure out how I'm going to put them in the car. The whole thing with this is that it's a representation of a radiator. It's going to move coolant through it. I don't know how efficient it'll be, but the bottom line is it's got to look really awesome. So I just want to mock this up on the back of the car. It won't be tie wired in place in the end, but you can see that's pretty groovy. It's already starting to look like a spaceship. The thing is, right now you're just seeing these 3 pieces, but there's gonna be a lot of cool tubes coming in and out of the thing. So something will be coming through here into that, then it's gonna turn the corner, it's gonna turn the corner, and then go back out of the car. So it's gonna be like a whole crazy straw thing going on. It's gonna be awesome. So I'll frame it out somehow, definitely put a fan in it, but I think I have to build this before I can finish the sheet metal on the back of the car. So that's the thing, I got these tubes on order. My friend Mark says he's on his way. Mark's a long-term client. He's a total car nut. He heard that I was making another of Johnny's drawings come to life, and he said he had to be a part of it.
Yeah, Johnny sent me a photo, so I got it on my phone, and he told me you're building something else, so I had to come and see. Johnny Jalopy, Ian, and myself collaborated on a build. It all came from a drawing which I stumbled across on Facebook, and it was drawn by Johnny Jalopy, fell in love with it, sent the drawing to Ian, basically said, would you be interested in building this? And of course, Ian's man of few words, his response was, yep.
So this is the next one, but I'm keeping this one.
I guess, this is awesome. It's looking like the picture. Ian's done so much for me with my cars and my builds that I had to give back, right? It's car for Ian, and I want to be a part of it for him.
So you can see, this goes on like so.
Awesome. Oh, I like it. I like it. Johnny's been sneaking me pictures of what's going on with the build, and I gotta say, it's like anything that Ian builds. The pictures don't do it any justice. You have to see it. I mean, I heard you were building this thing, and you know, like I said, I came here to give you a hand on this, and I brought you some stuff.
Cool. I was surprised Mark said he brought something, but I'm open to everybody contributing to the project. It's like a potluck dinner.
Sure,
Everybody brings
put it in the pot, stir it up, and see what comes out.
Exactly that.
Well, I'll go get it for you.
Mark said he brought a surprise to help with the build, so I was curious to see what it was. He starts rolling in this thing, and I uncover it. Oh, it's a small block Chevy.
Ian was pleasantly surprised because it's a V8. I mean, granted, it's not the prettiest thing you've ever seen, you know, it's kind of black and a little grungy, whatever. I mean, all we did was kind of pressure wash it off, got the grease off of it, whatever. But it's a strong running motor. I mean, if you look at the drawing, it's got the exhaust stacks coming out both sides, so the car needs a V8.
He's concerned. What are you so concerned about? Do I gotta give you the pep talk? Well, we do a bit of quality control here, and the dog is giving me kind of the eyes. So he gives it the sniff test, he's smelling the distributor, he's checking the oil, transmission. What do you think? It's gonna be all right? He approves. No? Uh-oh, hold on, something with the transmission.
Uh-oh.
Like, remember what happened last time? I'm like, I know. On the last project I worked with Mark, he brought down an engine that had some hidden issues. I'm a little leery about this one, so I wanted to take a look inside. You know what happened last time? I looked in the valve covers and...
Don't look in there.
Oh, look, it's nice. And it's super clean, so this was a well cared for engine. Okay, well, I got a new starter on it, so it was a running thing.
They told me it was running, so
It ran
don't
great.
shoot the messenger. I'm just a delivery
I
guy.
heard that before.
I have to prove it to Ian that, yeah, this thing works. Otherwise, you know, I'm never gonna save face with him ever again. So we're gonna mock it up into the Space Junkie.
Put it in the car and I could tell this is what it needed. That's the look, man. I think you're all right. You definitely, you got an eye for this, man. Look at that.
Huh?
That's
Oh, yeah,
freaking
see, you have
perfect.
to have a V8.
Yeah.
It's got the look he wants, it's got the stance he wants, and Ian will paint it up and it'll look like $1 million on the outside.
I'm looking at the frame rails and the way that the exhaust ports are coming out. It's gonna look very much like the drawing, which is what we're going for. Straight 8 would have never gave us this look.
I do have another piece that kind of tops it off.
But wait, there's more.
There's more. Yeah, I surprised him pretty good with the engine, but you know what? That's not the big piece that's really going to surprise him. I brought something else along. Ian's the creative master, and this is just sort of what I've done for him, and I'm hoping that he likes it, you know, so I got a bit of butterflies in my stomach going, is he going to like it? Is he not going to like it, you know?
Mark walks in with what looks like a pillow. I think, you know, what is this? He's got sea cushions or what? Gas tank?
It was a gas tank.
Oh.
But now,
whoa.
This is your air cleaner.
Oh yeah, just like his drawing, man. That thing is nuts. I guess it's a motorcycle gas tank that he has taken the time to modify to look like Johnny's artwork. It's a big shell that has this mohawk detail on it and a bunch of cool vents. I could see he spent some time. It's just what it needed.
I'm glad you like it and you can use it.
I really like the fact that Mark made this, and just like the rest of the car, it's gonna get refined and evolved as it progresses. Now it's starting to look like a spaceship. So you got your radiator thing, you have two mohawks, you have the air cleaner. I could see it already. The great thing about this project is it started with Johnny Jalopy, continued with Eric, and now Mark's here. So it is all about the collaboration, meeting of the minds. This thing's gonna be way better for it. So Mark's little V8 adventure got me thinking we needed a really cool exhaust. So I went and I got 8 of these megaphones, supply shop here in town, and they have the flanges for the V8 engine. So I'm working on figuring the exhaust out. Mark is doing the intake. Mark hasn't had the best track record with engines, so I'm anxious to hear this thing run.
He's a little concerned, so yeah, he wants proof of the pudding here. Okay, you brought me this thing, that's great, I appreciate it, it's in the car, but does it run?
Ready?
I'm ready.
This engine sounded good. Mark really pulled through this time.
Out of gas.
Sold. Thank you. Yeah, it sounds tight.
Yes! I redeemed myself.
That's it. It's his moment to go bask in the sunlight. You earned it. Mark was feeling good about the engine, so I wanted to show him another special element for the front of the car. So I had these made. Check this out. This has been on my wish list for a long time. These are 21-inch spoke rims, but they're set up for a car. I had a guy custom make these for this vehicle. They're unique, and they're all mine.
Yeah, that's just awesome.
I just like how freaking open they are.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the whole thing with this car was trying to show off everything. So now the side view, you're gonna look right through the rim. You know, no brakes, no nothing, just full dragster style. Putting this rim set on here really shows off what I was trying to accomplish. You could see the axle, you could see all the detail that the side view with the other rims was hiding. Well, that's it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Once we got the wheels on, I wanted to move towards the front of the body. Johnny's drawing has this unique headlight detail that I'm really trying to emulate. I thought the shape here with his headlight detail was really well represented by these architectural light housings. You know, you see them on the side of a building, illuminating the wall. So they're aluminum, they'll shine up.
I mean, those are perfect for the drawing. I mean, they look like they were made for it.
Yeah, they look just like it.
Yeah.
Pretty groovy. You just gotta start somewhere, so I'm gonna cut a hole in the body and stick these things on. I need to hold these light housings on the car. They're aluminum, so I can't tack weld them to the car like I would typically do. I just make a little springy round thing out of sheet metal that'll hold it, and I tack that to the car. It's just like a placeholder. Throw a couple straight edges across the top of the body, plug them in. This is just a mock-up. I wanted to put them in place and see how I feel about it. Stepping back and looking at the car, it's just not good. It's not okay. There's something terribly wrong. It's changing the whole look of the car. Once I mocked these up, I knew they were too big. I'd have to redesign the whole body to fit them, but Mark liked it.
They're already got a 45-degree angle on them, so they matched the drawing that Johnny did, and I said, wow, what a perfect thing to reuse to get the look that you're after.
In order to show Mark the problem, I had to use a different type of envisioning tool. Eric and I created this really nice curved shape, and it will basically delete it. We'll go right over it to blend in this headlight. To make this blend in, I'm gonna have to go entirely over his work and wrap it in a headlight like that. See what happens, it's just this giant shelf. It's a big projecting panel coming out of the body.
Right. He's got his vision, he's got the drawing to consider, he's got the body that he's already created to consider, but if it's not aesthetically the way he wants it to look, then it's not gonna happen.
I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna work on something else. Just like I used to do with my homework in high school. Whenever I hit a wall like this, you know, it's like writer's block. The more you push it, the less you're gonna get. For now, I'm moving on to something else.
He's bending some tubes, brings out his big ring roller, and we roll another tube, and I'm still scratching my head going, I don't know what you're building here.
I didn't really tell Mark what I was doing. I was just making a shape here. I had a couple ideas, and really I just wanted to flow with the existing components in the chassis.
The curiosity gets the better of me, and I kind of go, okay, so what exactly are you building here? Much like a little mini grill for a little baby roadster. When you find a clue into what he's building, and then, you know, you just watch him in amazement. I mean, what a brilliant idea to make it all curved like that. Perfect.
On guard. I finished up the front of the grill, and Mark came up with this cool idea to put a shroud around the back. I made the shroud oversized so he could trim it to fit, and I left it up to Mark to decide where we should cut it.
Whatever this dimension is, let's just follow it right from this surface, and then it kind of flows.
I'll trim it, we'll bolt it on, we'll call her done. Mark's a little nervous. He didn't want to draw the line, so he left it up to me to make the call.
You going straight?
Yeah, of course I'm straight, man. That's what I'm saying. You can't be afraid of the marker, man. We're gonna cut somewhere in here. Cut somewhere along this line. As usual, someone has a critique of my line drawing process.
I want you to swoop in here so that your 6 inches is...
Mr. freaking shy, Mr. Gun shy. There you go, fresh slate. Mark is a sincere professional. He needs detail. He's in there measuring down to the nearest umpteenth of an inch, getting a perfect trace line. He's not gonna have it cut until he's set.
Now, my line, Ian's line. Which one would you follow?
So the thing is, just to further complement his efforts, I just duplicated his original line, flipped it over to the other side of the shroud, and traced it. We put it back on the car and we accomplished exactly what we needed. That's cool.
Yeah. It fills up that void, definitely,
For sure.
right?
Another piece to the puzzle, man. This is a pretty crazy car. Felt good to complete the grill with Mark, but there's still a lot of big issues we have to deal with. I needed to get a lot wrapped up with the rear of this car, and I wanted to make some progress before Mark got here.
I walk in and Ian's grinding away and whatever. I kind of come up there and stand beside him. It's looking a little different. Wasn't there something hanging there or something before? But now you got this odd shape going here.
So the hole is for a fan. So see this fan here, it's gonna go in here. Before Mark arrived, I finished up the radiator tubes. I got a bunch of mandrel bends and I welded them in to finish the radiator design.
He proceeded to pull out this radiator piece that he had construed together.
So this is gonna go in this puzzle piece here.
Laid it in there, and basically the name of the car suits it. I mean, Space Junkie, it is something from out of this world. It's kind of like a part of a reactor or something weird and funky, very spacey. Looks cool, I like it.
Mark got the vibe exactly. It is something that will cool water, but it's more of an art piece. Flux capacitor, whatever, spaceship stuff. Mark's only got one more day to offer me, and I really need his help with something bigger than just the rear sheet metal on this car. The thing is, I'm just messing with Mark a little. I tell him, hey, we got this huge piece of plate over there in the corner. We got to get this and put it on the car. This plate is super heavy.
I mean, it looks heavy.
Yeah.
Just looking at it, looks heavy. My back's hurting already. I'm not really sure what we're doing with this chunk of steel, but it's something that Ian's got us to do. Look at that.
The whole thing here is that I need to support that acrylic dome. I cut the flange off with Johnny so it has no strength. I'm gonna use this sheet to recreate a flange in steel that'll weld to the body.
Basically, this piece of steel is going to be the supporting lip for the bubble.
So even though this is 1/4-inch plate, you're about to see efficiency in action.
Cutting disc ain't gonna do it this time. I gotta use the plasma cutter. It's a treasured asset, so I only use it when I really need it. The sheet isn't big enough to do a full perimeter around the inside of the car, so we're gonna have to do it in 2 pieces, and you'll see we're pushing the sheet right to the limit. It's a big ring portion we're building, and we're gonna use the majority of the surface of the sheet.
He took a pipe and he just sort of measured it out 1.25 inches, and he felt, okay, this is it. If we cut it wrong and if it's too short, we're starting from scratch again. Get a whole new piece of metal, and nobody's gonna be very happy.
I've been kind of amped on this all day. I needed Mark's assistance. You see, it's a lot of heavy moving. We got it in place. I really want to see this bubble on the car. You ready, man? It's time for the test fit. I'm sure we did it perfect. So close.
If I drop it, I'm running out the door. Very cool.
Now she's looking like something.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. The whole thing was I haven't been able to see it until this point. It always had some piece of board in there, a couple braces. It's the first look at the vehicle, seeing through the interior. It's exactly what I hoped it would be.
You know, it's looking more like the final end result here.
Yeah, with the wood in there, you just didn't get the sense of it being such a cool thing.
No, and to see through down into it and whatever, you know.
Since I'm 15 years old, man, this is what I've been waiting for. The whole reason with splitting up a project into so many different tasks is just what we accomplished today. Is a little victory, charges up the energy, we see a good positive outcome, and it allows you to continue with the struggles you're having.
So, buddy, I gotta hit the road.
What?
Yeah, I'm stoked that I can be part of this build. The collaboration between everybody, ideas that bounce off and whatever, and Ian's creativity holds it all together. Basically, it's like a circus, and Ian's the ringleader, and we're all the clowns that are running around trying to figure out stuff to do for him.
You think you just stop in for a little 3-day vacation? And...
Yeah, see, there's my phone right there. It's, you know.
You're a busy man.
Somebody wants me somewhere.
His job is done here. Mark's got to hit the road, and so do I. There's an old school shop that might have just what I need to take this to the next level. I'm at Moon Eyes, the makers of spun aluminum wheel discs and a lot of other cool stuff. I called up Chico and asked him if he could set me up with a custom pair of wheel covers. Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good.
Ian called me the other day and said that he's got some new projects going, and he wanted the moon disc. He's here today, and we're going to see what we can do for him.
Walking into their shop, I see an old school dragster. I'm building something sort of similar to this. It's not a race car.
Yeah.
It's like a Roth style bubble top.
Oh, okay.
But it's got the long wheelbase and the spoke rims on the front.
Well, now that you mentioned that bubble top, let me show you something.
Chico starts scratching his chin. He's like, you got to come inside, see what I got.
Mark Moriarty built it. We got this thing, about 8-9 years ago, I think. But he built all the cars, all this scale model, the cars that Ed Roth built.
This thing is like a snapshot of heaven. It's like it's got all the Ed Roth cars, a whole bunch showcased right in the center of the room. It's got people walking around checking them out. There's another corner of his original shop where he's setting up the plaster mold for the original Outlaw body. It's really cool. Somebody took a huge amount of time to make this thing. Wow, this thing's incredible.
Yeah.
Maybe someday somebody will make one of these with my cars. It'll be all right.
That'd be nice, huh?
I almost forgot why I was here. I'm just geeking out on this model. It's amazing. Chico's like, maybe we should go into the machine shop and talk about your wheel covers. I grabbed the rim from the car and brought it in the shop.
All right, let's set it over here and take a look.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah, that's the discs we did for Tesla, 19-inch Tesla wheel.
Chico says that this is like some kind of a prototype special edition for a Tesla electric car. And I know right away I gotta have something at least that special. So this is a 19, but those
That's
are 20s.
That's a 19, yeah. These are 20 wheel, and it measures 21 and a half.
Right.
And let me see what we got.
He brought out the standard disc, and that's what I thought I was coming here for, just in a 20-inch diameter. Apparently, just like me, they're always experimenting with different designs and styles.
This
Off the
disc here,
shelf.
we did, this one we did for Dodge Magnum, 20-inch wheel.
This is a Dodge truck spare tire. That's what these are. These are Dodge pickup truck spare
It might
tires.
just pop right on there.
Oh, man.
Hey, perfect.
That was almost too easy.
Uh-huh.
Fitting that disc on the rim, it's like, this is what I need, man. Whatever it takes to make this fit, I'm on board. This is what the car is gonna have. This is even more space age than those regular ones. Those are moon discs, but these are like outer space discs.
Yeah, those are, we named it Saturn.
That's what they're called?
Yep.
Okay, Saturns, perfect. That's it, that's the look of the car, man.
Yeah.
The coolest thing about the Moon Eyes facility is that they have a full machine shop.
Let me show you here. This is Manny here. He's been working with us for
how's it
over
going?
10 years now. This is
Thanks,
Ian.
man. I always wondered how they do this.
Everything starts out from a flat piece of aluminum.
See, that's what it would look like if I made the wheel cover. That's why I came
Yeah.
here.
It was set up on that mold that we have, and it's from the 1940s.
Apparently, nothing's changed since they invented this. You take a flat piece of aluminum, clamp it in the lathe, turn it on, and then push it into shape with this paddle. It just goes to show that sometimes the primitive machinery yields exceptional results. This thing is super low tech, and it's really all in the operator's skill to make this thing happen.
We go from here to a sunray machine, and then we put our trademark sunray finish on it.
Oh, and that's how it gets all the different facets. I
Right,
guess.
yes, it's a brush to finish.
Just like any fabrication process, you rough it out and then you finish it. You pulled the disc off of the lathe, put it in some kind of polishing machine, and it's pretty fancy.
All right, here's a finished product with a sunray on it.
Wow, crazy.
The difference, huh?
It's perfect, man. That's the thing, I mean, literally.
That's the
From
start,
that to
and this
that.
is the finished.
That's pro. Seeing the process was pretty cool. It's a highly specialized thing, but mostly it's the old school dude doing something with his hands right there in front of you.
Custom work is where I would really like something that's not available out there, and that I want to be able to make them so that we can say, here, we did this. Thanks for coming by, and we'll get your wheels disc done next week.
Sounds good,
All right?
yeah. Whenever you get time, just give me a call.
All right,
Those
great.
are perfect, thanks.
Very good.
Right
Thank
on.
you. Thanks for coming by.
So it looks like these wheel discs are a go. He's gonna do a couple things to make a mount. I gotta get back to the shop and finish this car. I think I figured out this headlight issue. The whole thing was I loved those original headlight bucket shapes, so I just kind of modeled the new design after that, just a little bit smaller. I really dug this slash cut opening, but on the outside of the car, it was just too bulky. Took some round rod and I just framed out this opening. Took some sheet, I put a little curved half cylinder in there, and then I took some round tube and just made a recess in the body. I also still like the aesthetics of the original headlights, and I wanted to incorporate them as well. With this in place, there's another idea that I want to try out. I was making a lot of cast aluminum parts in the past. This is one of them. You see, like on lowriders on their fender skirts, a lot of times they'll have this shape. This is handmade. I had a foundry pour it for me, but I took an original trim part off of a car, mocked it up on a board, and then added an extra element of these deals and one more spear. So instead of 2, now you got 3. And it just so works out that we need 3 spears in the front of this car. Like everything else, I see a shape and I'm thinking it can be cut, segmented, modified, whatever, and that's exactly the course of action with these. I made them, I'm gonna cut them apart and remake them again. The whole thing I've been doing from the start is finding parts that I like the shapes of, wherever they may be, and modifying them. And now I'm starting to find the parts that I modified before and remodifying them to make something even weirder. So it's a whole vicious cycle. These pieces are going to be screwed on. I have to drill, tap, a whole bunch of other stuff. I just want to see them on the car. I know I could pull off a temporary tack weld, get these aluminum pieces fit up on the steel body, just enough to look at them and see if it's gonna work. Right off the bat, standing and looking at this, it works. This is exactly the look I was hoping for. Sometimes you just gotta wait a couple days. You know, it just occurred to me that I had those spears, made a good call on not adding that other element with the headlight bucket in there. That's the look. I'm committing to that. The main thing on my mind right now is getting to one of the biggest fabrication elements on the car. Johnny drew this mohawk thing, and I really need to nail it. I think it's gonna set the car apart from all the other bubble tops. The main thing is trying to make it look like it belongs with the car. Well, the first step is figuring out how to draw a line in space so you can stand back and look at it. And got yet another envisioning tool. The bottom line is this is an engine hoist. You use it for lifting engines. I'm gonna use it to lift some tape. Keep your eye just like focusing. Aiming a weapon. Trajectory is dead on. The whole idea here is just trying to create a support structure that's adjustable. I want to stick the tape on the dome and just have something that raises it up in the back. The whole idea here is seeing what the angle of this aluminum fin's gonna be. Try it right there. Yeah, see? That's all I needed. That's the thing, you use what you got. I knew I needed something adjustable in the back of the car. Engine hoist is exactly that. It ain't gonna move and it's completely adjustable, so problem solved. The angle looks perfect. I'm gonna grab some paper, make a template off of this line that the tape has created. My idea is that it's going to be an abbreviated version of what Johnny drew. Same flavor, just a little more dialed in for this car. I'm happy with the paper template. I'm gonna skip a couple steps and go right into the aluminum. I think I could fit this aluminum panel to the acrylic bubble and work that as the template. The whole key to this is just making it look like it flows. There's no other way to describe it. It should be like a nice swish, you know, something that looks fast and light. This is just another template. I'm going to cut a series of holes in this and then make a duplicate. So it's gonna be thick, welded, finished. It's gonna look sort of like the rear fins on the car, very dimensional, but all aluminum. The whole thing with a bare metal sculpture is you're seeing the work all the way through to the end. I gotta take my time, weld this perfectly, and finish it off. Got this aluminum mohawk fin thinger real close. The setup for welding on this is critical because I don't want to warp it. That being, I have to take a lot of preparation not to overheat the metal when I'm welding it, because it's only going to be a metal finish, no filler, no nothing. You just see the work. Down to the final bit of sanding. Detailing out the center of these holes is pretty tedious. I got this 3M belt sander. It's like a miniature little file belt, and it works perfect for a small confined space like these. This mohawk fin thing is the crown jewel. It's right at eye level. It's the main focal point of the car, so it's gotta look perfect. So I'm going through everything. I got the belt sander, I got a die grinder, a regular flat sander, and really that's the whole deal, just creating a surface that will be refined to a nice finish. I used to work at a foundry. We did a lot of aluminum and bronze sculptures. One of the guys that taught me is probably watching right now. So, hey Tom, pretty cool, huh? So here's the deal. It's still gonna get finished out. It's still pretty scratchy looking, but that's the gist of it. Once I got the mohawk built, I really wanted to focus on the bodywork. As I'm putting the filler on and refining all the surfaces, that is what tells the tale. How's this car gonna look? You want a mirror finish. I like the 3M Platinum Plus filler because it's super easy to work with. It's smooth. This car is such a sculpture. I gotta use all these foam blocks. You have all your profiles you'll want to use represented on the block. So you got thinner, square, rectangle, triangle, just everything. This car really is like a nod in the direction of Ed Roth. You see it kind of has a lot of the features that his cars do. It's a very sculptured look, and the whole deal with all the body filler is I'm creating this really wild, very smooth, contoured surface, and that's really what all the sanding is about, making this thing look like a mirror finish. The final paint job is kind of on the back of my mind. The paint could either make it or break it. I want something that complements this wild design. You saw it with the original Space Junkie body. It wasn't that radical a concept until the paint was on it. It was just a radically chopped car. The paint freaked it out. Now we have a really radical body, and hopefully the paint can take it even further. I got this car primered, so it's looking good. It's one thing getting this thing looking like a close to finished piece, but it's gotta drive. I had a t-shirt when I was like 15 that said normal is boring. So this car, it's gotta follow suit. It's not going to be normal. You're gonna be sitting way back. So I got this little miniature dragster steering wheel. So you're gonna be all the way back here. And there's no room for your feet to do anything. You're sitting here driving this miniature steering wheel like a dragster, and your hand is up here like a monster cartoon car guy, but your throttle is on this lever, and when you push it, it is the brake. So your master cylinder will be on top front row center, and you're pushing it with your hand to stop and twisting it to go. I wish I could make my eyes pop out. When my friend Eric was here, he kind of threw this concept out as a challenge. This idea is pretty far out there. It has the potential to go way wrong. You don't want the car to get out of control. Choke thinking about it, but I gotta make it work. I wanted to look cool, so I started thinking about stuff, and I had this aluminum bowling pin. I started welding some plates to it. I thought it'd be a perfect brake cylinder holder. Ever since Eric left, I've been kind of thinking about it, like how does this happen and be safe? And the answer for me is to use an actual real master cylinder from a truck and a real throttle from a motorcycle. So the master cylinder bolts right into those holes. It's a 1/2-inch aluminum plate. That's very strong, just like you'd see this thing mounted on the firewall or on the frame. So that is kind of started and mocked up. I got this piece of 7/8 solid aluminum rod. I picked 7/8 round because that's what a dirt bike handlebar is, diameter, and I just got a dirt bike throttle grip. And that goes right here. You dig? That's freaking cool. Sounds good in theory. The arm position is right. I think it's gonna look okay. I just gotta make it. So I want this rod to pass through the housing, the bowling pin that holds the master cylinder. So I'm drilling a few holes in there to create a slot. Thinking about the leverage that I'm gonna need, I drill a couple holes in the body. The lever will mount below the floor of the car, and then the master cylinder will be bolted to the top panel. So everything's looking like it's kind of gonna work, but I wanna cut this thing to size and just make sure it fits me before I build anything on it. Come on, you gotta check this out. This is gonna be epic. Quality control, I gotta just make sure everything is jiving with the higher powers, and I'm just gonna show them the idea. You understand? It's pretty simple, but it works. I could see the concern in his eyes. He's got 2 long drool strings coming out of his cheeks, and that automatically is a cause for concern. And then he's given the shifter in the eye. You're not impressed. You're concerned? It looks unsafe? Don't drool on the primer. Proof is in the pudding. It's seeing a project halfway through. You don't know where it's going, so I'm gonna prove it. Just need a little more time. He's just checking out the block sanding. He's not very impressed. It's gonna get better, man. It's all a process. I got a plan. I'm on a mission. The dog is gonna go do his thing. When he comes back, it's gonna be on. I'm gonna make a little shape here with a hole and a pin. Put it together. It's all about just getting a few tabs in place just to mock this up before I can really go forward with it. The whole thing with this is that it's aluminum. It's gonna be all finished and detailed in, similar to the Mohawk on the Bubble. So just using the TIG welder, gonna fill in a lot of aluminum so that I can grind it back and it'll still be strong. Working with a client, there are parameters. There's always a budget concern, a time concern, and then their, whatever their idea is. I don't have any of those with this project. Sky's the limit. No, this is kind of the theory. It's gonna take a bunch more brackets underneath to make it function, but you can see it's very much like a brake pedal in your car. There'll be a pivot you push, and this rod, which will be adjustable, pushes on the master cylinder. I'm sold on the idea of this thing, but I gotta get underneath, get all the pivots in place, and then give it a test run. Got this brake lever mounted. I pulled the engine and transmission out of the way so I could get underneath and build a structure. This thing is very much looking like a spaceship now. There's one final element that's gonna seal the deal. Well, every bubble top I've seen either has doors or the bubble opens, right? So it's, as trick as that is, I just wanted to do something different. I wanted the whole car to open, like a funny car. So I put some hinges underneath in the back and I put some additional structure around the side of the body. Yeah, sort of like that. Looking at it now, you see it on all the funny cars. They got this nice chrome rod that holds the body up. I don't want that. This has got to be totally trick. One thing's for sure is that brace has got to come out. I got these air cylinders from the local spaceship surplus. There was a couple of them laying there on the shelf. I don't know what model they're from, but I think I can tailor them to fit this. The idea being, when I raise it up, the air pressure will lock it up, and when I put it down, the air pressure will lock it down. It's a dual action cylinder. The reason I went with the air cylinders is because there's already airbag suspension on the car. So there's a compressor, there's a tank. Right now we got a huge air leak in the fitting. All I gotta do is put 2 more valves in there and this thing's operating. I know that this pivot works, but I wanna be sure that these air cylinders can support it. The body's pretty heavy. I don't know what their capacity is, so nothing to it but to try it out. Oh yeah, it totally works. Yeah, see, it's almost neutral. It's all on air. Nobody's gonna get hurt. That's cool. The whole thing here was the open air feel. You're gonna get in and out of the car. There's nothing in your way. It's pretty cool looking. That's how it'll sit at the show. Once the bubble's on, the interior's all finished out, this thing is nuts.
Next time on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the wild bubble top adventure.
After everything we put into this car, this could either make it or break it. So the thing is, it's not gonna be just a silver car. What's it gonna look like?
I'm a little nervous, way excited.
As the guys get into it, a surprise visitor arrives.
I'm like, oh my God, it's Ed Roth's son.
Whoa, so check out what we're making.
Man, this is sick. My first reaction was, am I not at Roth Studios in the 1960s? Because everything that Ian does has that flavor about it.
And as the build progresses,
wow,
Ian calls on the help of an old friend.
Jack's an encyclopedia of classic ideas.
What'd you do this time?
I told you we were gonna change the look of the car a little bit. So we made a few subtle changes.
I think so. He's getting crazier.
Even hellhounds responding. This is the stand back and check it out moment. This is what we've all been waiting for.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel takes on a lead sled challenge.
A while back, I had this crazy idea. I wanted to take this old Packard and convert it into a lead sled for my friend Tom.
Oh, man.
It came out pretty cool, and then Victor saw it.
I said, hey, Ian, you think Tom will ever sell the car? And he said, you kidding?
But with a little wheeling and dealing, Victor made it happen.
Surprise, I got the Packard. I don't want to change that much, but I want to change everything.
Victor comes in and just wipes the slate clean.
You've chopped the car.
Right.
To me, that's baby stuff.
As the guys get into it, things don't go as planned.
Sometimes building a custom car isn't pretty, not in the beginning stages.
Ian, my car, what the heck you do to my car?
We're on to a new adventure. You know where it's going. Full custom, baby. Victor wanted me to come over, some kind of consultation. I'm walking down the driveway, and the Packard's already there.
Surprise!
Yeah, right. It's been a while since I saw this car. How'd you pry this out of Tom's hands?
I said, hey, Tom, you want to sell it? No. And just like everything else, I made him an offer he couldn't refuse. When I first seen the Packard, I said, hey, that's a Packard? This thing could look just as nice as any Merc.
So the whole thing with this car is I thought it was a great looking vehicle. I mean, what do you want to do with it?
I don't know, I just got the car. My goal is to let it compete with a Mercury. This I want to be the new lead sled, so that's a Merc eater right there. If it's done right, we could give the Merc a run for its money all day long.
First sentence in the conversation, Victor says, this is gonna be the Merc killer. I'm thinking about his last Merc we did, and he cut the roof off it. And I'm like, oh man, we're not cutting the roof off of this Packard. Whatever you're thinking, all I ask is don't mess with the roof line. That's my favorite, that's my pride in the whole project.
Yeah, no, I love the way the chop came out, it's perfect. The rest of the lines, we could do a minor adjustment on it.
I've seen your minor adjustments before.
Well, you know that, but it's gotta be crazy.
Victor and I have built a lot of cars together. He likes to go from top to bottom with all his builds, so who knows what could happen with this one. You know, I'm into the crazy stuff, man. I always thought we could go way further with this, and the chop was a good starting point.
The whole drivetrain has to be replaced to something modern, right. So yeah. Let's see what we could come up with, you know, kick it around.
Victor's kind of vague. All I'm getting out of him is that he wants this thing to be a driver like the rest of his fleet. They're all road-worthy vehicles, and that's where this Packard's lacking.
I want to have this thing on the freeway doing 70 miles an hour with no problem.
Sure.
So where do we start?
Most straightforward ways is just get maybe a mid-70s Camaro or GM front subframe. That gives you the disc brakes, the power steering, and the mounts for a V8 engine. From what I could see, to make this thing a perfect driver is just put a modern front suspension clip under the hood, put in a new engine, and this thing's a runner. It's good to see that this car is gonna get taken one step further. It's a great looking machine. I think whatever you add to it's really gonna make a big difference.
I don't want to change that much, but I want to change everything, right? I mean, hey, if I can't utilize your ability, you've chopped the car.
Right.
To me, that's baby stuff. We're going into full body remodification.
We're having a simple, or so I thought, simple conversation about putting a front clip under this thing, and then Victor's walking around the car. He's talking about adding this, doing that. Fortunately, he's not talking about the top, but he's talking about everything else.
We just want to bring out them bulges, and we want to bring out the lines, and we want to layer on the ground. Whenever I'm around Ian, the lights turn on and all of this stuff comes out of my head on ideas. I mean, on the spot, it's like the switch is on.
So we're talking about this Packard, and he's saying Merc killer. It's gotta be better than the Merc, yada, yada, yada. So he pulls out his black Merc, the Misfit. We built that a few years ago. It's a great looking car. He's looking to take it out with the styling of this Packard.
I'll be darned if that doesn't look better than this, because you know every project we've done has always been over the top. I see the Packard being a Merc eater, and that people are gonna be buying up Packards throughout the United States. So if you have any money, start buying Packards.
So all we need to do is make something look better than your Mercury, no problem. But I spent a lot of time underneath that Merc. That's the thing. I know what's underneath the car, and it's really clean. It's a total freeway machine. There's two different classes in a car show. There's mild custom and full custom. That's what I do. This car left the shop as a mild custom, Somehow it found its way into Victor's hands, and you know where it's going. Full custom, baby. It's time to take it all the way. I'm totally into it. Let's do it. Victor's gonna come by today. He says he's got everything. He's got all the parts we need for the front suspension upgrade, and I'm just gonna work on getting this Packard ready for construction. This is like deja vu, like I'm viewing it all over again. It's amazing. The cool part about this project is the greasy, nasty part is done. Victor has a team of guys at his place, and they took out the engine and trans. He's got all the front sheet metal unbolted, and he's already talking about donor vehicles, so I think he's got everything pretty much sorted out. Pulling this nose apart, I know when it goes back together, it's not gonna be the same car. Victor has hinted at a few things. It's kind of an ugly nose on the car, so taking it off, just hopefully when it comes back together, it's way cooler.
Check it out, I got your clip. You wanted a front clip.
Oh yeah, perfect. What the heck is this thing?
1997 Grand Marquis. I know I went a little nuts instead of just cutting the clip off.
Right.
I cut the rest of the car off.
Yeah. You forgot to tell him to stop cutting. That's the problem. Kind of surprised that he drove this thing over, all in all, but you could see it's a driving vehicle.
I mean, the thing runs bitchin', the horn works, and you gotta take this thing for a drive. It's so smooth.
I'm trying to laugh it off, like, all right, yeah, I can't wait to cut this thing apart. And Victor's like, no, man, you gotta drive it. This car is smooth.
Not bad, huh?
I think it's a good contender, man.
Well, shit, he had more fun than I did. He was in the parking lot burning out and having a blast.
It's like any used car salesman, the test drive seals the deal. I kicked the tires, I did some burnouts, a couple donuts. This car's a keeper.
When he came back, he said, yeah, that's gonna work. But little does Ian know, I have different plans. At first, when we were talking, I was thinking just the front clip.
Oh, sure, makes sense.
Then as I started taking it apart and drove it, I'm thinking the whole car, utilizing everything, even the pan, everything that's here, air conditioning, computer, motor, disc brakes. I mean, do you know how much time and money will save?
Now the story starts to flesh out. That's why you left the floors. You want to put the body skin on this whole car. So Victor pulls the old switcheroo, you know? Oh, well, we're not actually going to cut this one apart. We're going to use the whole thing.
So the challenge is to put that body on this car. We want that to be a 1997 Grand Marquis
with a Packard
on
suit
a Packard.
On. The old Emperor's New Clothes trick. Bottom line is Victor wants to do a body swap. He wants to cut the top of the Packard body off of the floor pan and put it onto this floor pan from the Grand Marquis. You want to leave this dashboard and everything.
We're gonna leave the dashboard because we're gonna do the fiberglass coming down into it and just modify what's existing. It's all gonna get reworked to 50s futuristic instrument panel. Don't ask me what that means, but it sounds damn good.
It's a great concept, but they're two way different cars. And I just want to put them side by side to see how it's gonna line up. The wheelbase is definitely off. Did you even measure this? It looks like the proportions are pretty far off. What's the deal? You guys did some preliminary?
My thumb, I looked at it like this and like this. No, I'm kidding. We got some measurement. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple inches here and there that need adjusting, but it's pretty close. It's really close.
I could see they're less than a foot apart. I know Victor is well thought through in all of his processes, but when we put them together, you can clearly see there's some issues, and I'm like, hey man, did you measure this? Did you take the time to really think this through?
I said, well, kind of. And you know me, I'm always ambitious. You know what, my thing is I just see with my eyes. Mechanical stuff, I don't give a shit about you. That's your issue. My thing is that this to go onto that. How, I don't know. That's why I brought it here.
I see. Probably my greatest fault to date is to tell you, you know what? No problem. We could do this, no sweat. Victor was just saying, this is gonna happen. He thought about it enough to know that I could pull it off. I guess that's all he needs. Another walk in the park, as usual.
Yeah,
You said this was gonna be an easy one.
for step one. If we achieve this, wait until you see what's coming next.
Perfect. It looks like it's gonna be close. Victor left it up to me, and the only way to tell is to cut it all apart. So you think about cutting a car, and it's pretty technical, but when I think about cutting a car, it's like taking the top off of a tin can, and that's exactly what we're doing here. You have this shape, and you have a lid. It doesn't even know it's a lid. We're gonna make it one and take it right off. Main thing I was excited about at the start of this project is a lot of the hard work is done. The whole demo of this Grand Marquis is done. Body's off, the Packard's pretty much stripped out. The big question is, will they fit together? Hey, that's my seat. Passenger side, thank you. Come on, let's take that car body off. Getting all this sheet metal separated was not that big a deal. So the harder part of it with the Packard is gonna be lifting this body so it doesn't distort. Just like everything else I do, simplest possible manner. I could have built a big structure and raised this thing. Instead, I stuck a forklift right through the window openings. This is called the old rag and welding glove trick. Added it so it wouldn't ruin the window channels and lifted it right up. That there is the symbol of a nice, strong chop top. Nothing deformed. The guy who built this knew what he was doing. Well, that being said, that sucker is out that door forever. Away with you. Pretty simple. Lift up that body and get rid of the trash. We got something better coming in. Done all you could up until this point, but it just wasn't good enough. I think the biggest challenge here is about 50 years difference in technology. You got two giant metal shapes from completely different generations. That's the challenge. It's like stacking blocks. I'm gonna put this car on that car and see where they clash. Oh yeah, and that's how the tires are supposed to sit. The back laid down perfect. The best thing I was satisfied with was how this car just kind of bottomed out. No scratchy noises, no weirdness. It just clunked right on the floor. The back looks perfect. This is exactly what Victor's looking for. That is a huge problem. The thing is, the back went in so perfectly, I was focusing on that to come around to the front of the car, and I could see the reason it's still up in the air. You got major issues in the A-pillar and the dashboard area. He wants to keep the dashboard stock, cut off as much as possible without affecting any more of the structure of the donor chassis. And I really need all of this in here. I already compromised the structure of one. I'm not gonna do it to both. What's happening is the Packard's a triangle coming up into the window areas, and the Grand Marquis is a box. It's parallel, straight up and down, versus triangle. As you bring it down, it ain't gonna work. Definitely hit a major snag in our grand scheme. Just as I'm trying to figure out my plan of attack, Victor walks in.
Hey, how you doing, man? You did it, huh?
I done did it. I have some bad news for you, though. Your call on this frame is perfect width-wise. Tires tuck. It still can go right to the ground.
Okay, good.
The issue I ran into is the dashboard and the wheelbase.
Ian pointed out to me, hey, the dash doesn't fit in the car. Off the record, and don't tape this, it wasn't gonna fit, and I knew it, but I had to challenge this guy. Everybody that I was talking about what I was doing with all my friends, and they said, that's not gonna work. I said, I know it's not, but Ian will make it work.
The whole problem here is not only the issue with the dashboard clearance, but it's also the wheelbase. Well, the wheelbase on the Packard is way out of line. You could see it's gonna need at least, say, a 10-inch stretch if you look at the center of that hub.
Okay.
So this is kind of what I was thinking. We could kill two birds with one stone. If we cut the chassis and extend it at, looks like maybe a foot. In car terms, a foot extension is pretty significant. So check this out, this is what I'm thinking. So I think if we cut off right here, and we can just extend it. It's too generic, just like a ladder frame right there.
Simple.
But it would solve the issue with the wheelbase in the front fender and the dashboard. As long as you're cool with it, I'd like to cut that chassis and bring it forward.
Extend it out, let's go for it and see
So I explained the fix for the front wheelbase and dashboard issue, and then further directed him to the rear, where I was really proud of how well it worked out.
I want this thing on the ground. Go underground, go an inch below surface, and then when we go up a half inch, there's no questions it's on the ground.
Victor, you know, he's shaking his head no, because he says it's not low enough. He wants the thing down on the ground. So it's close, but it ain't there yet.
That thing gotta smash beer cans.
Okay. After the talk with Victor, it was affirmed that we needed to stretch the car a foot. This stretch is going to be very straightforward, simply because we're taking existing pieces and just moving them a little bit apart from each other. Look at that. You can make a limousine out of this thing if you wanted to. The way that they put these frames together from the factory, it's a series of metal shapes that are stacked, and then they're fillet welded all along the joins. I'm accomplishing the same thing with much heavier stock. I have my rectangle tube mimicking the shape of the original frame, and I'm stacking another piece on top of it, doing a fillet weld everywhere I can reach, then drilling through and plug welding the parts that extend past the original join in the frame extension. So it's a series of stacked metal shapes, all reinforcing each other. This thing is done. It's time to get the body on. Took a bit of doing, but I got the body on. I got it down low the way Victor was asking for. I had to change the tire and rim combo. The other ones were too wide. Right as I got him on, Victor shows up.
Hey, Ian, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
Where'd the white walls come from?
To get it to lay down, it needed some skinny, tall tires, so I just went with the 560/15 white walls.
That has a stance. You got it down low. It sits evenly. When I walk in, I look at the car, and he nailed it again. He surprised me. Any problem with clearance in the back?
Well, that's why I had to put the tires on, because those fat mag wheels were not letting it lay down. So I went with the skinny tires. It dropped right on the floor.
How about up front? It looks like you took care of all this stuff here.
Well, I had to do a lot of clearancing, and that's where the bad news starts. When you're looking at this car from the rear three-quarter view, it's sitting pretty. It's all good. The front end is a different story, and I gotta break the news. Let me show you how this fender lines up.
Okay.
It's close. In an effort to try to keep it as intact structurally as possible, I've just been picking away at it a couple inches at a time. And then the front.
So what's stopping it from hitting that? Is it this corner?
As you see here, it's the headlight bucket is right on that bolt.
Okay, with this here, the solution, we're changing that anyway. That's all gonna get cut off, and this will sit up a few inches here where it actually comes up. It's going from here up and back down to flow.
Right off the bat, Victor shows me the headlights he's planning on using, and they're a completely different orientation as the Packard units.
And at the same time, we're coming off this level, and then we're coming here and up a little, and then back down. So it's got an enhancement.
Victor comes in and just wipes the slate clean. He wants to restyle the entire front fender. In fact, the entire nose of the car, as it turns out. So if you're willing to just delete the front of both fenders, then it's a perfect lineup. We'll just build around the underlying structure. It's a 10-minute cut. I'll do that, and we can get this hood and fenders on.
Awesome, I'm there, let's do it.
I'm just going to eliminate everything that's in the way. I'm going to leave a small area representing the front where it meets the hood, and that's kind of it. The whole headlight and grille area is out of the fender. Well, now you can see you have plenty of clearance. That changes everything. It eliminates the ugly in the front of the Packard, and it helps me mount the fenders without an issue with the headlights at all. Hey, look, it fits. That's going to be all right.
Damn, look at that thing. That's one long-ass front end.
There's a million ways you can go about restyling a car, and I know Victor's got a plan. He's been thinking about it for a while, and it's not gonna be okay to just mock something up and have him check it out. I need to nail a few of the core lines with him here so that we can get it right.
Probably a little bit more to your left. Yeah, the fender, the tire side. Before you do that, I want to do like put something up so we got a little high point.
Just like an artist is drawing a line, we're gonna do that same thing. We gotta figure out how to suspend a nice graceful arc. First call is to try to just pull some tape across, and it looks terrible. It's all faceted, flat, straight lines.
Just up like a quarter, half an inch, and then back down.
Well, I have this round rod. I got a pretty good idea on how materials work, so I got this 3/16 inch round rod, and I just hold that up on the same plane as the tape, and it just bows gracefully. Just the weight of it makes a perfect arch.
Yeah, that's it right there. Shit, that's it. After he put the rebar on, he handed me a piece of cardboard.
So, got the little envisioning board.
Yeah,
Try
let's
that
check
out.
this out. Coming from this point, yeah, look at that. That's like perfect right there. So I get it, I fold it over gently so I got the contour of the car. I could literally see what I was thinking.
As soon as he expresses this upper fender ridge, I could see where he's going with this late 40s Caddy styling. They have a very pronounced upward curve in the fender, and it's just a super deluxe look.
It flows right in, right off of this line to that line right there. I'm over here going, yeah, man, that's cool. Ian gets quiet again.
That design's great, but that's a lot of metalwork. You got 6 foot on one side, 6 more makes 12 by 3 foot. It's like 30 square feet plus of metalwork. I hope you know somebody who can pull that off.
Did I ever say it was gonna work or not? That's a question. He says, yeah, you're not the one cutting the car up. I go, yeah, that's why I come to you.
I don't want to say it's above my skill level, but I haven't tried this yet. I've cut up a lot of cars, changed a lot of stuff, but I've never done 2 fenders like this. Victor loves throwing down the gauntlet. All I gotta do is run it. I gotta run through all these tasks he's envisioning, and we're on to a new adventure. Here we go. I knew I could swap this body, no problem. These fenders he's talking about are pretty challenging. I gotta match that wire Victor set up on the fender, and a flat piece of sheet metal just ain't gonna work. It's easy to just piece together parts, but to create something from scratch is a whole different skill set, and that's what he's asking me to do. It needs to look kind of like the shape of a potato chip, if you can envision it. It's going to curve this way, and it's going to curve that way. Something for eating salsa. Got to start somewhere, and I'm thinking that the main line of the fender is exactly what Victor created with this round rod mock-up. So I'm going to try to create the biggest piece I can with the tools I got. The first step is to shrink it along each side of the sheet and curve it. Doesn't look like much has happened, but I'll tell you, those molecules are feeling the pressure. Hear that? It's tense. This is potentially a disaster. Victor's asking me for something he conceptualized with a piece of round rod and a lot of hand gestures. I don't have any blueprints, I don't have any sketches, I just have a conversation and I'm trying to build a car around that, so it could go either way. That's pretty darn close to what I need at this end, but you can see it's just a straight shot. So I got some stress in here and I got some stress up here. Now we're gonna put it in that wheelie thing. Let's see what happens. The 2 tools I'm using are really the standards for any kind of metal forming. You need to shrink it or you need to stretch it. If you're ambitious, you could build a whole car out of this if you knew what you're doing. But don't give Victor any ideas. It's pretty labor intensive, and I'm not that ambitious. Coffee break. This piece is the backbone of the design, so anything can happen, but you need a center line, and that's what this is establishing. I don't know what Victor's thinking. I'm just trying to set up this line, this one line he established. Everything for me has been structural and alignment oriented, so this is the first bit of art. Having done this one curved section for the fender top, I think that's gonna be the same process all the way through. As soon as I figure out this backbone ridge top thing, it's on. So the whole thing with this is gonna be made in so many pieces. I'm just trying to hold it on the car. I'm just gonna start assembling parts. It's kind of like a puzzle that you're making the pieces out of. But I'll be able to take smaller sections for this reverse dip that he was talking about. Getting this fender line to look proper, I had to just trim back, and once I figured out a line that it's gonna join properly, the challenge is to get them to flow evenly. If you don't want it to look like a bunch of bricks on a wall, you want it to just look like a smooth, slippery surface. Never even receive an ounce of praise. I do this all day just to buy food. I even give you the bargain brand. This is an advanced mock-up. I mean, it might be a keeper, it might not, so I'm just trying to streamline it. I don't want to make it twice. I think this fender's a keeper. The whole thing is if Victor thinks this fender's a keeper.
Ian, how you doing?
Aha.
Damn, that flow's bitchin'. That's it, man.
The good thing is Victor walked in and right away you could see the gleam in his eye.
The difference from this side, stock, just straight down like nothing, to come in here by just raising this up and giving it an arc here, it give the whole fender like it's on steroids. No steroids, steroids.
Right.
It's in proportion, it flows, and it's gonna eat a Merc.
Well, I was really stressing about the fender creation issue, but if you're happy with it, then the big challenge is what do we do about the grill? There's nothing going on there.
I brought you surprise, so come on out and I'll show you what my idea is.
All right, let's see what you got. Victor's got people. He's got people all around doing stuff. So he tells me he's got some of his guys dropped off a bunch of things in the driveway and I need to check it out.
I've been thinking about this for a while too, like I think about everything else in my mind. And he's looking at me now, what the heck this guy gonna come out with?
Whoa, a Mercury. What is that, 1950, just like your other ones?
1950 Mercury, it was another project. I figured I'd donate it to help you complete the front end on that other project.
Crazy, man, you could sell this for a grip. It's people who want this part all over the place. This thing's in perfect shape.
Yeah, no, perfect shape.
Everybody wants to know where this came from, and the backstory I get is one of his friends somewhere down the line tried to chop the car, customize it, and made all the wrong moves. So apparently what Victor has is a dilapidated, half-rotted, half-assembled Mercury four-door. Fortunately, the guy didn't cut the nose, and that's what we need.
Right here, we don't need the fenders. All I want is the opening in that grill. All the opening in that grill. Here's the original 1950 bumper, front, back.
This is freaking cool, man. I was just stuck on that fender side thinking, what are we gonna do about the center? I'm gonna have to make something just the same, but if you're not attached to this, I'll just cut it up right here and we'll drag it in the shop.
And he says, hey, Victor, you attached to this thing? I said, well, heck yeah, I'm attached to it. It's a 50 Merc front clip. I'm bringing you the front opening, the mouth. And he looks at me and says, I think I need a little bit more than the mouth. Doesn't matter if I'm attached or not, we gotta do it.
Okay, there you go.
Cool, let's do it.
As soon as I saw him give me the look, I knew it was on, and I rushed to the shop to get the tools. I'm ready to cut this thing.
He comes out with a grinder, and I'm going, wait a minute. You know, shit, that's a $3,000 front end, and he starts cutting the hell out of it.
Sometimes building a custom car isn't pretty, not in the beginning stages. Everybody knew this had to happen, but going through the experience is somewhat traumatizing at times.
And I was tripping out. I was like, wow.
That finishes it, man. It's never going back to stock.
Ian, my car, what the heck to do to my car? And then I turn around and see Ian's dog. Dude.
He's concerned.
And even the dog goes, that's a 50 Merc you just cut up. Look at his face, he's saddened. Dude, sorry. You'll be okay, you're going to good use.
Let's take this Mercury inside and see what she's got.
The anticipation of bringing that front end up to the Packard, I was like, I gotta see this, I gotta see this. Here she comes. That's a trip, huh? putting this grill to it, it gives it like this masculine, like a bulldog, literally. Like maybe that's why the dog was tripping out. He probably thought it was his relative. Look at that, it's like,
I can see a clear path to victory. This nose piece is a game changer, but it's gonna take a little bit of doing though. I gotta trim out a lot on both cars to get this thing in position, but this nose thing takes it to the next level. Getting this Merc front end ready for the Packard. It's a rusty old car, it's been sitting around. I'm gonna clean as much of the rust off as possible just so I can start to get an idea of how this will fit on the car. Yeah, yesterday this was way out. Now it's way in. See, the look is really good, the way it mates up to the fender, but it's way wide. It looks like this nose is gonna get sectioned into 3 or 4 pieces. The 2 headlight shells I think will mate to the fenders really well, and I'm just gonna cut it apart and fit it up on the car in pieces. See that? Right up to the headlight, mates into the fender, just perfecto. And we don't want it to look crooked or weird, so I'm gonna build a jig so that they're parallel and at the same orientation. So I can weld it right to the headlight bucket. I want them to both be at the same plane, and they'll still be parallel. The big thing is to just get these headlights positioned, and then I can hang the grille and move forward from there with the sheet metal. I have to build the whole passenger fender, which is an exact mirror of what I accomplished on the driver's side, and then I'm gonna sheet in around the headlights. Fenders are a sure thing. The big concern is this nose and the way the hood is gonna come into this grille shape. The Packard nose comes to such a point, if you continued it forward at that trajectory of the 2 sides, it would be like a little triangle shape. We don't want that. We want it to have like a really pronounced hood. So Victor's got another Merc hood I'm gonna have to section in so that the front end's a little more bulbous. So this is the hood from the Merc. It came off of the same car. You can see it's in darn good shape. It looks terrible because it's completely rusty, but it's not cancer rust, it's just surface. It's almost a shame to cut this thing. Victor's got the resources, we're gonna cut it. Somebody will pay a freaking mint for this thing. The decision has already been made, it's out of my hands. Strangely enough, the one piece we're saving is the only place on the hood with a dent. There are a few things that I won't cut up, and this is right on the border. This is gonna be a tough one. Just made every other 49 Merc hood that much more valuable. That's all you gotta remember. What a shame. It would be way easier to just try to graft this little nose section on, but I want this ridge. And it'll actually be a much stronger join if I lap it to the Packard, so it'll be like a big diamond shape. That's why I'm completely ruining this hood, but it'll allow us some artistic window of opportunity. Oh, that actually don't look half bad. Sure switched up that ugly Packard. The Packard looked like a beak, a bird's beak. It was just way out and it's very thin. The Merc knew as a really wide, low car. And this really, it's a half and half. It's just, I can't believe it actually fit. Seeing that this Merc hood worked out was a relief. Now I just gotta figure out the lower portion. The cool factor about the Merc grille and the hood is it's got its factory latches in place. So by lowering this section, you'll see there's a structure in here that is designed to mate up against this. And since I need to lower this, I'm going to have to section it somewhere. So I'll section it right through the dent and then repair it, weld it back together. So it'll have a strip coming right through here. I've got a clear path to finish out this nose, and it's gonna be all right. Splicing these 2 hoods together was a pretty straightforward process in simple terms, but the contours on both sides are way different. So this is now our surface height of the hood. So it's coming through. You see how it's lifting towards the bottom? It's coming right through here like so, till it blends in. So this transition here is gonna be very hard to make. It's another compound curve, but right where that wants to change, I was thinking if I put a scoop in there, like you see on the Mercs, then all of a sudden the contour wouldn't need to be made. It would turn into a scoop. I don't know where the idea first came from for these scoops in the side of the Merc hood, but you see it all the time. It's a really cool thing. It breaks up the side profile of the hood a little bit. And because we have a mismatch in contour, I think it might just be the perfect fix. A little action in it. See what we come up with now like this. Actually, that doesn't even look half bad. But it definitely handles that weird mismatch for sure. My first inclination was to put the scoop forward. Maybe not that forward, but somewhere between here and here. I know Victor likes that classic element though. I got a few ideas to make this happen. I just got to sell Victor on the idea. I'm working on getting the bottom corners of the hood rounded. You see that all the time on custom Mercs. And I'm gonna mock up this side profile that just may incorporate a scoop. I gotta show it to Victor. So this is now the new shape of the hood opening, and I'll finish off the shape of the fender surround with the smaller rod. So this will be a nice radius hood edge. You see it on a lot of customs. Victor's got it like that.
Ian, what's going on?
Hey, man. Just kind of getting this hood together.
Oh, yeah, what a difference, man. I haven't seen the car in a while. I came by today, and that thing looks crazy. It follows the rest of the curves on the car. Curve, 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 curve. The more stuff I give them, the guy still continues to like go beyond my expectation on everything I have them do for me. Cool. That's real good. So what are we gonna do now on the hood here?
Well, that's the thing, you know, the transition from the Merc to the Packard is a little weird. But once Victor digested the look of the front of the car, he was really pleased with it, but then I tell him about the problem, and that is in the side contour of the hood. I want to show him the mock-up for the side panels and see what he thinks about this scoop idea. You know, I'm glad that the front worked out for you. I kind of just did that because I know you like the look of the other car, but the placement of the scoop is something I've been struggling with, whether it goes ahead of the axle line or behind.
Yeah,
so.
Looking at it in proportion-wise, I think it should be not quite half, just a little forward here. Let me see.
Yeah,
Wow.
just you like.
Coming in, and it shouldn't really be that drastic. So that's kind of the opening. And then from here, I mean, I'm just gonna draw it. It kind of ends in no more than a 1/4 inch, just to come in, just so there's the scoop line there.
Victor loved the idea. It was really just about placement. He wants it in proportion with the hood. He came up with a solution, and I was feeling really good about it, but Victor had other ideas.
The modification isn't over yet, so don't do this until the bird sings.
I just licked it, man. Game
I was gonna
over.
say till the fat man sings, but I can't sing with the shit. I still got some tricks up my sleeve, which I haven't even told Ian about yet. The modification isn't over yet.
Okay.
I really want to get this thing to my house and just to like see it every night so I could kind of feel it, and I want to look at it. Something, you know, once it's there, you know me, there'll be a slight modification.
Right.
Next time on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the Lead Sled Challenge.
The main thing I knew bringing the car over to Victor's was that his head was going to be spinning with ideas.
He looked at me and said, oh, that's a good idea, but I could see in his mind, I thought I was done.
I'm feeling like the world-class mountain climber that just summited Everest, and Victor's in the back of the car with like a whole new battle plan.
I want this sucker to bulge.
But Victor's surprises don't stop there.
I've been thinking about giving this car to Craig.
Okay.
The only thing is, his birthday's in a couple weeks.
With the pressure on, Ian's got a plan to pull it off.
There's nothing like hitting it when there's inspiration in the air. So I'm telling Victor, let's just cut it. You'll see what I'm talking about.
When he was talking to me, I didn't quite understand what he was trying to tell me.
Who cares how much effort it takes to get there?
Wow, that's right on.
It's the end result that counts.
Easy, Ian. I don't got insurance on it yet.
I think this is a keeper, man.
Yeah, no, look good, but hey, you didn't have your seatbelts on.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel does the unthinkable.
I got a show car, and it's just not up to par.
Ian's got a plan and brings together the A-team to make it happen.
I think this is gonna really get taken to the next level.
What other level are we talking about?
You don't get this at your local auto parts store.
Yes! Everything inside me just freaks out. A bubble top. Are you kidding me?
This is really how I want to work, working with an artist, trying to translate his drawing into three-dimensional reality. That's what we're building.
Awesome.
It's way more challenging than just restoring a car.
And then another heavy hitter joins the team.
There's a new kid on the block. Dude. I called in Eric for a reason.
This is the zone. This is the Super Bowl right here.
He likes the crazy, so he's come to the right place.
But as the guys get into it, things don't go as planned.
I'm looking at it and I'm like, that's gonna be hard to make.
And now I see this little bit of fear in his eyes, and I'm like, oh man, now what did we get ourselves into?
I am here. This is my car. We are going forward.
You'll hear all this banging and clanging and bending and like, and then he comes back over. All right, we're good. We got it.
We're raising the bar now.
I'm seeing this as probably the biggest challenge in my career. Called up my friend Johnny Jalopy. I've got a new car project I'm starting, and I really need his help.
Hey, what's up, man?
You returned.
I returned.
Howdy.
I don't really know what the heck I'm doing here, but I'm expecting to walk in and see some old car or some sort of parts laying on the ground, kind of the way he always starts a build, and there's nothing there. So I'm like, okay, what's going on?
Been a while.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, you know, after that crazy car we finished last time,
right?
I was thinking I gotta have you on board. Thank you. I was thinking I gotta have you on board for another project.
Okay.
Man. I really want Johnny to come back to the shop. We collaborated on a project about a year ago. Johnny drew this really radical cartoon hot rod Volkswagen thing, and I knew I could build it. I got a plan, but I'm gonna need Johnny's artistic talent to move forward on this new project.
What's up?
Well, I got something under that cover, and I want to talk to you about it.
Ah, what's under the cover?
This car's been sitting here in the corner of the shop for a while now.
So as he starts to slowly pull the tarp off, there sits the Space Junkie. This iconic, badass car that Ian has created. I've seen it in pictures.
So, exactly.
Holy cow, man.
So it's kind of in deep, cold storage. It hasn't gone anywhere in years.
And you want to change it. Well, could you What could you possibly want to do to it?
Well, let's pull it out and give it the once-over. This car is a 1931 Chevy. It's a radical departure from your restoration and even more from your typical show car. This was a really intense build for me. It was really a workout on my skill level regarding bodywork and fabrication, and I'm ready to change it up. Like anything else, you get used to looking at it, and that's why I wanted some fresh inspiration, because I think you got what it takes to bring it to the next level.
You're talking, obviously you can't, it's definitely chopped as much as you could chop something, and it's stretched as much as I could think you'd want to stretch something. So what are you thinking, like new wheels or another paint job on it? Or?
I want it to be completely revamped, not just a simple paint job. I mean, all the way.
You're not satisfied with
I'm not satisfied.
It's got to be different.
That's exactly it.
And he's like, yeah, no, I'm done with the whole thing. There's some cool things about it I like, but for the most part, yeah, I'm kind of over it. And I'm still like, how can you be over? I'm not over it. I'm still kind of in shock, like, yeah, I don't know where we're going with this. I can't imagine what we could do to make it cooler than it already is, but I'm in.
I've got Johnny here, and I'm slowly easing him into the idea of redoing Space Junkie. My background is in VWs, and the way that car is put together is it's like a rolling chassis with a body capped on it. So I built this car in that same vein. The nose detaches independently from the body, but they both lift off the chassis that is completely drivable without either. I mean, first of all, let's just take the spinners off. Spinners from the start were a gimmick. It was something to make people laugh. It was kind of cheesy. It was a direct reflection of the whole trend of the spinners at the time. It didn't start the trend I thought it would, so.
You thought it was gonna really take off and you were gonna start taking some orders?
I mean, come on. It's a 100-year-old wood spinner. It's like wood, hear that? It's freaking awesome. Spinners are just the tip of the iceberg. So this nose is undone. It kind of shifts up and forward. Let's take it off. The nose of the car is very easy to remove. 4 bolts, and that really reveals the work that's gone into the chassis and suspension. So see, look what's going on under there. There's
Even that looks cool.
That's what I'm saying, there's a whole different story. I mean, now look at the engine. What a freaking wild setup.
Holy cow.
You don't get it with the hood on.
Dude, look at all this detail that was really kind of hidden. I get what you're saying now, that it really kind of hit some coolness in it. He spent time and made these really cool body panels for this car, but the true talent of Ian is all the stuff that was covered, the whole chassis work and the way the front suspension's set up and all these really cool, intricate details that he had done were all hidden underneath his body. You know, I'm thinking, and he obviously was thinking when he built it, here's the cool part of the car. So how much time do you have in this, Ian?
I mean, I've worked on this car for over 5 years. Not full time, but every minute I could give it. So that's why it's so developed. It's a pretty good accomplishment. I can't wait to take it apart.
So it makes all the sense. 5 years of your labor of love. Let's just toss it.
Toss it, man. Once I pull this body off, I'll be able to explain my plan to Johnny. The whole deal was, from my thought process, I wasn't really leading you on until you saw it like this. I think we're working with this part, not that part.
That's comforting, because I'd hate to see you cut that apart.
That's a keeper. This is what we're gonna freak out on.
Okay.
From the start, I could see the concern in Johnny's eyes. You know, he doesn't want to cut this car up, and I kind of don't want to either. So seeing that it's a blank slate is a great relief, and I could see he's starting to think good stuff.
You literally put anything on this.
That's what I was thinking, man. Or just start fresh.
When he pulled the body off of the car and there's this chassis just sitting there, my wheels started spinning. I'm like, oh wow, there's so many things you could do with that. So I'm like, well, let me sit down inside the thing and kind of get my head moving. And so I sit down in the driver's position, and you know, I'm starting to see, oh, this is really cool. This could be anything. I think I'm starting to get it, man.
Right. It's a bare slate. You can do whatever you want.
Absolutely.
So this is really where I thought you could start your brain work from, but I have one more piece that's gonna give you the hint. I think it's gonna tip the scales in my favor. That car will be a vague and distant memory. All right, so you don't get this at your local auto parts store. Check that out.
Yes. He comes walking in and it's a bubble. And everything inside me just freaks out. I'm like, oh man, a bubble top. Are you kidding me? Dude, bubble top.
I made that other one with my friend, and what nobody knows is I made 8 of these, and this is the biggest one. I saved it for myself.
Dude.
Went on this bubble top adventure with my friend Victor. He's got a really radical bubble top T-Bird. While we had the oven set up, we made a whole bunch of different sizes, and I got to keep the biggest one. This is what we're using. Let me put 2 sticks here. Let's put it on, then you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Okay, we're raising the bar now. Some of the most iconic hot rods, you know, the Ed Roth built were bubble top cars. You know, this is amazing. I'm gonna get to be a part of something that could be crazy.
I got this bubble stored away for about a year. I've never seen it on the car, and now it's the time to check it out.
Look at that.
Dude. That's pretty ridiculous, huh? Right off the bat, we set it in place, and I knew these two were meant to be together. So, you have a chassis, you have your bubble, but wait, there's more. I got one more piece to this pie, one more slice to the puzzle, and that's these quarter panels from a Ford station wagon. It looks kind of loose now, but you see you got a pretty cool body line, and then the details of where the lights come in the back I thought was pretty neat.
Yeah.
So,
and it's got those cool iconic little pod things in it.
Exactly.
And that goes on with the pods and the circles.
Right. My concept as far as this project goes has ended at this. That's why I wanted you to come by here. Okay. It's like you got your bare essentials and just roll with it, man, whatever you think. I'm up for the challenge of building whatever you can dream.
And bubble tops are my favorite.
Yeah, and that's a pretty substantial
yes.
freaking dome.
The challenge is now we take all these 3 elements together and we come up with a cool design. I could probably pretty much put anything on paper and the dude's capable of doing it.
I'm seeing this as probably the biggest challenge in my career. I'm like a prize fighter without the prize, waiting for his match. As soon as he lays down the drawing, it's on. Ever since we mocked this thing up yesterday, I can't stop thinking about the car. I'm hoping Johnny is as enthusiastic as I am. I really hope he did his homework.
You've got pictures.
Aha.
Actually, I didn't get a ton of sleep, and the car had been on my mind all night, so I had to get stuff down on paper. So the first drawing was like a real basic, you know, not really adding a bunch of elements to make it drastically different, but taking all the pieces that Ian had said were the must-haves and putting them in there. But again, I added one crazy element because I couldn't help myself. It just wasn't as much me. So I popped out another rendering that was a little more radical. So I hope Ian likes them. What's up, man?
I couldn't sleep.
Me neither.
We made a mistake by putting this together so quick. I can't stop thinking about this thing, man. It's like I want to get to work right away, but I wanted to see what you got going on.
Okay.
The first drawing he shows me is very representative of the parts we have, except there's some kind of a weird fin on top. I mean, what the heck is on the bubble here? It's like, what is that?
Crazy idea of this like mohawk. You said take it to the next level.
That is, man. Right off the bat, this is exactly why I asked him to come here. You know, something I wasn't even thinking about. He's already got a line on it. I think that's a keeper. However that thing translates into the final product.
So Ian seemed to really like that first drawing, but I knew the second one had a lot more of me in it, and I was excited to show him that part. And then that kind of popped in my head.
Dude, that's the move right there. Johnny's second drawing really nailed it. 3/4 front view, absolute proportion-wise, what I would consider, yes, that's exactly what I want. I'm freaking building that car. This is the keeper, dude. I think if you can put that mohawk on that car, that's what we're building. From the start, this car was like inspired by a lakes racer, a very long wheelbase and low profile. And that was the difference in his second drawing. The first one was very tall and cartoony, and the second one just nailed it. It looked fast right off the page. So the whole thing with your drawing is, you know, this height here is showing almost equal with the top of the dome. You know, I'd say that the car would be no taller than this by the proportion of the drawing, wouldn't you think?
The roof of the Space Junkie was no higher than that, right?
Even lower, right? There was just enough room for the sunroof to coil up above this element, so it was probably about this tall.
So that is kind of proportion to kind of what I drew.
Ideally, yeah. We mocked up this bubble yesterday. It looked great because we had nothing to compare it to. As soon as I'm comparing it to Johnny's drawing, I could tell it's way too high profile. We got to remedy that. So I think we got to cut this bubble, man.
That's the most aggressive way to look to it.
As awesome as it is, we got to cut this thing.
A quick reaction to as soon as I showed him the drawing and the low cut bubble, he was like, we got to cut the bubble and see if that's going to work. It's almost 10 inches.
It looks like if you're coming up with a hard measurement of 9, we could trim 8 inches off this safely and just take another look at it.
Which freaked me out. Are you cool with cutting your big giant bubble?
Well, that's what we're here for, man. That's why I asked you to come here and do these concepts, because I'm open for the adventure. Let's cut this thing and see what we can do with it. I just cut apart my prize show car. A freaking piece of acrylic ain't no threat. To remedy this bubble, we're gonna cut it. Johnny and I settled on taking 8 inches out of this bubble. It's not really something I'm looking forward to doing, but it's gotta be done.
You just can't go down to the local auto parts store and grab another bubble. So now here he's talking about, you know, cutting this thing down and making it smaller, which makes sense, but still I was super apprehensive and I don't know how we're gonna do this.
So, I got a delivery of all these sanding discs, and they measure 8 inch on the box.
No way.
Let's set them up. Typical like machinist layout thing would say you have a base plate, you're gonna measure vertical, and then across to whatever it is you're gonna scribe on. And that's really what we're doing with the floor. We got a base plate, we got a couple risers, and a couple cross beams, and we're gonna trace off of that. This is high-tech stuff, baby. So the idea is, see, you have a bar, and it's always gonna be 8 inches all the way around.
So it's always at the same height.
Exactamento.
For me, I've drawn lots of stuff with straight lines, freehand, and I can pull a pretty straight line, but I'm going, man, thinking about trying to draw a straight line completely around that bubble and make it symmetrical was crazy in itself. But he was like, yeah, no problem. This is what we'll do. It's pretty precise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's freaking rocket science, baby.
That's awesome.
So that's a very big trim. Look how much less of a dome it is. The main reason I like this bubble because of its massive proportions, and just raising the bottom perimeter 8 inches shrunk it down almost in half, it seemed. You see how much plastic we're losing, you know? It's a very small bubble now.
Right.
I don't want to say a quarter's been taken off, but maybe it's a fifth of it taken off.
It definitely doesn't look as dramatic back here, but this is a lot of real estate.
Yeah. There's two things we're trying to accomplish, and that is fit it between the rear tires so we can have some body work in there, some steel, and make it as long as the chassis is from the firewall to the rear edge of the frame.
By cutting the bubble as small as we did, we had taken out the length of the bubble to ensure that real extended, long, dragster look. We needed to keep the length.
So what if we took this
and raised it?
Did this? Then it's a very long, narrow bubble now.
I see, so you're almost changing the rake of the
Changing the
cut.
rake of the bubble, yeah. Let me draw a line on there, let's see what we got.
Wow.
Yeah, it's totally different,
Look at
totally
that.
different dome. Well, once we got it marked, that's it. It's okay, we've made a decision. Now what do we do? Are we gonna stick it or are we gonna decide again? Give it one eyeball approval. If we mark it wrong and commit to a cut, you can't uncut it. It's very delicate. It's a one-time deal.
And now I see this little bit of fear in his eyes, and I'm like, oh man, now what did we get ourselves into?
The only way to figure it out is if we do it, right? So
yeah,
it's like getting
I'm in.
married.
Let's do it.
You can't fake it.
At that point, I was like, you know what? I could either sit back and be afraid of it, or I'll I'll follow along, you know, put all my faith in Ian. He knows what the heck he's doing. And I was like, yeah, I'm in. Let's do this. Let's cut it. I got your back. So he starts going right into the bubble. And those first couple noises into the bubble, I'm like cringing. Oh, man.
I was super focused on my work. A lot could go wrong, but I could feel there was tension in the air. It's nice to let your teammates know that you got this, that it's a sure thing, but that's not the case here. I told them we're gonna cut this thing, and I really have not done it this way, so hopefully it works.
He just kind of proceeds to pierce his way every couple of inches.
I was surprised to see how easily this thing cut. I was all the way around, and it's like, hey, it's showtime.
The cruncher.
I felt a disturbance in the force. So let's try this. Grab under. Raise up. That's it, we're up. Lift up. Are you still attached there? And we can't put any torsional twist.
Boom.
Perfect.
Sure enough, he grabs one side, I grab the other side, and it pops right off. Super clean cut. It was crazy.
There it is, a smaller, better bubble. It was a relief to have that thing cut through without any issue, but the other point is moving it. We're gonna have to make a base plate for this to support it before we can put it on the car.
I want to see it, Ian. So let's not. Yeah,
I don't want to break it, my man.
I hear you.
That's what it's about.
Come on, let's do it.
My first thought was we have to reinforce this because we got through the first challenge. It could crack at any time. Johnny's so amped, he's saying he needs to see it now.
I'm like, forget that, let's just put it on there. Ready?
If it breaks, it's your fault.
If he dies, he dies. I'm jonesing at this point. You know, we've gone this far, he's cut the bubble. I just want to see it on top of that chassis and see if we've made the right decision.
It's gonna be okay. Look at that, it's still too tall. We're getting there. We put it on and it was good, but I'm looking for great or even greaterer. So, looks good. We're gonna try one more thing. So I think the front of that bubble needs to come down right to the bell housing. That's just a simple little firewall I made. It's just sheet metal. It doesn't do anything structurally. This deal here.
Okay.
I think we can just cut this right off and we'll lay the bubble on the bell housing for now just to take a look at it.
So, cutting some more of the space junkie.
See, that's
Get
part
it out of here, it's old.
That's part of what I was leading you into too. We're actually never going back, Johnny. I gotta tell you, that car will never see this frame again. That's been the Grandmaster plan from the start. Well, Johnny's thinking we're still trying to salvage the opportunity to put that other body back on here. And I'm only thinking it's going forwards.
And I'm like, okay, now we're cutting up more of this iconic car, and he's got no problem with it. All right.
It's my car, and I can do that if I want to. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, look at that now. Yeah. Dude.
That's pretty
sets
silly.
it all backwards, too. Oh, my goodness.
I think those are our proportions. Getting this thing on the chassis, you can see it fits now. It doesn't look like a big high bubble top thing. It's very slick. Even better than I thought it was gonna be. It's all about the feel of the ride, right? And that's the thing, I gotta get back in here and see if it's working. If your head's banging against the bubble, it ain't gonna be okay. If it's too close, if it feels claustrophobic, it ain't gonna work.
Oh, yeah.
There's no less room than the other ones. It's a yes or no thing. I am here, this is my car, we are going forward. I think I finally arrived, Johnny. We're in a good position.
That's pretty sick.
I don't even look at that car anymore. That car's nothing to me. Put a cover on it. Since we cut that ring off the bottom of the acrylic dome, it's very flimsy. So I just want to be sure it doesn't flex out of shape and crack. I got this wooden backboard that'll support it while it's on the car. So according to the schematics, I think we nailed this bubble thing.
Yeah, I agree. I even think the height that we have up on the bubble area too,
it works.
Compared to that it's damn close.
You know, the real world parameters of the arch on the top of this bubble are obviously taller than your drawing.
Right.
But the attitude line of that rake coming
Definitely
in,
there.
it's aiming right at the front spindle, and that's the attitude of the car.
Yep.
I think we nailed it. Let's do some metal work. We're trying to make this tire appear as big as possible, you know, up over the edge of the quarter panel, and that's really it. Just cut and trim until it looks right.
So we're close. We gotta take this whole wheel arch off now, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good starting point.
Immediately putting it on the body, it really started to define that flying arrow that we were looking for. But the body panel only goes up to about half of the chassis, and there's this whole other part that needs to be filled in. But Ian seems pretty confident that that's not that big of a deal.
So this is pretty much drawing in space. You do the thing with your magic markers on the paper. I do the same thing with steel bars and aluminum bars on the cars. The whole deal here is kind of giving the nod to Johnny's design. So I asked him to get down and figure it out with the tape, you know, what lines are you seeing here? I do this all the time, so Johnny's first try at this worked out pretty well.
As we put up the tape lines, we can really see that the stretch of the car is super exaggerated, way more than I even envisioned in the first drawing.
This is really the point I knew we were going to be challenged because, you know, in a perfect world, everything would be art, right?
So, yeah, I just draw it and it's done.
Just there. So I think that's being the cue, style-wise, of how we're going to take this thing and represent that feeling. It's obviously going to be like that drawing was pulled and stretched.
Right.
So I think we're going to have to stretch all those lines to kind of give it the same vibe.
I'm digging where it's going.
Yeah,
it's really starting to evolve.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. I wasn't thinking dragster at all until we took this body off, and now all of a sudden you could see it is. It's like a slingshot dragster show car bubble thing.
And the next thing I know, he whips out a picture.
See, the whole thing I was thinking about now, and looking at this, it's starting to represent more like the dragster feel, you know? This is like a hot rod, but stretched out, and that's exactly what's happening here. So somehow, you know, the proportion has to mimic.
Kind of the way this is wedging.
Yeah, right, it's a total wedge, you can see.
I'm digging it. And then we really start comparing that photo with my drawing, and then here comes the next challenge.
Anything goes at this point. If you can come up with a concept for that missing piece of the body.
Well, I got my stuff here. I could...
Yeah, I mean, whatever you can think. I'm gonna cut that other corner panel and get it mocked in place. Let that be a little flavor in the stew. I got the artist in the house. I might as well just keep him working.
Through this whole journey, you know, Ian's kind of played this whole game of ping pong with me, where he comes up with an element and then he's like, what do you got? So it's interesting to be working on his level or playing in his game, and going back and rehashing the same design over and over and over again and try to really get it down to a defined ending is totally different for me, but it's super exciting.
Johnny's getting busy doing his drawing. I'm gonna get busy doing the metal stuff. I wanna finish up these quarter panels and get them in place. Maybe have a symmetrical look of what the whole back of the car is gonna be.
Nice.
Hey, here it is, baby.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so the back has got a pretty freaking cool look, man. Check that out.
That is badass.
So that's the thing. The rear is open for interpretation, but these quarter panels are a great freaking start.
Well,
it's pretty groovy.
I got a little something for you too.
Throw them on a plate.
Speaking of that.
So we were just having like the car show in the shop moment. And then it occurred to me that I'd asked him to do some drawing. So it's like, let's check out your last rendition.
So here's what I got.
Oh, wow. That's pretty freaking good. Where did you photocopy that from? Who drew that? That's freaking nuts, man.
So, you know, brought the body panel down. I still kind of left the spears in there.
Right.
With the lower look to it.
Yeah, love it.
Again, added the, you know, the mohawk that you liked from the first drawing.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of extended out the outer fins.
Love it. Right. Everything's just a little bit more dramatic. Johnny really went off on this last rendering. He really put all the details he was conceiving. I love the fact that he put this giant aluminum fin across the bubble. We knew that, but he's got some wild ideas with the headlights. The front of the body has some vents incorporated in it. I've never seen anything like it. That's why I want to build it, because this thing's far out. Dude, I like that better than all of them so far. So I hate to keep asking you to draw stuff, but you see what it's developing into, man. It's freaking amazing.
Nothing's cooler than, you know, being some guy that just draws a bunch of doodles to get to be a part of something as big a scale as this. When he said, hey, I need some help, I didn't expect it to be like this. Well, man, I hate to say it, but I gotta head home. I wish I could stay longer and help you.
What are you talking about? You mean you have a day job?
Yeah, I gotta get back to the day job.
Johnny's time has been short and sweet. He nailed this concept, and now all I gotta do is build it. Thanks for doing the hard part, man.
Thanks for letting me come and be a part of it.
Right on. Johnny Jalopy had to hit the road, but there's a new kid on the block. I called up my friend Eric. He was on board to come by and check it out. He walks in, and I think he's a little startled. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for the invite.
Right on.
What,
What? You act like you've never seen this type of thing before.
When I came in and I saw it, it was like, okay, the gravity of it kind of spread apart, just bits and pieces here and there. It's, you know, it's a little like, what did you do?
Just collaborating with Johnny on all the potential this car could have made me think I gotta redo everything. I pulled the engine out because I want to freshen up the paint on the frame, pulled the wheels and the hubs off. Everything needs a little once-over, freshen up. Eric walks in the middle of this strange disassembled state.
I'm almost kind of glad I wasn't here to see it being unbolted. It's kind of like pulling apart Frankenstein's monster. And okay, we're gonna make a cooler version, but you don't want to be in the room when, you know.
So this is kind of what Johnny comes up with right off the bat. So he's thinking like slingshot, dragster, bubble top show car thing.
I'm ready.
Yeah, we're sitting there messing around, right, mocking stuff up, and he goes back to the drawing board and he comes up with this ridiculous aluminum mohawk fin thing across the top.
Dude, this is gonna be sweet. There needs to be more bubble tops in the world.
Just like calling in Johnny, I called in Eric for a reason. He has a background in building crazy stuff.
I never wanted to have the same kind of car. I always went to the next thing or something different. I cut up a perfectly good 65 Thunderbird and built my own version of the baddest bubble top I could possibly think of at the time. It's the Iron Lung bubble top.
It's pretty freaking far out. I'm not that easy to impress, and that guy impressed me.
It took me about 4.5 years to build. I wanted to build something that looked the part back then, but just something a little more current or just different. Just break away from the mold of it all.
He built the bubble top before I built the bubble top, so I think this is gonna really get taken to the next level. As soon as Eric got here, we got right to work. First, I wanted to frame out the structure for the body panels.
Basically, you need to have a squared structure and figure out, you know, how you place these, because if one's off by an inch, when you go start tying things together, you're gonna be off by a mile.
I wanted to get this set up so we could focus on creating the rest of the body. Any concerns? You think it's gonna be all right?
No, I'm good. The gear drive is just buzzing away like a blower belt. Being able to work with somebody that, you know, like Ian, that has this talent, I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow, and I can't wait for it, you know? This is something cool.
It's gonna be all right. Today we got right into it. Had a lot to accomplish. I wanted to see the front of this thing fleshed out. We're trying to avoid this generic shape that the rear quarter panels offer us. I want to taper them in, try to follow the contour of the acrylic bubble.
So Ian has this idea that we're gonna do these slices into the quarter panels to kind of try to draw things in. I'm a little skeptical of it, just simply because you're trying to curve something. The metal does not want to go that way. We only have 2 of these quarter panels. We can't go out and find another 59 Ford Ranch wagon for quarter panels if we screw this up.
I have Eric on the mission of modifying what's already in place, and I'm going to create what isn't in place. There's a series of bends that I need to make for the front cowl area, and it's pretty complicated. The way that these quarter panels are created, it was like a big stamp, bang, one-shot perfection. I don't have that capacity, so I'm gonna have to make these in a number of different shapes. So I'm comparing each contour to different parts on the original fender, and I know how I'm gonna piece them together somehow.
So I get all the slices done on both sides. We start to pull it in, and it works. It's funny, it's just a big piece, so you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, after we slice this, cut here, bend this, twist that, it will be perfect. This is an important piece simply because if it's off, the front of the body will not match. Once this is set up, there's other pieces that go into the cowl that everything has to be cut in a certain way that it has to match. So this again is another piece where if the foundation is not square on both sides, you can't get the perfection that you're looking for. It's big trouble.
The easy thing is making one side. The more challenging part is duplicating it in a mirror image for the other.
So Ian comes in and he's like bending metal and panels and cutting this and cutting that. And as I'm doing my thing, he just keeps kind of coming over my shoulder and like, think, yep, no, here, hold that, wait a minute, mark that. Like he'll leave and you'll hear all this banging and clanging and bending and like, and stuff screeching, and then he comes back over and over my shoulder and here, all right, we're good, we got it. He's like, all right, weld it up and we're good. Look at that line. That is
Everybody's
just,
always critiquing.
That is years of
You should see what I do with the other guys.
unsurpassed talent.
The other guys that work in the shop, sometimes it's like a freaking football playbook. I think Eric's a consummate professional, and I got the wild style going behind his back. He doesn't know what's going on. Maybe he thinks I'm not working up to my capacity, but this is how I roll.
He has a certain style and a certain way to finesse his equipment to do what he wants. And it's entertaining to say the least.
We got about that much, and then it gets bigger. Look at that much. Then it gets bigger. Holy moly, we're getting good at this. We're both standing back and looking at it, and it occurs to me that Eric hasn't seen this thing mocked up. Johnny and I set up with the fenders and the bubble on, and I think it's time to show him what's happening. Totally fits. That's pretty ridiculous. I can't say that I've ever seen one like this. That's pretty weird.
I want to see the holy mohawk on it. With the bubble on it and the body panels going, it's starting to really take shape, and it's amazing.
The front is looking perfect, man. I couldn't have imagined it better, but now we have to imagine a better rear section. The rear portion of the car is a blank slate. Eric's got a couple ideas. He's not talking, so I guess we'll see what develops. Eric was holding out on his concept for the rear, so I finally asked him what he's been thinking.
All right, while you're in a good mood,
Yes.
open to ideas, I have an idea for this. What if we were to maybe dish this in?
Right.
And do a radiator, since I like doing the pod things with the headlights and the grills kind of thing. What if we did a pod for the radiator and had it separate and exposed, like show the mechanicals of it, but do like a case for it?
I like that idea. So it's almost like the engine is like a piece of jewelry in the front.
Yes.
And the radiator is another
Is the
one
piece in the back.
hanging out of the back.
Yeah.
I'm totally down for that.
All right.
This is a complete blank slate at this point. I am open to suggestion, and the more outrageous it gets, the better. It's not something I would have thought of, but I like the idea a lot.
So do I earn my supper for this evening?
Yes, I think you're gonna get a gold star on the refrigerator.
Cool, man.
For today's efforts.
My mom will be so happy.
Yeah.
I told him my idea, and he was like, yes. And then almost instantaneously, he's like, I got some stuff that can do, I'll be right back. Just give me a minute.
I have a lot of stuff. So he says he wants some kind of a concave surface, and I think I got just the thing. Well, I was looking for this, but then I saw that. This is a good start. It's about the dimensions we're working with. This is what we need. My television provider no longer carried my show, so I took down the utility apparatus from the top of the roof, and I had this dish.
And he comes back in here.
I got some stuff. Found a radiator.
Ooh.
I think it's a Ford Mustang, and I found a dish. You were asking for a dish shape.
I totally think he took a ladder, climbed up on his roof, and stole a satellite dish. This is perfect.
Concave shape, right?
This is perfect.
And it's steel.
Oh man.
It'll be perfect.
This is like the perfect shape, and he comes in and we kind of set it in place. I'm like, we're totally putting a satellite dish on the back of this car.
Satellite dish on a car, that makes no sense at all, but it works. The thing was mainly that it fit the car. It's gonna be modified, but this shape is a keeper. It's just gotta take the paint off and tack weld it on.
So we get it on the car, and we got it where we want it. And now the trick is to make it not look like a dish welded to the back of a car.
I'm thinking we just need to put something in place, start to get a feel for the dimensions of this, and I'm gonna make a simple roll pan for the back of the car. Just throw it in the sheet metal brake and roll it. Once we got the pan on, we took the body off just to get a better look at it. So the big question is, how does this transition from our fabricated part into the satellite dish? That's what I'm wondering. You know what, maybe let's make the top first, because you could see the old line right here. The way these things here from the factory, I'm digging them. So, you know, this is just a line. I was thinking a tube shape with a nice round edge, not just coming only straight across, but coming back and down.
Yeah.
The whole thing was just to get some line in place. You use this round tube, and I just create kind of a shape, but I'm thinking like a V shape. It kind of tapers down. Something that'll just give a landing point to whatever sheet metal we put in place. I'm building out the back of this car with these strips just because we're trying to move fast. This car's gonna have a lot of fiberglass, a lot of filler on it, so I'm just creating a surface. It's very simple. We're not getting too crazy with it. We're gonna put in a series of strips, trim them to fit, and then weld everything together. The whole thing is just standing back and checking it out. There's still a lot of loose ends, but you could see that the dish was the right call. It's a great centerpiece, and nobody's gonna know what happened. Yeah, so I'm real happy with this contour, just the way you're seeing the mimicking reflection of this and this, but it's set in. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah, it's the makings of a fine bubble top.
So, Eric's gotta hit the road. All good things must come to an end.
This has been like hot rod summer camp. And it was really neat to meet somebody else in this universe that gets this stuff and gets these things and like it doesn't matter the work, the time frame, just that it's gotta be the best that it could be. And the ideas are the possibilities are endless.
It was really great having Eric here. He brought a lot of great ideas to the project, and I'm inspired to take this thing all the way.
Next time on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of his wild show car.
I had a t-shirt when I was like 15 that said normal is boring. This car, it's gotta follow suit. Sky's the limit.
Ian gets some help from an old friend, and the ideas keep flowing.
It started with Johnny Jalopy, continued with Eric, and now Mark's here. So it is all about the collaboration.
I brought you some stuff.
Cool.
Is he gonna like it? Is he not gonna like it?
Whoa, that thing is nuts.
With the car taking shape, Ian heads out on the hunt for parts.
I'm building a Roth-style bubble top.
Now that you mentioned that bubble top, let me show you something.
He's like, you gotta come inside. This thing is like a snapshot of heaven.
Back in the shop, things don't go as planned.
Stepping back and looking at the car, it's just not good. There's something terribly wrong.
He's got his vision, he's got the drawing to consider, but if it's not aesthetically the way he wants, then it's not gonna happen.
There's one final element that's gonna seal the deal. People start to wonder, how the heck did that happen?
So Ian, you better send me photos, you better keep me updated, I better get a Christmas card. And other than that, man, keep trucking on now.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the Lead Sled Challenge.
The main thing I knew bringing the car over to Victor's was that his head was gonna be spinning with ideas.
He looked at me and said, oh, that's a good idea, but I could see in his mind, I thought I was done.
I'm feeling like the world-class mountain climber that just summited Everest, and Victor's in the back of the car with like a whole new battle plan.
I want this sucker to bulge.
But Victor's surprises don't stop there.
I've been thinking about giving this car to Craig.
Okay.
The only thing is, his birthday's in a couple weeks.
With the pressure on, Ian's got a plan to pull it off.
And there's nothing like hitting it when there's inspiration in the air. So I'm telling Victor, let's just cut it. You'll see what I'm talking about.
When he was talking to me, I didn't quite understand what he was trying to tell me.
Who cares how much effort it takes to get there?
Wow, that's right on.
It's the end result that counts. A while back, I had this crazy idea. I wanted to take this old Packard and convert it into a lead sled for my friend Tom.
Oh, man.
Came out pretty cool, and then Victor saw it.
I said, hey, Ian, you think Tom will ever sell the car? And he said, you kidding?
Victor wanted me to come over, some kind of consultation. I'm walking down the driveway, and the Packard's already there.
Surprise, I got the Packard. I don't want to change that much, but I want to change everything.
Victor comes in and just wipes the slate clean.
Check it out, I got your clip. They said, that's not gonna work. I said, I know it's not, but Ian will make it work.
Took a bit of doing, but I got the body on.
That's it, man. I brought you surprise, so come on out and I'll show you what my idea is.
Victor says he's got something out in the driveway.
1950 Mercury was another project.
This nose piece is a game changer, but it's gonna take a little bit of doing though.
The modification isn't over yet.
Okay.
I really want to get this thing to my house.
The whole thing with taking the car over to Victor's house is now it's in his ballpark.
And I still got some tricks up my sleeve.
This thing has the potential to go totally off the rails. This Packard's come a long way. I got it over here to Victor's. He was saying he needs to check it out in person, kind of ruminate on it. There's one or two things left for me to do sheet metal-wise, and this thing's almost a wrap. All right, so this is pretty much all the fab in the hood, aside from the scoops. I'm gonna finish these two scoops by the time he gets here, and we're good to go. I don't know where the idea first came from for these scoops in the side of the Merc hood, but you see it all the time. It's a really cool thing. It breaks up the side profile of the hood a little bit. My original idea was putting them more towards the middle of the hood, but Victor wants them further back. I'm a little unsure if this far back is really gonna work or not. The only way to figure it out is to mock it up and see what it looks like. The whole thing about this vent is it's all about placement and the shape of it. The reason this idea works on the Merc hood is because there's a huge indent that people cover over. The Packard just doesn't have that. The whole thing is just trying to get this thing to work. The process here is pretty simple. Just make this piece of sheet metal fit the hood and put a curve in it. The whole thing about this location change is I don't have the shop set up the way I typically would, so it's all about improvisation. The thing about this is it's a section of a cone, so I'll try to just push it. So I got a piece of pipe I found. Victor has a sheet metal brake. It's pretty basic, but I think I could pull it off. If you ask Gene Winfield, for instance, how they did it back in the 50s, he might say this was the same technique. It's as old as history. I got both these pieces formed. They look good. Tacking this thing on, and Victor comes in.
Ian, how you doing?
Hey, man.
All right, you got the scoop, huh?
Yeah, I did all the detailing on the hood, and I just wanted you to check out the scoop before we finalize it. They're kind of mocked up.
I really can't tell. Can we drop the car on the ground?
Yeah, I just jacked it up.
Yeah, we'll be able to see how it looks in proportion to the size of the hood. I walked in and Ian finished the scoops. I wasn't really sure how they were gonna come out because I had placed them more towards the back, and then they look kind of funky. For sure, it doesn't need to go back. A little forward, just to see.
I just wasn't feeling this first vent and its location, so I was telling Victor, stand back, let me move it around, tell me what you think. 4 eyes are better than 2.
Yeah, that looks more in proportion. Yeah, I think about right there, that's it.
By moving this vent around, you know, you hit a sweet spot. I tacked it in place and then stood back, and I concur. This thing is looking good.
That's it right there. Actually makes it look meaner. Yeah, it just breaks that up. Now, the hood, instead of being 20 foot long, now it's only 10 foot long.
Right. Well, if you're cool with the placement of those scoops, I'll just finish welding them in. That's a no-brainer. There's a lot to do on this front grille, so I don't know where you're going with that. I got these scoops pretty much finished up. The positioning is working for me. Hopefully Victor is in agreement.
How's it going?
Good, man. I just finished grinding all this stuff down. You got a couple scoops?
This looks good. I mean, what a difference.
So the scoops took a little while to weld, so I didn't warp everything. I took the stock Merc bumper and I narrowed it because we narrowed the nose underneath the headlights, remember?
In the first glance, it looked like nothing was done to it until I really looked and said, hey, them bumpers aren't too long anymore. Yeah, so where did you cut the bumper from?
I narrowed the overrider on each side so it doesn't even mess with the chrome plating. And then I narrowed it right behind the license plate so it looks like it's a factory bumper, just a little bit narrower.
Perfect, yeah. Clean cut. Actually, it looks factory done.
I think the whole goal that we're going for here is this subtle kind of makeover. You're not seeing any real hard lines of modification. It all just kind of flows, and I guess that's really the end result Victor's looking for.
Yeah, the bumper looks great. Before we could commit to the grille, I want to commit to the headlight covers.
Victor pulls out these headlight bezels for the front end restyle. We've been using them the whole time, but he tells me he's been thinking.
Last night when I got up at like 4 in the morning, I mocked these up. Then I remember I had another set and I actually put the light bulbs in it. So I got one more set. I've already stuck the light bulb in there.
Victor has these aftermarket pieces you see on custom Mercs all the time. It's like a Frenched universal headlight.
And it fits right in, no extra modification, nothing.
They work perfect. They got brand new fancy bulbs inside, and it really gives the car a really face-forward appearance.
Now it's been cut, sectioned, chopped, straightened, length, and now it's Frenched.
I think this is perfect. So we just weld those surrounds right to the fender, and that's it, done.
So we're committed now, let's get into the grill. That's another story.
I asked Victor what grill he was using, and he comes over with a wagon full of parts, you know, the swap meet thing.
I even modified the wagon to carry my equipment. This is my candy store right here. You know, I go to the swap meet here in California, Pomona, and just collect things. And I had a whole collection of grill over probably 10, 15 years worth of grill. That's option number one, a floating grill like off of a shoebox.
This grill works perfectly if you're building a shoebox. You can see the orientation of the headlights and the bumper, make it look just like that car. I mean, that's an awesome center bar, but it just tells you it's a shoebox Ford, and that's the thing. It's
and
like,
it doesn't go with the lines floating. See, this thing flows, and that just, it doesn't do it.
Yeah, it cuts it right across. Victor's really looking for my opinion in a lot of ways.
Option one, nada.
Nada. But still, it's not easy to put these parts on a Packard, so it's got to work out somehow.
Option two is a 53 Chevy. This might flow a little better.
Really works with these curves in the Merc opening, though. That's cool. Second thing up is this grill from, say, a 53 or 54 Chevy. It's a good-looking piece also.
That fits it and it flows. The only problem I see is, what do you see behind it? You see nothing but the radiator and all the lines of the modification we've done behind it.
And it doesn't work with the overrider either.
Yeah,
you have to
no,
run just a blade bumper.
It fits, but it doesn't work. The grill, to me, is like a nose on a person. It has to fit right between the two headlights, which are your eye, and your mouth is the bumper.
Well, I don't think any of our choices so far are that good, man.
It just doesn't flow. So now I guess we'll go with option three, which is the regular stock Mercury grill.
I think both Victor and I were just looking for that other thing, you know? We were both leaning towards the Merc grill because it's a classy look. We're just trying out other options because you never know. Wow, this works. Even being narrowed, it still doesn't hit it.
and it fits perfect because it
Covers
covers
everything up.
everything, that whole big opening of this radiator.
It's like the car was made for it. The bumper fits, the grill opening fits, it's pretty much a keeper. The thing is so crazy modified, maybe just a little element of stock is what's gonna really make people wonder what went on here.
It looks like a stock Merc from the front. Once this car passes, they're gonna go, what the heck? I thought that was a Merc.
Hey, everybody's got their thing, right? Victor loves Mercs, and I think that's what we're doing here. We're building another Mercury out of a Packard. If we're using the stock grille, then it's a pretty simple fix to the side of this fender then. I'll cut off all this ridge here where the old turn signal action used to happen, and I'll just follow it around right into the wheel arch or the piece of sheet metal. You can see how far out this is sticking, but now we have this curve here dictating the curve of the fender. So the sheet metal, you can see, will just turn the corner. It'll go right around, and then the pan will connect through there. See, so this, I mean, obviously I'm covering up the wheel, but you see that's gonna follow this bumper right through.
Pull that cardboard back for me. I want to see something.
I'm just thinking about, let's finish this whole problem. Let's just get the fender put back together and move forward. Victor's like, hold on, I got a whole new idea.
Can we turn the cardboard on the other side? Let's see, I want to see something.
So if it's coming in.
Yeah, right there. So it's gonna kind of end there, right? Can we open up that whole wheel well with a radius there?
Oh yeah, for sure. That way it'll steer when it's low, because it's not gonna steer now. Victor's idea here is to radius the wheel opening. He wants to see the tire, because the car sits so low, the tire totally disappears. He loves the look of the white wall, but more importantly, for me, the idea is that it gives the tires the opportunity to steer. It looks awesome, sure, but to create this very complex shape, as well as filling in a hole, it's a pretty big deal. It's the problem with these custom cars, and with Victor, is, you know, the sky's the limit. There is unlimited potential here. Every time we solve one problem, he's got more ideas to create problems with. Victor had to take off, and that's kind of his gig. He's the idea guy. Now it's up to me to just make it happen. First thing I need to do is finish out this sheet metal that comes around below the headlight. It's just gonna be one panel that wraps right around, mates the Packard fender to the Merc sheet metal. I don't have any of my regular tools here, so I gotta figure out how to form this stuff. The whole thing is I'm looking around the shop for something with a slightly smaller radius than what I need on the car, because it doesn't actually stay the same shape you roll it into. It always relaxes a bit. I got two options. Roll of tar paper or a copper pipe. So there was like 3 or 4 rolls of tar paper laying around. I picked the one that looked like it matched best. Working out of the shop, you gotta make do. Their equipment's awesome, but there it is. Getting this sheet metal panel in place around the front of the fender, I know it's not right, it looks a little flat. I'm gonna build out the wheel arch and then take a look at it. I don't have a bender, so I'm gonna do the old tire trick. I've used this trick a whole bunch of times before I got my fancy equipment, and first thing I can think of is a Volkswagen rim, because you always need some of that, and I know it's gonna be the right radius. Back before all those fancy tools were around, that's how they used to do it. They would take the spare tire off their Model T, and they would curl it up. Takes a little muscle, but I got some to spare. I really just figured that radius was gonna be the right one. I mean, did you see me do any measuring? Look at the outtakes. I did that to that. It's when you know you're on the right life path. Things just fall into place. The wheel arch is gonna work, but the sheet metal panel ain't happening. It's starting to look like a cartoon car, you know? The whole thing with this simple forming is that all it yields is a very flat shape. I'm gonna go look around. I know Victor's got a ton of parts around here. We gotta make the fender look right, and I'm just looking for other options. Back here in Victor's storage yard, I know he's had this Merc back here for a while that we've been using as the donor parts car. And yeah, now that it's revealed, I think we all understand exactly why this is a parts car. Somebody really screwed it up. Looking over the car, I could see why it was abandoned. I mean, whoever started the chop, they cut it apart pretty good. They just didn't know how to put it back together again, and that's what ruined it. I've seen some pretty rough work, but nothing quite compares to this chop top. So the parts I came over looking for aren't on it. So what I was thinking is I could maybe use this section of the fender, take this and flip it around backwards to the other side. They're both very strong, and the curvature matches the part of the Merc fender we're using. I think maybe these fenders are enough for me. I think the car was getting a little sentimental. It started to reattach itself, so it was a little difficult removing it. There it is. We really don't have much to work with, so there's only one way to find out, and that's to take them back to the shack and see if it fits. I got the Merc fenders back in the shop. I'll do a little slicing and dicing, see if I can make them work. The whole thing with these leftover parts is that it does have a really nice radius. The fender well opening is represented, and it's, you know, it's original Merc sheet metal. You can see clearly it's curved, but it also has a slight curvature this way. See, you got this nice undercurved section. It's nice and round. There's plenty of material to come up. So that's it. A little duct tape. This thing's done, ready for paint. The whole thing here is we're missing what we need. That's why I tried to make it. So now I'm gonna try to make it once more, and maybe this time it'll stick. The whole reasoning behind doing it this way is that you've got these awesome pieces of sheet metal that already exist. What's better than an original Mercury part, right? It looks great. It's just taking the other leftover stuff and making it work on the new part. I got the piece of Merc sheet metal fit on the car. It's welded up. It looks like it's gonna work perfect, but I need to cut out the wheel opening so that the tire will steer. I started the fender opening with this round tube, so I need to continue that detail right through to the bumper. So I'm gonna continue at the radius on top and then gradually angle it forward and then turn really sharp right into the bumper. Everything here looks good. I was just finishing cleaning it up, give it a once over with the sander, and Victor walks in.
Ian, how's it going?
Right on time, man. I got this thing pretty much nailed. Hopefully it's what you're looking for.
Look at the white wall on that thing. That's like right on. We wanted to see the wheel and tire. The radius on the tire is bitchin', dead on.
Victor walked in and he was all smiles and nods. He was liking it, and he didn't realize the amount of effort it took to get here, and we weren't going backwards, so he had the right response. I know you want it to look as much like the Merc as possible, so I took a section of the leftover front fender off your car, and I used that, and that's how the whole contour flowed out into the headlight area.
When he was talking to me, I didn't quite understand what he was trying to tell me. I mean, it looks like it was designed and built like that from the factory. This whole car's flowing, baby.
We're done. That's it. Send it to bodywork, and we're off to the races, man.
Does it turn, though? Does it turn?
So it looks great in the end, you know, both at ride height and drop, but my main concern was that the car will steer and the tire doesn't hit anywhere.
I've been thinking about giving this car to Craig.
Okay.
The only thing is, his birthday's in a couple weeks.
If we can get this into bodywork, this thing's ready, man. Bodywork and paint it.
I don't believe it's ready yet. After looking at the car, and especially now after I see this flow, I got some issues back here. I think we need to do a little bit more to this. So here it goes.
I'm feeling like the world-class mountain climber that just summited Everest, right? We did it, we're on to the finish, and Victor's in the back of the car with like a whole new battle plan.
Looking at the side of the car, it's straight. I don't want it straight. I want this sucker to bulge. I'm welling away with my hands like I'm always talking and pointing and stretching, and he's looking at me like, oh, shoot, what am I getting into now?
It turns out there is kind of a deadline with this car. Victor's planning on giving it to one of his employees, his right-hand man, Craig. That's the thing with Victor. He's got a million ideas and they all start flowing. Looks like the rear of this car is gonna be a whole new adventure. The main thing I knew bringing the car over to Victor's was that his head was gonna be spinning with ideas.
I've never sold, give away anything, any car I've ever designed or built. And in my mind, I go, hey, you know what? Who better can I give the car to? I mean, Craig, he's a good friend. He just so happens to work with me.
Craig has also been on the sideline through all the projects Victor and I have ever accomplished, so he's always been in the mix. I think he's gonna be really surprised.
First thing I want to do is let's make this a two-door. The main idea that I brought up to Ian, number one, this is a four-door. That's unacceptable. We're gonna make this thing a two-door. But the front door's long enough so we don't have to extend it.
Well, that's certainly a lot easier. The thing with that is if we do weld up the back doors, look how massive the B-pillar is gonna be. Typically you would lengthen the front doors if that was the look you're going for. It's Victor's idea to seal up the rear doors, and I'm all good with that. That makes perfect sense, but what happens is when you're looking at the B-pillar, it becomes this massive panel. You know, what if we just made it a hardtop? What if we just came and this was your window opening?
I agree, and that'll go with the whole flow of this car. Long hood, long side window, almost like looking at a limousine.
I mean, if you want to just commit to it, I can cut that off and we can get the look right now. But then it'll take me a couple of days to weld it all up.
I'm anxious now. Let's start cutting that sucker.
There's nothing like hitting it when there's inspiration in the air. So I'm telling Victor, this car is super strong. I got braces underneath. Let's just cut it. You'll see what I'm talking about. I've done this on a few cars in the past, and I know what this is gonna do. It's gonna give it this immense open air feeling. The side of this car is really closed off by the B-pillar and the window frames. As soon as I cut it, watch. Surgical precision. I kind of knew what this was going to accomplish, but it was really good to see that Victor was on board with it. He left it up to me to make it happen. Much like when I'm chopping a top, I'm thinking about the contour of the sheet metal and how I can reuse it to make it look perfectly factory. Just like when you do a chop top, you want to save all the contours because they're factory stampings. So this deal matches. I'm just gonna put it down there. You'll see, I'm gonna repurpose this old junk and make a custom car out of it. Reusing these pieces was a good call. The bottom piece was a little nip and it fit right back in. Unfortunately, with the top, the length of it was more than what the pillar afforded me. As it turns out, this piece is just too small. See, I just got away with it on the bottom. And on the top, this contour changes a little bit right here, and we just don't have the material. See, it's been welded and fixed in the other chop. It's a pretty simple piece of sheet metal. It's just a straight shot with a curve in it, so it's not gonna be that hard to duplicate. It's just a time saver to reuse the old stuff. It's just gonna take a sheet metal brake and just kind of creep it in there and just pull a gentle bend in the sheet metal. So you could see, it's absolutely perfect. The thing is, once these weird issues are resolved with the way the B-pillar used to come out of the door, you could see it's a really straight, clean line. It's a big window, 6 foot long. I think the look is nailed. There's just a lot of detail stuff that needs to go into finishing it. I'm gonna finish the driver's side, do up the passenger side in the same way, and then it's ready to show to Victor. Two-door conversion looks great. I'm just kind of messing around putting the tires back on. Victor comes in.
Ian.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's going on?
I got these, all the windows and everything wrapped up for the two-door swap.
Yeah, that's wow. That's right on.
Victor walks in and he's all about it. I could see he's doing the pace, you know, he's walking around, doing the manager stare. He's got nothing but good stuff to say. I guess it's good.
Day and night, I mean, with the pillars gone, it makes this thing just flow. I mean, the hood, the back, it's like, wow. Two-door conversion, hey, that was a natural, but to take the post off and make it, you know, a hard top, changed the whole look of this car. I mean, it's like the hood. This thing goes on for days.
I got this two-door conversion nailed. In looking over the rest of the project, I think we got a bigger issue in the rear fender wells. The front we've been working on so diligently, everything's worked out good. The airbag suspension, everything worked out fine, but what it added up to was the rear fender well. I can't get that tire back on. Victor's guys have done a considerable upgrade on the air suspension under here. It made the car incredibly low, but as I'm looking at it, there's no way this tire is gonna go back on. There's just no room for it. The whole deal is, you know, when this skirt used to be on here, you take it off to be able to change the tire, but the axle will be down here somewhere. But now, even with this tire, I deflated it. There's no way I can get it through here. It's just...
So the tire's deflated now?
That's what I'm saying. Why would you change a flat with a flat?
We didn't really notice there was a problem with the tires till we put the air suspension on it.
You know, there's a solution out there somewhere. It's just up to you what you want to do.
That's good, because I got some other ideas anyway. I want to put some bigger skirts on this. Remember, it's supposed to be a Merc eater?
Right.
Well, we need to get some Merc skirts on it or something that looks like that, and I got some in my other yard. So let's go see what I got and see what fits.
Victor is a collector of numerous car parts. His process is just seeing something cool and storing it for a later date. So I'm excited to see what he's got. It's gonna be a little field trip.
This is my junkyard. Here's, I got some stuff back here. I forgot what I had. I haven't been back here.
You say your
in
junkyard
years.
like there's only one. I haven't been to this part before.
Yeah, this is one I forgot about.
Walking over to Victor's yard, I'm seeing some pretty cool stuff that he wasn't telling me about. I recognize one of them, but there's three that I never seen before. It's like a 65 Lincoln, some kind of cool little Nash Metropolitan, and then some oldie 40-ish Chevrolet. Oh, wow, this is cool. What's this, oldie Chevy?
Yeah, something in
40?
30. Yeah, here they are right here. See if this thing even opens. Yeah, here we go. Check that out.
Victor's in the back seat of this car, dusting stuff off. He pulls the first set of skirts out.
Oh, what does that say there? 51 Merc.
And there's a label on it that says 51 Merc. These are pretty raw, man. Somebody's just making these out of fiberglass.
Yeah, someone out of Pomona. You know me in Pomona. Here's one that's more completed, I guess. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Second, he pulls out this weird-looking pink thing. He's telling me it's a fender skirt, but it looks more like an old surfboard or something.
It's something you can modify, right?
Sure, and you got a pair of these too. We'll definitely modify the paint first, but...
Yeah, no, maybe we'll paint the car that color, who knows?
He's pulling out a whole bunch of different shapes. He's got these other ones, kind of like a round teardrop sort of shape, definitely for a car like the Chevy we're taking them out of. So there's a whole bunch of different ones to choose from, but nothing tells it like putting it on the actual car. The three options you have here look like they'll fit. We just put them on the car and see which one looks best, and I think we're good to
All
go.
right, cool, let's go put them in my truck. I'm hoping that we could use one of these just to bolt on to save some time, and hopefully it looks cool and we could get on with other parts of this project.
What's up with these freaking kiddie rides, man?
Yeah, no, I was in the helicopter business like your buddy.
Oh, right,
yeah,
right. You're doing a little helicopter
I figure if he
work.
could build a helicopter, repair it, I could do one too.
We got to put a chassis under this and cut this thing out. We're ready to ride, man. I'm always a sucker for the interesting stuff. You know, I've seen a million cars, but he's got these little, you know, coin-operated toys you see in front of the supermarket. He's got a helicopter and an airplane. Like you're 5 years old all over again. Whoa, it's a bucking Bronco. Getting these skirts back in the shop, so we're gonna line them up, tape them on the car, and see what develops.
Okay, this is it. Let's see what we could do with that.
I don't know, what's your first pick? My first pick is the 51 Merc.
All right, let's do it. Here it is. Do you have the magic
Yeah, the
glue?
application tape. Got the application tape. How about right there?
It don't have enough bulk to it. It doesn't add that other, like, element. It's, like, too flat.
The whole issue with the Merc rear quarter is it's very flat, and these skirts represent that. Packard is much more curvy, so there's kind of a misalignment.
We need to get something longer. Let's try these other ones.
Prepare to fast. Next on deck is Big Pink.
Proportion-wise, it's there. The shape is just another shape. It's the wrong, see the curves on the car? That doesn't got it, but I love the length of it. It's just out of proportion.
I like the way it steps off of the car, but that ain't the one. What I'm thinking about mainly with the second choice is that it's just way too square, you know? Victor's telling me he likes the fact that it's longer, but it's not the right shape. That's it, man. That's strike two. We only got one more. Our third choice was these kind of manufactured-looking skirts. They had no label on them.
These are off of a Merc too.
The contour of this one fits to the body better than all of them, so this just might be the one. Taping them up on the car, it looked pretty darn close. Look at that, it's great.
The size is there, but it doesn't flow. It doesn't match the body. It's still too small. I like the way it bulges here only. From here to here, it's done. You're done here. But this I don't like. I have my
envisioning tape?
My envisioning tape.
Aha. In typical Victor form, simply taping this skirt on the car is not going to be enough. He's got his other roll of tape, his envisioning tape, and he's starting to draw lines on the car. So what you're looking to do here is bring that 2/3, 1/3 proportion to the skirt. You want that to come right up to where the old trim line used to be. That's why they put it there, because that line looks best. I get it. That's cool. While Victor's here, I want to mock up the shape of the fender skirts. Once we figured out the outside line of the skirt, it's just a matter of trimming the metal to fit and fastening it to the fiberglass. Victor's whole plan here is just completely covering up the old rear door. By having the skirt match up with the front door jamb, it's going to give the illusion that the two-door was always that way.
Yeah, that's it right there, man. That's it.
I think you're onto something. Victor liked the look of the skirts. I'm just going to replicate that in steel and get the car ready for bodywork and paint. This car's getting very close. The last few things are wrapping up. Victor's got his interior guy Lino on it.
Yeah, Lino, he's done a lot of interior work for me. He's done 4 or 5 cars for me. Lino, right now we're designing the seat. They're off of a 62 T-Bird, and we've already molded them into the back seat of the Packard, and they fit perfectly. On the interior, I wanted to keep with the theme of something in the 50s, right? We're going Merc eater, right? Lino, show me how that's gonna look. Okay, you wanna do some diamond tuck? Okay, good. Okay. One thing unique about Lino, he's deaf. And then what about here? What are you doing here? Here's the leather. I don't know sign language, but I don't know what it is. I understand exactly what he's telling me. In fact, that guy talks more than any guy I know. Okay, so that'll be just pure leather. Okay. Okay, he's gonna do a red seam here, okay. Okay, so it'll all match together, okay.
Victor and Lino are kind of like the odd couple. I'm not sure how they communicate, but somehow they make it work.
With Lino, he's the type of guys like Ian. The concept he was gonna do with my idea of the diamond tuck, and then he started showing me what he was gonna do on the outside and how he's gonna tuck it in, where the seams are gonna go. The guy goes to the next level. I said, you nailed it, go for it. Good, all right, that's good then, perfect. Now what are we gonna do with the front seats?
Typical mode with Victor is use what you have, and he's got these seats.
Okay, this seat is out of a 2004 Lexus Coupe.
I've been through this before. When you convert a 4-door into a 2-door, you can't use the same seats. In a 2-door, they need to flip forward, otherwise nobody's going back there.
This one, when you push the button, the backrest comes forward and the seat goes forward so people could get into the back seat because we closed up the back doors. Now, Lino, what are we gonna do here? Okay, first we're gonna cut off the old headrest because this doesn't go with the nostalgia of the old 50s car, so it's gonna be rounded off. Now, let me see what he's doing here. Okay, same thing in the middle. He's gonna do diamond tuck in the middle. and he made it proportionate to the seat. Most people will do big old diamond tucks. This guy put everything into proportion with the car. Look at how that's gonna look. The guy is good. He's just slow. When is this gonna be finished? I need this finished. We have such time constraints on this project just because it's Craig's birthday, and I wanted to give it to him for his birthday, not after. 1 day, 2 day. You hope? He hopes 2.5 days. I hope 2, because if not, there won't be seats in the car. All right, good job. Hopefully, he could get this job on time. If not, Craig, he'll be sitting on a 5-gallon bucket.
Car's done. It's a wrap. Victor's guys got it all dialed in. My favorite thing about this car is that it looks 100 miles long. It's like that cartoon you saw with the big giant gangster car. It's exactly what this thing is. It's really stretched out. It's low, it's lean, it's mean.
That car looks great. I knew once I give it away, that's it, it's not my car. So I said, hey, I want to enjoy it while I can. We better take this thing for a test drive. And it drove so smooth. I said, hey, Ian, you want to drive this thing? And he looks over.
And I'm like, of course. It's what I came here for. Chassis swap was an awesome call. This thing drives like a new car. The gloss paint job makes it very classy.
We're driving. I said, pull over. I want to see this thing. When I stepped out and, I seen the car driving and looked at it in a wide open space, it was like, wow. I mean, this thing looks mean. I mean, like really, really mean.
I could tell from Victor's response, his expression as I'm cruising by, it's exactly what he wanted to see. He's a happy camper.
I looked, I said, hey, Ian, get out of the car and look at this thing. Let me drive by. I mean, look at it.
I was always sold on the rear view of this. I did the chop to my preference. Victor kept that in place. The thing that really turned me on about the whole thing was the nose. The way that the Merc was modified, just a little bit, car coming straight at you looks good.
I see him with his thumbs up and I seen the guy smile. I didn't think the guy could smile. He's like, whoa, I see teeth.
After the test drive, we take it back to Victor's shop. We pull it in next to his Mercs.
Let it down, parked it right next to my other 2 Mercs in the garage, and she fit right in.
Lino finished up the interior. It looks great. Leather upholstery, totally pro. Victor was able to get an original Packard steering wheel, and Lino modified the wheel to fit and the dashboard to cover all the existing late model stuff. It looks old, acts like new. I'm so charged up right now. I can't believe Craig is gonna get this thing. He's gonna flip out.
Yeah, I called him, he's due any minute, and I told him, hey, come down, check out my new car. I just completed it.
Yeah,
he has no idea what's gonna happen here.
It's a heck of a bonus. I don't know how Craig's gonna respond. He's a pretty cool character. It's all business. Let's see how this works out.
Wow, this thing came out beautiful.
Didn't that come out really cool? Check it out, man. What do you think?
Wow, you guys did a great job on this.
I brought you here, and I know today's your birthday, and all the effort and everything you've done, man, dude, happy birthday. That's your car we built. So this whole time, we've been building your car. I just paid you back all the effort you did for me, and that's your car.
No way.
Happy birthday,
really?
man. Yeah.
Thank you. For somebody to go ahead and do that for you, it's totally awesome.
Sit in it, turn your car on, drive it.
It took some time to go ahead and sink in that the car actually belongs to me. Still as I'm talking right now, I'm not believing it.
Craig, man, you look good in that thing. Let me see, close the door.
Are you sure this is mine?
It's yours, I already told you, man. You just need the shades and you got it, man. Look at that face. A face only a mother could love.
This car is totally awesome. And to even own something that Victor and Ian had built together, it's just, there's no words that could describe it. It's priceless.
I'm glad. The only car that I've ever given away goes to this man. And this just continues to inspire me for the next vision. And with Ian, anything's possible.
Victor redoing this Packard is proof positive that nothing's ever finished unless you want it to be. He's got me thinking about a bunch of projects of my own that just might need a little refreshing.
If it's done right, we could give the Merc a run for its money all day long. I see the Packard being a Merc eater, and that people are going to be buying up Packards throughout the United States. So if you have any money, start buying Packards.
Is it a Merc eater?
You know what? Let's be honest. There's nothing that's going to eat a Merc but another Merc. But hey, it's my car. I could say whatever I want.
Right now on this special edition of Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues his journey back in time.
I always want my work to be evolving.
Created in 2010, this film features another classic build.
We got about a month to get this car done for Vegas. I gotta hit this with all guns blazing.
Plus, an inside look at the world of 50s customs.
See, everybody checks it out, man. Mercedes people pull up next to it, say how it's cool, and straight up homeless people on the street.
With old school legends.
I try to create things that have not been done before.
And next generation builders.
Try number 2.
Full Custom Garage presents Back from the Dead 2.
Some people might say, well, the engine is the most important, but to me that is not. It's more the look and the design.
Everything I do with all of my cars is old stuff. I just don't dig ordering stuff from catalogs. I like to build everything myself.
I'm not talking about a new car with a computer. I know nothing. I don't want to know nothing.
A couple of people has asked me, you know, where did you get this car? Where did you find this car? You know, you tell them, oh, you know, we did it.
Doing a new project. I'm out here looking for a new car. I want to do a custom, something pre-1955, preferably a two-door. And we're trying to get it to Vegas in 2 months. There's a big show going on, so I really like to just kind of go out in the world and see what the heck's available. I mean, I don't have my sights set on anything specifically. Just kind of hunting around, looking for something to start on and try to strike a good deal. I'll Talk about an oddball. I've never seen one. I mean, it's not really like a custom, but if you laid this thing on the ground and just made it a total driver, this thing would steal the show. This thing is huge. It's not really the look I'm going for. This car's got potential, but it's not the one. This is more what I'm talking about. Another DeSoto, 40-something, 41, who knows? It's like cool features on all these different cars, but I don't know, I'm just not feeling it. I've been looking all around for a few days now. I've hit up like 5 different spots, and when I see it, I'm gonna know it. I'm just not finding it right here. My friend Roman, he's got a line on this 54 Chevy. It's over at his buddy's house, so I think we're gonna check it out. This is perfect, man. I mean, this is exactly what I was looking for. It's never been crashed or really beat to hell. It's just old. Typically, most people would like a running car with very little rust, but I don't care. I'll cut the whole thing apart. I'll just build whatever it needs. I think we'll take it. It's cool. Thank you. On the 54, everything mechanically is junk, so I need to find a car that I can pull all the new stuff out. It's all the way in the back. Yeah, all the way by that dumpster. What I'm looking to do is update the drivetrain. This Skylark is a perfect example because it has late model 350 V8. It's got power steering, power brake. I can gut everything I need out of this thing and put it into the new car. Thank you, Gus. I appreciate it. For this car, we're gonna do it in 2 months, no joke. We're just gonna hustle it out. There's no other way. I gotta hit this with all guns blazing. So my friends Roman and Trent are gonna help me out. The only thing I wanted to save from the 54 was the 2 pieces of glass, front and rear windows and the body skin. We just got rid of everything. What I'm looking to do is update the drivetrain. It's typical to subframe a car, so that's what I'm gonna do with this. The reason that I'm subframing the car is 2 points. I'll have the opportunity to Z the frame and lower it, and it will update all the steering, the motor, everything. All the mechanical parts will be newer. Yeah, it's cool. Now all that's left to do is everything.
Let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 12 projects going on right now. My first car was a 28 Model A coupe, and I didn't really know what to do with it. I put an antenna on it for a foxtail. You know, that was cool to run a foxtail on your antenna. Didn't have a radio, but I had to have that foxtail. This is my spray booth. I started the blending of paint. We call it fading or blending. This is one of my Gene Winfield blended paint jobs. You can see how I go very dark, very blackish green here, and then gradually work up into the lighter green up in this area. But that's a Winfield blend or a Winfield fade. This is a 51 Merc, and he brought it to me as pretty much a stock body. So we've chopped it, we slanted the post, rounded the corners, and molded off all the door handles. And we do a thing here where we weld the front fenders to the cowl, and I make this piece all in here with a drip rail and everything, all by hand to, to tie this together, and it makes a nice look. Every custom car, the customer is making a statement. Whether they realize it or not, they're making a statement with that car.
How old are you right now?
82.
And you're still working?
Oh, I work 12, 14 hours a day, every day I'm home. If a guy retires and just goes sit in a chair and watch TV, he's gonna die. You gotta keep active and keep things working.
You can see here the old leaf spring used to mount right here. But what I'm doing with the ones from the Buick is I'm moving them inboard of the frame rail and I'm putting it up into the floor of the car so you can see the difference. I mean, it's about 6 inches drop. I think that'll work out good. I had done a bunch of race car and street race car fabrication, and these guys were doing what they call a mini tub. Their idea was that it would give them more room for fatter tires. I saw it as a way to move the leaf springs inboard of the frame, effectively lowering it. I'm gonna have my 2 beautiful assistants prepare the axle for delivery, and I will shortly thereafter bolt it in. I came up with this idea for the rear leaf spring perches. I'm gonna put 2 crossovers, 1.5 inch tube across the frame, and the springs will actually locate between them on these cross braces. Now that I got this framework tacked in, the car will suspend itself. I'm gonna stop right here and I'm gonna chop it. I just wanna see how the ride height looks with the chop top because they have to look good together. It's kind of like building a house. I really just wanted to just start with a solid foundation, get the front clip, the rear suspension all established, and then work up from there.
In the early 50s, when customizing was probably not fully mainstream, George Barris was the one that promoted it and made it mainstream. When Barris moved from the Compton Avenue shop to Linwood, he had both of these buildings, this building and the building next door. This was a note he sent when I called him and told him that I rented this building and what the whole plan was and stuff. This letter came in the mail like a couple days later. When I was in high school, there was a Rod and Custom magazine that came out that had an article on Barris, the early years. And I showed this to my friend and said, hey, how cool would it be to work there? In the early 50s, this was the parking lot. That's what this wall is here. You would be standing pretty much where this Lincoln bumper is. Ideally, it'd be neat to have this shop to where people could come and see what's being done, and it really feels like you just walk back in time. This Ranchero is gonna be this car. He first brought us the car and with this picture and said, I want to build something like this. And it was like, well, if you like this car, why don't we just build this car? We try and get people to pick an era. It doesn't limit you, but it gives you just an idea, a little spectrum of what would look right when the whole thing's done. Mostly for us, we try and just stick in the little era of what the customer wants. Like, hey, I want my 55 Cadillac to look like it was made in the late 50s. And then you got pretty much everything laid out, what you want to run. The majority of the stuff we use, if we're starting with something that hasn't already been messed with before, we try and do it on lead. We don't have a lot of modern tools and stuff. So we thought, well, there's kind of our niche right there. It would be neat to have only old stuff, to use all old tools that are twice as old as you are. But I like to do as much acetylene welding and stuff as I can. It's neat having that kind of stuff around. Like, it just feels comfortable. It feels like it's done this job before. All I gotta do is keep doing it,
If somebody asks me to chop a car, again, I look at it and I make sure that the top flows. See, that's the most important thing to me, is to flow the top, and you do that right through the rear window. So the whole rear window and everything flows with that roof. So that's important, is the flowing of the top.
For some reason, I'm fascinated about this sloping roof line. And maybe I'm all wrong by using cars like this, because I've tried it twice so far, and both were a little exaggerated. But I think if I mellow it out and just don't be so drastic about it, I think it'll be a good look. I'm not doing anything like, oh, 3-inch chop in the back, 2-inch in the front, or whatever. It's not gonna be like that. I'm just gonna cut the roof off and see how it looks. The most challenging part of chopping a top is the glass. You have to build the top around what you're doing with the glass. I didn't like the B-pillar, so I just came up with this idea to tilt the roof back and just refit the whole back window skin. It's kind of that moment of truth. Everything's cut out. I just got to figure out exactly where I want to cut the windshield pillar to tilt this thing down. One of the concerns I have is the trim as it comes through. It follows a nice smooth line. So if I pivot it here, then the trim will come up. Unless I cut it just above the trim line and then just lay the windshield down, pivot it right here, then they'll come up a little bit. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I decided I wanted to just keep the stock size front and rear window. I don't want any of my cars to look really mellow. I want them to look kind of freaky, kind of different. I think by leaving the stock height front glass and just sloping it, it'll give it a cool look. I think I nailed it. I don't know what to say besides that. It's gonna work perfectly. I got it. It's cut, it's down, that's the line. Still kind of developing maybe what this signature flavor might be, but I always want my work to be evolving.
It's like Picasso, where you put a torch and a cutting wheel in Ian's hand, and this is what you get. You find a Picasso in the garage, I got a Ian Roussel in my garage.
I'd say Victor's been my greatest supporter out of anyone since I've opened the shop.
I couldn't find anybody that could bring my thoughts into reality till I met Ian. The guy is literally one of the greatest artists I've ever met, and I love art, so you could tell by all just things he's done with his hands or what he could come up in his mind with imagination. And more than anything else, the guy is an engineer.
Well, the best thing about the way we work together is it's his vision, and he just lets me run with it. He comes in and critiques it, and it's really just it's a great exchange. My main concern with this window is the way that the chrome strip is gonna fit. I'd love to reuse the stock chrome that comes around here, but because the windshield and the rear window are on different angles in relation to the body, the chrome just might not work out, I'm not sure. I keep using the word convincing in a lot of the stuff I've been building lately because that's what separates the guys who know what they're doing from the guys who don't. You see a little mismatch in the way the trim's gonna fit, and it's not convincing. Putting the window back in is the hardest part of the job. That's all it takes is one wrong move, lose the whole thing. I'm stoked with the way this window fits. I'm just gonna take my time, weld it nice so I don't warp the roof skin. It's on. I mean, we're there. It's just a matter of following through. I want to make sure that these guys fit before we get any further into this. Yeah, that's cool. Just trying to verify whether or not this roof skin distorted with the pillars, but it's cool. It's right on. We got about a month to get this car done for Vegas. I think we got it.
See, everybody checks it out, man. It's funny because like even Mercedes people pull up next to it, say how it's cool, and straight up homeless people on the street think it's cool. People just enjoy seeing it. Or to see somebody that probably ain't got the best deal going, but to see him walk by and smile about it is cool, you know? It's a 51 Chevy Fleetline that's been chopped, the side trim's been removed, the door handles, the headlights are French, the emblem off the hood and trunk are removed, and the taillights are moved down into the bumper guards. I drove it stock, you know, just as it was when I was working with George Barris, and I told him I want to do custom work. He kind of shrugged it off like there was no money in it, and, you know, I should stick with him, and we'll do, you know, movie and TV stuff and car shows and things like that. You know, I don't really care about what it pays or whatever, you know, it's what I wanted to do. And so that's when he said to go work with Bill. I don't know where he is. I don't know what I want to say about him, really. I mean, he's just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain it, to explain his deal. He does what he likes to do. That's the coolest thing about it. He's got the experience that just is unmatched by anybody.
I'm not a teacher. All I do is point out mistakes. Somebody makes a mistake, I know what to do with it. I had to figure out all my mistakes. Nobody helped me with mine.
It was like going to college in a way. You know, just the way he works with things, his patience, and he never once yelled at me or got frustrated at me. George would yell, you know, all the time. It was a totally different vibe. We did this car in the afternoons and maybe one day a week when I was working over there. Bill, he had it figured out.
After I looked at it a little bit, I knew what to do. I just did it. With the experience and a lot of German pallets, it was easy to put together. I don't have a blueprint, I don't have a pencil mark. It all comes out of my head. No fastback like that's ever been done like that, ever. I've done this top and everything completely different than anybody's ever done.
The first car we chopped in here, I brought Bill over to look at it, you know, and he looks at it and he studies it all over and he goes, yeah, it looks like I did it. He takes pride in his own stuff, and for him to say it looks like he did it, that's the best compliment you're gonna get out of him.
I love work, 7 days a week. I guess that's why I'm 88 years old. I wasn't afraid of it.
He likes this car. I always wanted a fastback, and plus the fact that me and Bill worked on it together, it's like, I wouldn't even want to get rid of it, really. You know?
I don't want to use the stock 54 tail lamps. They're just typical. When you look at the car, it identifies it right away. So I had this idea about cutting and rounding the back of the fender so it doesn't stick out. Something about the way the roof line flows, this is bugging me, how it just sticks out like a thing. I don't know. This is so rusty in the rear of it. I'm gonna change the bumper, and I gotta cut this whole portion out anyway. So I'm thinking I'll just hack it off and section this piece of tube in there and just join the fender to it. I think it'll work. And I think this matches it pretty good. I think I'll just splice in right about here. I don't even see a reason to take the rest of the tube off. I was thinking about cutting it in half, but why? I'll just lap the sheet metal to it, and I mean, that's freaking strong. kind of weird to put a big tube in the quarter panel of the car, but it's what I need. It looks great. We're on a strict deadline. I could spend 2 months making a quarter panel. This is going to be a piece of sheet metal. I'll form it to the contour of the body. This fender's kind of a funky shape. It's a compound curve in a few different ways. I'm just gonna tack it in place and then hammer it with a dolly. I think it'll follow through fine. This is a really complex shape, and to form it freehand with the shrinker and hammering and all the other crap you got to get involved with, it would have been a lot of work, and by clamping it and welding it and hammering it as I went, it worked out good. Because this is more of a sculpture, it's just a shape that I have to look at the whole thing, so I want to just get this taillight fender area finished and then color the whole car gray so I can kind of get a concept of what it looks like.
I mean, the whole idea is just to get what it looks like in one color. And I'll be damned if it doesn't look like a car.
Yeah, it's cool. You could geek out on something till the end of time, but I think by doing those two simple things, raking the stock front glass back and lowering the taillights, it's a different car. It's really cool. I think the roof line is nailed. I think it's done.
What are you doing, Roman?
Just making this part pretty.
We're in San Fernando. Basically, right now, what we're doing is we're gonna go meet up with the rest of the homies to go to cruise night every Wednesday down here in the valley. My background with cars, it started off when I was a little kid where I used to live. Like I said, every Friday, you see the Broms just ripping their pipes and with all the nice high-notes and everything looks nice. That's basically, I got stuck in that little moment. And my style would be, most people would consider it Chicano style. I don't like to modify anything at all on my cars. I like to keep it stock.
He just came here one day, said he wanted to learn. He's learned some, and he's taught me some, too.
He has different points of views when it comes to cars, and I have mine. We balance each other out.
I'm starting to become bilingual, learning Spanglish. I know a couple things about low riding, and in his own respect, he's a badass. He knows what he's doing.
I would consider myself a traditionalist, but I'm not stuck to that boundary like, oh, this is what I am, this is what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. Nah, because if you do that, it gets boring. I like to see new things, try new things, and hear the feedback from people, what they say. If they don't like it, then that's too bad, it's my car. If they like it, well, it's for sale. You never know.
The car's so low that it's gonna drag the bumper on stuff, so the closer the bumper is to the body, it'll help it out a little bit with clearance. But also, I just like the look of it being a little bit more tucked in. Welded on that rear pan, so I'm just trying to get a placement for the notches for the bumper bracket to come through. I made the pan lower than the brackets just for aesthetics, just so when you look at it, it looks a little bit cleaner. This looks perfect. I'll take it. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was looking for. That's cool. What do you think?
Yep, you can't even tell what we did.
I keep reiterating, it's easy. Making a car like this is just, you know, I want to make something crazy. This is just time. It looks great, it's just not my greatest vision. I like conjoined twins, three-legged dogs. Here it is, a space junkie. 5 years of toil. It's a 1931 Chevy. I call it the Space Junkie. We just won Best of Show at the show here at the Hard Rock. This is more artwork than it is standard car stuff. Something I always wanted to see. It was just a crazy Hot Wheels kind of freaky car and show car. It's got a sliding sunroof. It's got airbag suspension, 20-inch rims with wood spinners. I mean, nobody's got this. It's its own thing. It's brand new. I built the Space Junkie because I just wanted to go crazy. I wanted to make it a wild thing, that's all. It had no parameters.
This dude's leg was fully ripped off. This whole f***ing leg was just hanging off. It was just a bone and like muscles. And Mike was like, hey, there's this cat in the backyard, like it got ran over or something. It's like about to die. I was like, all right, well, let me give it like its last meal, you know? And I grabbed its foot like this and it didn't like squirm or anything. And so before we went to Kansas last year, we cut all the meat and off it and made like a splint out of like stir sticks and taped it all up and made this cone out of like a Taco Bell cup and fully glued it back together. And now she cruises.
When I look at a grill or an opening for a grill in a car, what I do is I study it for a while, and then I come up with maybe some rough sketches, and I try to create things that have not been done before.
Roman said he had this idea about using multiple bumper guards for the grill teeth. It just seemed like a cool idea. Knowing how to cast aluminum parts, I decided let's go for it. It's pretty cool looking. That's one more. It's pretty weird. Hey, Roman.
Oh, brisket's not done yet.
Looks like tomato.
Nah, tomato was different.
We're about 2 weeks out at this point, and there's a ton of stuff to do. I took the rear taillights out, so I want to put them in the rear bumper guards. I found these cool little lenses at the trucker's mart. The problem I was having is they're just sitting there. They needed a way to be retained, held in place. What I came up with was I was thinking, what's super lightweight, aesthetically appropriate? So I was looking at a regular soda can and this lens, and they're the same size. There's no catalog I found that has the part that I need for this. It's a very delicate aluminum stamped shape that would be very hard to recreate otherwise. It's just, why not? Some people have a real problem with it. As of late, in mainstream custom culture car building, those two things, using junk and building cars, are at complete opposite polarities. But none of those guys are gonna have a trim ring like this, I guarantee you. Most of the people who have responded to the work that I do really dig the fact that I just take stuff and manipulate it to achieve my goals. Come on, that's freaking golden. We're about a week out, and I gotta call in all the help I can. It's time to get this thing nailed. We're on our way to Burbank Airport to pick up Big Bob Gore, or as someone has put it, hardcore Bob Gore. Bob is an eccentric who stalks me on cyberspace, and he's come by the shop a bunch of times and helped me out with my cars. He's a pretty cool dude. So he wanted to come by and help out with this one too. Hop on in.
One thing's for sure is I'm going to be like the happiest guy in the world for the next couple of weeks, and there's just nothing, no way around it. That's just a guaranteed fact. I consider him one of my best friends, man. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. What I do for a living is I restore cars, I fabricate metal. Also, I'm a body man and painter.
Bob's my friend from out in Wisconsin. He saw the first DVD and it just thrilled him. So we just kind of got to know each other over the phone, and he's come out a couple times to help me work on my cars. It's a good thing.
My claim of being Ian's biggest fan is the fact that I drive my family crazy because pretty much just about every day, you know, at the end of the evening, I throw in the video. Sometimes you need something to inspire you.
I asked Bob to come over and paint the car, because that's what he does. He's just down for the cause.
It's awesome.
I think you could say it's a lowrider-inspired car, no question. And what I saw with those cars was a lot of simple paint work done, but people just went crazy on the roofs. And I kind of dig it. It's like wearing a fancy hat or something.
The idea of having a finished roof on a car that was in primer doesn't work for me. I think it's the wrong choice because it's almost like wearing one shoe on one foot and going barefoot on the other. Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel. The Pope was telling him how to paint it, when in all actuality he knew that Michelangelo knew that it should be this way. So
that's me, man. I'm in that position.
Yep, you're the Pope and I'm Michelangelo. I didn't see what he was seeing. I felt it was the wrong way to go. I'm used to painting a whole car at once, not just one section of it. And
we'll get used to it, man. This isn't a dealership. We had a disagreement about how the car should be painted. The bottom line is we need to get through this paint job so we can finish the rest. So I just let him go with it.
It was the first time he and I ever butted heads. It's frustrating in this time frame. Was psycho. I mean, it's crazy, especially if you want perfection.
I walk in on the car and the first impression makes it, and the car just imploded. It just sucked all the light out of the shop. It was not palatable. I didn't like it at all. After the events and everything, you know, obviously we're behind schedule, et cetera. I honestly don't see the car going to Vegas. No, I mean, we're not going to take it.
Oh.
It's going to take a lot more time to finish everything. It just is what it is. To show an unfinished piece at the car show of this caliber, there's a lot of pressure on it, you know? We're trying to do something cool where it's a really finished, nice thing, and it can't happen in 2 or 3 more days. Okay. And what I was trying to do, I think I made statements from the start of this, has been kind of pigeonholed for these rusty, sloppy cars, because I built a couple and they're super fun. But the most criticism that I've gotten so far is that, you know, the rat rods, everything that I've done, and it's just not the case. And, you know, with the other car that I've done, the past 2 cars have been finished and nice. And I just want this one to represent, you know, a better level of finish.
I was massively depressed that, and it was just like when we conflicted with the paint job scheme, I felt the same way. If I could stretch it out any longer, I would stick back and redo, you know, paint the car the way Ian wants it done, and show people that what I can do, but we couldn't.
I guess I'm just at a little loss for words. It's, you know, it's pretty much a bummer. I mean, it really freaking pains me to call it off. You know, everybody was hoping for it. Everybody was planning on it, you know. It's my call, and you know, I gotta kind of bust these guys' bubble. I don't know, man, that's the stark reality of things. People like to make this out to be rock star stuff, but it's really not. Bottom line is this is my mark, and I'm not gonna do it halfway. It's gotta be right, and I don't care how much effort it takes. It ain't done till I say it's done. We got everything done on the car I wanted to. Paint looks good. We put the upholstery in and just took it up to this show in Ventura. It's finished.
I'm your fool. When you bring me sorrow, you bring me pain. Baby, baby.
We made it. We motored out on the freeway and it's all good. Made it here and the show's on. Pretty cool.
It's quite a nice ride, everything about it. It's pretty darn impressive and a lot of work.
They just put so much thought into it and worked on it so hard. So each custom has a personality, which is your own. Your ideas, your thoughts, it all goes to your car. So that makes a custom right there.
Ships from outer space. They told me they'd take me. Right now on this special episode of Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel goes back in time.
We're gonna go traditional on this, or at least as traditional as I can muster.
Created in 2005, this film captures the rebirth of custom culture and features a classic build by Ian Roussel.
My favorite thing is that you can take something that people will recognize and just warp it into something that they don't recognize.
Also featuring a creative cast of characters.
I can just keep learning. That's why I hang out with Ian, because he's just a maniac when it comes to this metal work.
Plus the Burbank Choppers Car Club and many more.
It's like a time machine in a lot of ways.
Full Custom Garage presents Back from the Dead.
This was 1955. The kids back then couldn't afford a $10,000 paint job, just like we can't now, you know? We just primer it, and we want to drive it, man. We just want to go out there and burn up the streets and hang out with our friends and pick up some girls or whatever, you know? It's hot rodding.
It's absolutely an affliction, you know? It's like drugs. It's absolutely like drugs. It's probably sometimes more expensive than drugs.
I think it's outside the law. I think it's above the law. It just got respect.
We did it kind of as a punk rock thing, you know, the attitude against the norm.
All this stuff is hand-built by the owner, and that's what kind of makes these cars stand out. I mean, they don't look like the $150,000 car. They're not supposed to. They're raw, they're weird, they're crazy, they're scary.
The thing that I like most about these cars are that you don't have all the parts together. They're all around, they're leftover pieces from other projects. It's super low budget. It's more of a treasure hunt than anything. You have to scavenge around and just make something that's badass. The next project I want to do is a Model A. I want to build a roadster pickup. Call it a rat rod. It's a whole new trend. It's hot right now. Everybody wants one. So my intent is to dip into my own private parts stash, source out a few other pieces around town. I know a bunch of hideouts. People have stashes of parts, and we're going to build this thing. I want to bring it to Las Vegas to sell. There's a show coming up at the end of March, which is dedicated mostly to this kind of custom culture, this new era of car customizers and people who live this lifestyle. The most important thing for me was to lay down the line of the car, and I wanted it to be utterly low. I wanted it to be so low it was almost undrivable, because I think that looks the best. So I just stepped the chassis way up in the back. The rear end, a lot of people run a buggy spring. I didn't have one, so I took these coil springs and made the chassis to fit that. The most important thing for me was to take all the pieces and get a rolling chassis and make it ready for all the body and the aesthetic parts. I guess for me, fabricating is it's just sculpting. That's all it is. An artist sculpts in clay or wood or whatever. I sculpt in metal.
How would you describe the spider car?
I built that car for Viva last year. If I was a cartoon character, I'd be a supervillain, and that would be my car. I think some people might have a problem with it because it's not traditional. It's made of all old parts, but it doesn't fit the mold. It's not what a guy would drive in 1955 in high school.
My name is Bill Wishart. I'm an auto tech teacher here at Fremont High School in Sunnyvale, California. So take a look, guys. 2 weeks for the dually deadline, all right? That thing's got to tow a trailer to Vegas in 2 weeks. Okay. There. There, happy?
The thing about Bill Wishart is he's a no-nonsense guy. I mean, he has very high standards about how you will behave, how you will act as a student in his class, and also what you're expected to do.
And Brian, ready? Ready? Yeah, he gets his own category here. Okay, so you get to wire the whole front of the truck. You guys ready? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Got in an accident over the summer and the work truck got smashed, so I've been out of a truck. So the kids, have been able to put this whole truck back together, and it's going to Las Vegas in a couple weeks. We're having a big car show and band event called Viva Las Vegas. They have enough pride that, You know, if I give them a project like this Chevy truck that we're building, you know, they'll be stoked if it made it clear to Las Vegas and back, you know, because they made it happen.
That's probably what started it, just this class. If I didn't have this class, I wouldn't be in the cars. I wouldn't be this far. I wouldn't have this car. This is a 1954 Chevy, 210 sedan. And when I bought it off my friend for $800, brought it here and basically tore the whole thing apart. Put the engine in, new rear axle, new tires, just basically the whole thing. I was sitting in some guy's backyard for like 20 years. I'm hoping to take it to Vegas. I don't know if it can make it.
A lot of the guys you see striped, they draw it out, then they stripe it, you know? So I'm not really into doing anything twice. I want to do it once and I want to get paid for it. If I do it twice, I want to get paid for it twice. I'm really into being fast and symmetrical. My dad striped when he was a kid. My mom was an artist and, you know, kind of taught myself. And I finally met a guy that did it for a living and he pointed me the way, showed me how to load my brush properly and stuff like that. And it was like overnight, everything changed. I think I'm done. I'm just, you know, I've got to meet all these other people that know how to do everything else that, you know, so I can just keep learning, you know. That's why I hang out with Ian, because he sees stuff that I don't see, because he's an artist like no other. I mean, he's just a maniac when it comes to this metal work.
Set up a couple of these gussets. We're gonna run it along the entire length of the arm here. The most important thing to me right now is to make sure that these things don't break. A lot of them have been sitting around for 30, 40, 50 years, not being used. I don't know how strong they are. My first idea was to make sure they were strong. As soon as I did that, I realized it has to look good. And I want it to look good and old, like it might have happened back in the day. I hope somebody with a lot of money really likes it. It's a fine pair of headers. I'm gonna ruin them by cutting them apart and putting some silly contraption on that I create. I'm gonna keep these till I'm dead. I'm gonna keep these till I'm all done. So maybe I'll put a little bit of me into this and hopefully it'll stay there. Whoever wants the car can just unbolt them, but I don't think anyone that's traditional would really love what's going on here right now. I think they'd be a little bit upset. Friend Scratch came over and painted my bus. I want to check out what he did. I know what this is gonna cost. It looks great. You said do what you want, but I didn't really mean that.
I just figured, you know, the front end, you know, has all the striping on it and the back didn't have anything, so I don't know, I'm really into a traditional vehicle, you know, like find a period and just form the car around it, you know, have like a 5-year margin. This is kind of my pride right now. I know you can't tell, but it's going to be a car that was actually a painting of Keith Wiesner.
You're asking me if my art's influenced by what I see here or the other way around, and it's both. It kind of just keeps going. Like I'll see something and it'll turn me on, and I'll go home and do a drawing of something like it, but it won't really be the same thing. And somebody else will see that, and they go, "Wow, that's neat. I'll build a car like that." And they take it a step further, and then it just keeps getting translated back and forth.
So it's a 26T, tall T. I chopped it 12 inches, shortened it 4.5, and put a Model A cowl on it You'll look up over the top of it when you drive it like a monster would. It'll be a car called Cherry Pie.
This is my booth of wares here, and I got all my posters and shirts and stuff that we sell. Well, when I was a little kid, my dad had all these old Rod and Customs and different magazines, and that's what I used to look at when I was a little kid. Even though it was the 70s, you know, I wasn't that into all the stuff that was going on in the 70s because I was at home looking at all these 50s Rod and Customs and stuff. This is my 50 Ford. It's a sedan and it's chopped. It looks a little more like a coupe now. Roof was shortened up a little. It has a 50 Mercury style grill opening. Grill bar made from 51 Ford grill components. I've had this since I was in high school. Just been working on it ever since. It's just kind of a long-term project.
When I built my first custom car, I got the car going, it was pretty much done, and I didn't know what to expect. Drove it down to Paso Robles, and I was surprised to see that there were other people out there doing the same thing that I was. And that's how I found the Road Zombies, was, you know, I noticed their cars, they were, you know, very similarly built to mine, and, you know, just kind of started talking to them, and, you know, they were cool. They invited me to park with them at Paso. We've got about, I would say, 17 current club members with two prospects going on right now. One of the prospects right now is a fellow named Steve Caballero.
It's a great lifestyle, and it's a great hobby for me, and I'm stoked that I got into it, and I've met a lot of cool people, and it's actually the hot rod stuff has really got me more into art, so I'm starting to do a lot of more painting, and I just love the creative side of all these guys and what they've done.
I really love this idea of just spot welding, make it look more like rivets, so I'm going to do all the arms like that, just about an inch apart, just big, nasty welds that look like rivets. Big rivets makes me think of tanks, planes, military stuff, super industrial, so I'm going to make it look that way. Wraps it up. I think it looks really cool. I want to see it on the ground at ride height. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man is about to desecrate a fantastic bit of Americana. Like I said, I tend to get carried away cartoony. That's a little bit out there, but I think it's okay. Okay, it's a 302, it's a small block Ford motor. I don't know where it came from, but it's all rebuilt and new. Yeah, this should make the car go at least 700 miles an hour. All I want to do is make this car and go to Vegas. My whole life right now revolves around this deadline. It has to be done.
Our whole goal as a car club is all of our cars, you know, we just want them to be dead nuts on, you know, as far as they want to be, it wants to be a time machine. None of these cars are by accident, you know, and I think it's all by design. I immerse myself in it. I'm sitting reading catalogs from the 60s all day, you know, I'm just in magazines, and it just fill your brain with it, you know, and then ultimately it's a no-brainer because you think, what am I going to do about valve covers on this? And you go, I've got this idea in my head, I've seen this, it's real neat, you know, drag guys were doing it. That's the same for everybody in this club. Vern, if he's building a 40-style Lakes car.
It's what I was looking for years. I wanted a 34 three-window that I could hot rod, that I could chop, I could do, turn it into a hot rod. These are Edmunds heads, high compression heads from late 40s, early 50s. Beehive oil cleaner, an old hot rod accessory item. These are electro-line headlights, pretty rare headlights there I found at a swap meet. I got gauges on the firewall. It's got 4 chrome Strombergs, sharp intake. This is a deck lid I had louvered by Eric Vaughn. There's a lot of people, old timers, that, you know, that's who I value their opinion of. You know, a guy look at the car and go, wow, that looks like it was on the lakes back in '47.
This is my 1932 Ford 5-window coupe. I've had it since 1988. I guess it was rebellious, but at the time I was just doing what I wanted to do. I chopped the car and it was all rough welds. The paint was all melted off of it. It didn't have any windshield or anything in it. And I drove it to Bob's, and I mean, I attracted more attention than any car there. But most of it was like, wow, you really wrecked this car. And a lot of people probably had never seen a car in the process of being chopped. And that, you know, it was, you know, sure, I did take a, you know, really pristine 32 Ford and chopped it, but I mean, you know, when I got the car, there was no question that's what I was going to do to it. It has a 54 Buick nailhead motor with a 37 Buick trans and a 39 Columbia rear end, a 2-speed rear end. It has a narrowed 44 dash, a 16-inch Ford wheels. It's chopped 4 inches. I guess what got me involved, you know, I started looking at old photos like from the 40s, late 40s and early 50s. You know, even though it probably wasn't back then, it just seemed so mysterious and romantic and, you know, so cool.
Look at these boots, man. These are some working ass toes. And I think they're about ready to retire. So we're gonna do the ritual toe extraction. Everybody thinks that that's part of the boot, but really, if you just grip it just right, it's kind of like pulling a tooth. Look at that thing. It's ripe and ready to go. Just clip that on there. There it is. Look at that thing, man. We can use that in the car somewhere. It's a good piece of metal. Yeah, look at that. There's a sock in there. Oh, there they are. Now I'm gonna put myself in harm's way for the rest of the day. I'm gonna have to be very careful. The easiest way to put sheet metal in is just in flat plates, but obviously the floor isn't flat. So what I'm doing is establishing a whole series of triangles. So it's kind of not origami, but it's something like that. Thought I was gonna do this setup with the jagged, burned out stuff, but I don't like it. I'm gonna put it in something a little bit more conservative. So I'm gonna start by making a square tube frame that surrounds this license plate. Weld it on and spot welds like you have the arms, and it's done. Clean, and it looks good. Yeah, this is sweet. It's clean. It's right. It's not my greatest vision, but it's right for this.
How would you describe the dune buggy chick car?
That car is just, that car means so much to me, dude. It's, that car is, it's my favorite car. It's the best car I ever built. It's my favorite car in the whole world. I didn't expect that question. My ex-best friend, ex-girlfriend, she was a super rad artist, painter, sculptor. She said, well, why don't we make a flying dune buggy? I said, what? Yeah, like if Amelia Earhart met Tank Girl, and they got together and made a dune buggy, this is what it would be. A lot of workmanship, a lot of skill, but you know, it ain't cool. It just isn't. My father was working in this building doing construction. He got friendly with the janitor, and the janitor would give him cases of toilet paper and tampons, because that's, you know, all he could hook him up with. He was a janitor. So we always had all these boxes of tampons around. And I had to make these huge fiberglass shapes, and I didn't have enough material. So I mocked it up with some paper mache on the outside, and I took the tampons and threw them in the fiberglass, and they sucked full of this stuff, and I just laid them on. So it's kind of funny that it's a chick car, and it's made out of tampons, the whole rear end. Now this is a really big pizza box.
Always order the extra large if you have to make any templates for a pickup truck bed. All in all, I think this is good for now. We'll trim it up later after we get all the folds put in it. This type of forming with the metal, it strengthens it. I'm designing so that it looks cool too, but it's mainly for strength because I want this lid to be able to hinge up and support itself. So these will really put a lot of strength in it. I guess again, back to the my car, their car thing. My car would have this.
How do you know when it's right?
I don't know that it's right. Call me in an hour. Maybe I'll just rip this thing and throw it in the garbage. This window frame, I made it from an original 39 Auburn windshield. I modified it to fit this car. I want to use these two cool old gauges. I don't know where they came from, but got oil pressure and water temperature. I don't know what this ashtray is from, but it's pretty cool looking. All right, that'll help you with your nicotine fix. And now for your alcohol fix, I think we'll install this fine bottle opener on the dashboard too. The police love to see that. I thought it would look cool to have the same kind of spot welded look like we did with the arms. A car, like any art piece, is an entity unto itself. You want to have a continuity. This is what's left of the original steering wheel. I don't know what year this came from, but obviously it's very old. It's just going to be too big. It's probably going to be up like that. It's here. Let's change it around. I guess my favorite thing about the old tools is that it's not with mass production in mind. It's all about the handcrafting. So you get a lot of tools left over from industry that don't make money for people, so you can pick them up cheap. At first, I set up the steering column. I hooked up the original steering wheel, and it was too big. It didn't fit, so I just made a new hoop and made a smaller wheel. I mean, now that it's starting to look more like a car, I'm thinking about the paint, and of course I was originally going to go with like flat black with red accents, but after seeing the dashboard and how cool it looks, I think I want to see what this will look like when I shine it up. I guess the reason I'm considering making it all metal as opposed to painting it flat black is because it'll just more showcase what I do. It's like I don't pride myself in auto body or Bondo or paint. I pride myself in making stuff out of metal. Makes me think of like a sardine can or something. It's like it's cool. I think the rusty frame is enough. I'll paint the rest black. I can't decide where to put the shifter. I mean, originally I was going to put it in the middle, big tall shifter. My other car has that. I've seen a lot of other people do it, but there's just no room in here. So I remembered I had this is an emergency brake for a Chevy truck, like a 66 or something. I think I want to make a jockey shift, a suicide shift for this car. So when you're driving, you're out of the car. You're like, it's really tough. Come on! Drive, neutral, reverse, park. Cool.
We pick a certain era of a hot rod or a custom and a time frame of when that car might have been built, and then we just basically adhere to that year or group of years and build the car within those parameters.
My name's John Fisher, and I've been a chopper member for the full life of the club. And this is my 36 Ford. It's all done 40 style, kind of motorboat style. It's been chopped, 40 Ford fenders, and the taillights have been changed, and now they've been blended into the tail guards. And everything's been shaved. It was my initial design, and I kind of researched it. It has a 50 Ford Deluxe steering wheel. You know, it would be in primer, but I've kind of gone beyond primer and finally painted it. And I don't know, it just kind of snowballed. It was hard to stop doing stuff to it.
Kind of gives you a feel what it would have been like for a guy driving it, you know, in the 40s or the 50s or the 60s or whatever, depending on what car we're driving. You know, it's like a time machine in a lot of ways, I think.
We had these guys on here. I'm gonna save them maybe for one of my own cars, but we're gonna go traditional on this, or at least as traditional as I can muster. A lot of people talk about Ed Roth. They love his style, his aesthetic style, and he does stuff that nobody even understands, or he did stuff that nobody understands. So that's what I want to do. People understand this. They can relate. Hopefully they'll pay a lot of money for it so I can do what I really want. I've seen this car before somewhere. That's all I can say. I'm trying to create something that everyone likes, except me. I think it's so done, just like that. Yeah, I decided that these things suck. Change it. Follow me. I think aspiring to a traditional build absolutely holds me back. I like the look of it, but I'm not concerned with the year, make, manufacturer. I'm just looking for an aesthetic. And that's what I love about this kind of approach, is that you're not really bound by $1 million paint job. You can change it every week if you want. And it still looks rad. I'm just gonna start painting it. It's gonna evolve into something fantastic. I thought it would look really cool if we left rust in a lot of spots and just put the only gloss paint on the whole car, which is high gloss clear, to just showcase all the old metal. I think that'll look really badass. The body was just too nice. I just You thought I forgot about those steel toes, didn't you? I didn't have a vent for it, you know? You need a little ventilation in there. I think they're perfect. I just knew it would come to me. I knew those toes were gonna be worth something, man. They were too cool to just throw out. My favorite thing is that you can take something that people will recognize and just warp it into something that they don't recognize.
That's my super project back there. Probably like in a year or so, I'm gonna start on that. It's a 50 Olds. It's my 55. I had that up and running about probably 8 years ago now. One of my crazy buddies, Nacho, he had some wild idea to build a tiki head for some reason. He didn't know what to do with it, so we brought it over here. But it was one of those things like, you know, who knows what the hell we're doing here with this thing, you know? So this is the workshop. This is where all the cars get built out of here. Maybe 6 to 10 cars within the last 3 years.
This is where you built this car?
Yeah, this is where I built this car. The engine's a 57 392. The carburetion's 4 Webers. The frame I hand built. Only the front 2 feet are the original Model A frame, and the rest is 2x4 box tubing. 46 Ford steering column, 32 style dash. I chopped it 4 inches. It's got an old roll pan on the back from a 50s hot rod I found in an old man's garage. It was the only piece he saved from his high school hot rod that he had. We get our kicks off of trying to build it as traditional as we can, rather than just buying parts out of a catalog. We're just kind of bringing it back to the roots where it started.
Like an expectant father.
Nervous?
Yes, nervous.
Somebody squirted oil down the cylinder wall.
Oh yeah, I filled it with oil. It's the sweet smell of success. I think the artist's struggle is finding out how he wants to express himself, so one day it was black, the next day it was silver, that's all I can say. I was moved to sand the entire car, just to see, and I think I like this. I finished off the tailgate here, just took the remaining piece from this after I cut it, welded it across here, and just put a little bar on the back for a handle. I got some hinges that were just laying around, and put them in there, put some reinforcements, and then just sprayed it with undercoat. I'm gonna spray a clear with a little gold flake in it, so it's just a little more dramatic when the sun's on it. Oh, he's the guy with the gold car. Yeah, I saw that car out there. That's the gold one. We gotta go. It's almost time. We gotta go. After it was gold, I was horrified, so I sprayed it black in an effort to just make it fit. It looked like Liberace. It was so wrong.
the car club, the Shifters from Southern California, throw a car show every year. Their whole deal is a pre-63 car show, all traditional built rods and customs. There's thousands of people up here, hundreds of cars. They turned away 200 cars at the gate this morning that didn't fit the criteria. It's all about the traditionally built custom and hot rod.
Well, we made it. We pulled in last night. This place was already packed. I couldn't believe it. Met the road zombies from up north and saw the giant tiki, and these dudes saved us a spot to park as well. And I guess they dug the car. I guess I was really concerned with that and the whole build, making sure that the people who were into the traditional stuff respected what I did.
I think Ian's car is real awesome. You know, personally, I'm into the more traditional style cars, and his car is definitely along the lines of very traditional, the way it looks. Very artsy. He's done a lot of classy artwork with it as far as his welding and stuff like that, which is cool. You know, he's personalized it.
I was noticing the tie rod ends, how all the welds and stuff, all this like kind of little spot welds. It's cool. It looks like it came out pretty awesome.
And there's just thousands of people here right now that want to be involved. If every car looked the same here, I guess it would be pretty boring. So there's a smattering of all different types of cars. Painted cars, primer cars, rusted cars. I'm not going to pick apart someone's car. I'm just going to build my car the way I want to build it.
There's people here that don't have a car, but they're going to have a car next year because they go, that's looks fun to me. So I'm going to go search out and buy a car and start working on it.
You know, it's all about fun. There's no attitude here. You know, with us or any of these other people, everyone's here for a good time. You gotta come here by yourself and you leave with 20 new friends. It's really cool.
Right now on Full Custom Garage,
It's this guy over here.
Master Metalman Ian Roussel looks back on the best builds of Season 1.
When we first started the show, I didn't know what I was getting into. I got to do a ton of different projects, and I met a lot of really great people.
He's just a guy that can take nothing and build it into something. That is phenomenal in my book.
So it's the typical story of somebody's project dream car that just got in over their head.
And you're gonna save it.
That's what I do, sir. I'm here to save the day.
Hot damn, she loved it. She really, really loved it.
It's way cool.
I'm really glad he did this project. I didn't expect to see what I saw.
With every project, I'm always trying to do some crazy stuff, you know, really push the envelope. Sometimes that gets me into trouble, but that's the fun part. One of the first projects I did was for my friend Bill. We took his 1948 International truck cab and we put it on a modern roll-off chassis. Not the easiest thing to do, a lot of heavy metal. The truck needed to be wider to fit on the frame, so I started with the front fenders. So we get this cab set up on the chassis, and it looks bitchin'. I'm really happy with it. Bill's big concern is getting access to this engine. He really likes the idea of the old school trapdoor style hood. I think we should just go bigger. The whole plan here is the nose of the truck, the hood, the side panels, the fenders, the bumper, the lights, the kitchen sink. The whole deal slides forward and gets out of your way. You want to check the oil? There's nothing stopping you. Helped out on a build of a really cool truck, showed Bill a bunch of pictures of it, and I think we could use the same formula for this, just upsize everything. We need to get this so that it's a sliding mechanism. I'm thinking like trailer hitch stock. It's like, see how you got these two square telescopic tubes?
Oh.
If we just had some generic material.
You know, I have some tube down there on the pipe rack that I want you to take a look at that might work for that.
That's the stuff, man. So my idea for the sliding tilt nose, I got this trailer hitch receiver stock, and he has the interior section for that. See, it's different than the standard stuff because it's got rounded edges. So it slides on there pretty nice. I thought I'd take the rust off, but that seems like it acts as sort of a bearing. So this will be incorporated to the truck frame, two of them parallel, and then I'll cut two sections of this off, and the whole nose will slide forward, and then there'll be pivots here. So it slides off of the front of the truck and then pivots up. It's a telescopic square steel tube. It's super strong. I have a feeling it's gonna work out perfect. Everything's simple in concept. That's the realm I thrive in. Making it happen's a different story. This concept needed a lot of fabrication on the understructure just to get to the mock-up. I never built a tilt nose on a truck this big, so I needed to see it in action.
It's damn heavy.
That damn. Par for the course. All of this work, I finally get the thing ready to tilt, and it's stuck. Bill's standing right there. It's just perfect.
It wouldn't move. It wouldn't move. And I went back to the, damn, it's so heavy, we can't do it. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, now what?
When you got 5 million welds, your percentage of some attaching themselves to the cab is increased, so in the end, that's what happened. The thing would not hinge open because it was welded shut. Like that. And it'll pivot up. Like that. There it is. You got a tilt nose.
It is just awesome. Really cool. Everything I hoped it would be.
Going for the KO, but I hung in there. I was bobbing, I was weaving, I was ducking. Pulled it off.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears by that young man right there.
In the end, the truck worked out great. The thing I like most about it is the front view. Obviously, we know the fenders are widened, but you don't think that when you look at it. You just think, what a frickin' big truck.
There's not one thing I would change on this truck. I love everything about it. A lot of that is due to Ian and his persistence and his fabrication. It's a multi-functioning truck. It'll function as a flatbed truck, a dump truck, a van, does everything.
Bill's truck turned out to be one of my favorite builds. The biggest satisfaction comes from the fact that it's a real working vehicle, and that's cool. Another project I did was a super custom 1964 Bug. It was based off a toy car someone gave me. One of the coolest custom pieces was the headlights and mounting brackets. These headlights are pretty crazy. They're actually pieces of spun aluminum that I found in the scrapyard. So I really made this whole unit. I had some glass lenses and I made everything else. They're seal beam bulbs that I glued in behind these antique lenses. So they're 12-volt high-low beams. They look like vintage car parts, but they're handmade. Really badass. The other cool feature is the way they mount on the car. So it's a round tube. So they're adjustable up and down. You can move them in and out because you'll see when you steer, it's very close, like so. And when the hood shuts, these strange little shapes clear the hood. You could really see the difference when we pulled it next to a stock Bug. I really loved the stance and the radically chopped roofline. The thing I like most about the chop in the roof is just the radical nose-down look of the whole thing. At first, I was building the car for myself, but I listed it for sale, and that's how I met Mark. He became a good friend and a long-term client.
Wow. That's crazy. Just crazy, man. My name is Mark Hayward. I'm from a little town outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Thought we'd come all the way down to California and meet Ian and pick up that beautiful little gem we got sitting over there. Oh, man.
But I fit. You're about 6'2", right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be all right, man. So this car here, I mean, I basically bought it sight unseen. It was just spur of the moment type of thing. Like I say, we corresponded on email, and he said, well, maybe you're interested in this Volkswagen I got. I mean, how could you not just taking one look at that thing? It's phenomenal.
Not only did Mark buy the Bug, but he brought another project for me to work on.
Oh yeah, I got something for you. I brought you something.
Okay, I heard that there was a little treasure in the trailer.
I got a little treasure in the trailer, all the way down from the frozen north.
Whoa, what the heck is that thing?
That's a 51 Henry J.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one. That's crazy, and it has no trunk. What kind of car doesn't have a trunk?
We have lots of projects, both Viv and I, and I'll never get to them all, so it's like, okay, let's give one to Ian and see what he comes up with. And if it's anything like that Volkswagen over there, we're gonna get a pretty nice hot rod out of this. Seeing his work, you know, through the video, seeing the car now in person, yeah, I mean, I trust him 100%. I think it's just his creativity, and it gets down to his hands, and that's what he can fabricate and do. So, yeah, I have full faith in him to turn that project we just left him here into something. He's just a guy that can take nothing and build it into something. That is phenomenal in my book.
When I first met Mark, little did I know I would be working on some of the craziest projects, and this Henry J was just the tip of the iceberg. Next, I got started on Mark's Henry J, and it was all about chopping the top. It got pretty technical, but I knew I wanted to retain as much of the rear roof as possible, so I started in the front and worked my way back. I got the A-pillars all finished off. I'm committing to this chop. That's the height of the roof. I wasn't looking forward to cutting this roof and making it wider, but I think I'm gonna have to. I started looking at it, and I found that this drip rail was actually tapered. So I think I can use this to my advantage. It looks like the drip rail is straight all the way through the door, and then right at the B-pillar, it starts to taper in. So if I was to attach the B-pillar, trim it, and pull the rear of the roof out, it'll go straight right back through. It'd be easier to cut the drip rail off, but by leaving that, people are gonna think it's a stock part, and then they're gonna start wondering. So that's what I gotta do, cut the whole roof, lengthwise, back to front. I thought this chop was gonna be a walk in the park. I told the client it was gonna be like the VW Bug I made for him, and that was easy. Oops. You never know what you're gonna get into. The only way through it is to keep moving forward. So I'm just gonna cut up to the B-pillar. I'll probably do a little relief cut on the inside and see if I can just twist it a little, but I have a feeling I'm gonna have to go all the way to the front. This is the thing I'm unfamiliar with. I'm just feeling it out. I'm gonna make a relief cut on the inside of the structure and then just zip the sheet metal open and see when it moves. This is really delicate because in pulling this panel out, it could buckle the drip rail, and I'm really trying to make it look right. That's the hard part. It's gonna work. I don't even have to cut ahead of the B-pillar. I just put a trim on the back side of that structure, and this guy will pull right over. I really lucked out. Made a couple cuts, I pulled the thing, and it snapped into place like it was meant to be. Yep, that's why I get paid the big money. Pretty cool. The thing is, it looks easy because I just cut it, but I've cut a lot of cars. I know how these panels flex, and that's why I made this decision. I'm just gonna weld it on there now, like I meant to do it that way. The cuts in the roof turned out to be a lot smaller than I thought they were going to be, and that was a huge relief. From there, it was just a matter of filling the gaps with sheet metal and finishing it off. This kind of work is really tedious, but it's the end results that really show what the effort was from the start. I think the end result with this chop was that it's very subtle. Could have gone really radical. It looks good from every angle, and that's what I was really trying to accomplish. My friend Don, his wife Patty's birthday is coming up. He wants to get her something really cool. Her family has a long history with dune buggies, so he's thinking about putting together one for her.
It's going to be a total surprise for her. Growing up, her dad had a Myers-Manx when they first came out, and my wife had a lot of good memories with that dune buggy out at Pismo and some of the desert areas with that.
Don is a car fanatic. His wife is a little more conservative. She's always wondering what he's doing over here. He's got 6 million cars. I think that this dune buggy might seal the deal. It might win her over to our side.
It's just going to be epitome of driving around in something cool, you know, especially done by Ian, because he's so creative.
Ever since I started this project, I've been thinking about the engine. Searching around at Don's, as usual, he's got so much stuff. I find an electric motor for a forklift. Just in a pile of parts, you know, there's this electric motor, there's a bunch of switches, speed controllers, just electric stuff. It just got me thinking. I mean, an electric dune buggy, nobody's got that. A lot of my ideas seem pretty crazy at the time, but actually pulling it off is the big challenge, you know? It's almost like there's a Jekyll and Hyde scenario. I had to make this electric motor work with the Volkswagen transaxle. I tried to make the simplest possible coupler. I used an old clutch disc and just welded it to a couple pieces of tubing. That fits the Volkswagen transaxle. What do you think about that? It's gotta work. I'm going off the standard VW gearbox, so it has a neutral, which is perfect. I don't have to worry about the tires spinning. So it's kind of a safety mode. I'm just gonna hook up the motor and run it, see what happens with no stress on it. It's such a bummer. It seems like anything that can go wrong will. This electric motor spins the reverse of what a Volkswagen engine does. That means we have 4 reverse gears and 1 forward gear. It's in reverse now, which will make it go forward. It's something I need to figure out. Yeah, there it is. I'm not gonna get caught up in the fact that reverse is forward. Sometimes things go sideways for me. It's still gonna move. First gear is here, and then second gear. The electric motor was only gonna spin one way, and that was backwards. So I put the car in reverse, and I made 4 different voltages that spun the motor at different speeds. And then with 4 batteries, you'll have 4 gears. Should go 1,000 miles an hour. finished it up, painted it, and took it for a quick test run before I showed Patty. And it cruised great. I think it came out pretty cool. I couldn't wait to bring it to Patty and see her reaction.
And here is your birthday present.
Oh, I like the red.
Hot damn, she loved it. She really, really loved it.
It's way cool. I like that it's sparkly, and I like the red. The pinstripes and everything on it is really cool, draws a lot of attention. It's way cool, I like it.
I think my favorite thing that Ian did with the car is going electric with it. I think that is just way cool, and it shows how talented he is.
It's really cool to drive. It's a lot of fun. I love it!
The cool factor about this whole build was that Patty's family was into dune buggies. I mean, for years, like old school when the thing first happened. So to restore this original Survivor and give it back to her, it's like it came full circle. We're in Ventura, California. It's the Chopper Fest. Just looking around, see what's happening. I got a couple ideas of a bike I want to build, and I'm just seeing what's out there. Seems like the bike world's taken a couple turns in what's popular with style. For me, the 60s, 70s, the chopper thing that was going on is really the core of it. A big part of the chopper scene were these straight four engines, Hondas, Suzukis. Denver's Choppers was building frames for these kind of engines, and I just think it's cool. I want to take that element of a really long bike, but make it a three-wheeler. Trike conversions have always been popular for motorcycles. It's really hard to get style into this three-wheel design, and I'm just gonna push my skills and try to make it happen. This project was all about the look, so once I got the engine and frame kind of figured out, it was really all about the seat and body shape. This bike has a solid rear end. It's a rigid, it has no rear suspension. I need a comfortable seat. I was looking around for seats, motorcycle seats, horse saddles, wheelbarrows, anything. You know, it just occurred to me, I've been sitting, working for 10 years, 8 hours a day on this freaking work seat. I think it's perfect. I want the seat to be right on the axle. As soon as I put it in place, I was like, wow, it's low back, really wide. It's perfect. With the seat in place, I wanted to start building the fenders. Here is an improvised arch maker. I need to create a radius around those tires. There's a lot of ways to bend tubing. Sometimes I just do it primitive. It works for me. Weld the end, flip her over, and roll out the barrel. This rim made the ring too small, so I'm just gonna stretch it out on this tire. It's always easier to open the arch up than to try to shrink it down. So the idea here is to get this to be about just a ½ inch or an inch off of the surface all the way around the tire, kind of like here. So all you do is just start to beat on it. It's right about there. This puts an even ½ inch perimeter all the way around. You can see it swings down and then out and then back around, and it's all one panel. In the end, I'm gonna paint these fenders so they look like some kind of a carnival freak show. I want it to look like you're locked in on some kind of a wild ride. The whole thing with this is to look like a giant toy. It looks like a big wheel. It's one thing to think about a project, but to see it right there, it's great. It's what I live for. It was fun to take it to the Born Free show and see that other people were digging it too. Hot rods are a purely American thing. They started with early Fords mostly, 20s and 30s Fords. As I understand, GIs came home from World War II, and they wanted to go fast. These were made from cheap cars that were just sitting around, just waiting to be hot rodded. These cars are really desirable. They're making fiberglass reproductions, all steel reproductions, so to find an original surviving all-metal body, that's the best starting point.
Ian and I have been friends for a while. We've worked on several projects together. He gets excited coming over here to see all the projects that I have. I like things a little more simple, and Ian's way more creative.
This is like ideal hot rod material. It's a little bit too far gone if you needed to restore it. All the mechanical parts are junk, but for a hot rod, this body is really good. One of the more unique things of this build was the roof. Every Model A has a hole in the roof. You can't get around it. One of the cool factors is it really gives you an opportunity to kind of make your mark. I've been looking around all over, trying to figure out what's gonna be cool. Don's got a bunch of van roofs, he's got car hoods, car trunks, all kinds of stuff. Looking around, I come up on this Mustang hood, and it's pretty thrashed. This is a '69 Mustang hood. The car got wrecked. I cut it out about the same size as the roof opening in the Model A. It's got a neat crease down the center, and it's worthless as a replacement hood. The contour fits. And it's got this cool little detail in the roof. The selling point to me was the ridge in the hood. The ridge in the hood immediately made me think of a 50s trick where they would put these little air vents in the roof of the car. So that's really what I was hoping to do. I mean, I already had this thing built in my head.
When Ian was gone, I went ahead and I got some LED lights.
In my absence, the hood scoop, this great styling element, has become a third brake light. Very interesting.
I like the practicality of the safety part of it because the car sits fairly low, that I think that's going to work out really good.
He wired some wires up through the body, and he put these LEDs inside. In the end, it's all about craftsmanship. You know, that is a very custom third brake light.
Oh, look at that. Boy, somebody will see me for miles away. Perfect.
At the end of the day, Don was really happy. He's got a cool hot rod, and he loves to drive it.
I'm really happy with the way this whole build went because the car is easy to get in and out of. It's a nice car to drive. It handles well, it corners well, it stops well, and the wife can get in and out of it well. I'm just so tickled. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything more, or a person of Ian's caliber to help me with my own personal project.
The whole thing about 50s customs is the style, the flow of it, the silhouette. It's really an artistic thing. What most people are trying to do with these cars is make them look better than stock. Everybody has their opinion, and that's why no two cars are alike. My friend Bill had a '55 four-door Oldsmobile. The initial idea was to freshen it up a little bit, but of course, as things went along, it got a lot more involved. First, I chopped the top, and Bill really liked it. Seeing the roof 3 inches lower, I know I nailed it. But standing around looking at it, it just needs something else. I've already gone this far with the chop. It's a great looking car. I think its value has increased. If I go for two-door conversion with the chop top, this thing is solid gold.
Ian now wants to turn this into a two-door. I really don't want this to turn into a big, huge project. I said to him, if you can do it in one day, great.
On our way out to Riverside, California, found a guy who's got a 55 Olds. It'll be perfect for this four-door to two-door conversion I'm working on. Hopefully he's got the parts we need. Right on, I think that'll work. He had all the parts we need. We were able to cut off the backside of the door pillar and get the two doors, and also scored a new bumper. These doors were a lot longer than the original front doors, so I needed to see what it would take to make them work. Four-door to two-door conversion, it ain't easy, but I gotta do it like right now. I just gotta prove to Bill that this is gonna work. Fortunately, I got the door jamb from the parts car that matches these doors. I know some of the dimensions are a little bit different, but I think I can pull it off. A couple bolts and the door fit. If this door didn't fit, I think we're going back to a four-door. I just assumed it would fit, and we lucked out. I used the stock rear door to complete the quarter panel, and Bill and I decided on a two-tone paint job. This car just needs something to put it over the top. I called my friend Scratch in. He's the best pinstriper I know. I think he's just gonna finish this car to perfection.
You know what? When I first saw the Oldsmobile, I'm walking up the hill to the shop, and the Oldsmobile's sitting there in the middle of the shop space, and it just kind of brings me back. It's very nostalgic for me. I like that they hadn't changed the grill or anything just yet, and then they chopped the roof, so it already it has that look of, it's kind of fast, but it's elegant. Don't mess with me.
Scratch really likes Oldsmobiles and traditional customs. I knew it'd be perfect to pinstripe this thing, but Bill was a little skeptical.
What's your thoughts? I'm thinking kind of conservative, probably by your standards.
Well, I'm super conservative. I know that's hard to believe.
It is.
It's actually really hard to believe, but it's this guy over here.
He's the wild man.
Scratch just explained what he had in mind, and Bill was totally on board.
Oh, a lot of people don't know this, but pinstriping actually was an art form that was made up to cover up bad bodywork. So striping's always in the same places, in the front of the hood, in the middle of the deck lid, and that's where the emblems and stuff had been shaved off, and then over the headlights and over the taillights, because that's where they would French the headlights or French the taillights. But later on, custom bodywork was taking so long. People would have their cars at their shops for so long that they're like, let's just get a stock car, lower it, and do a panel paint job on it. Like, has a stock original paint around it, we'll just tape it all off and spray another color, or we'll tape it all off and just do striping around it. And that's basically what we're doing.
I really like the pinstriping. It's subtle, but it came out great.
Got the car finished up and on the road, and Bill was super happy.
You know, with Ian, every time I get him on board, none of these projects are simple. This was a huge, big undertaking. This thing was really rough, and he did a marvelous job on it. Just take a look at it. He really walked the last mile on it.
I love the way this Oldsmobile looked when it was finished. It was pretty classy, nothing too crazy. Always cool to see a nice old car on the road. This next project was one of my own. It's a 1949 International Harvester Metro van. It's a delivery truck that I put on a modern pickup truck chassis. This episode was all about the interior. I've done a whole ton of work on this van, but for any cool custom van, it's all about the interior. And if you want to have a party in here, this stuff ain't gonna fly. I gotta fix it. The thing I like most about this, it's just funky. You don't see them. I've had VW buses since I was 15. I've always loved them, and this is like a big brother to a VW bus. It's like the next bigger size. It's able to tow. It has a good V6 engine with a manual transmission. It's the same idea as the VW bus, but rarer and cooler. My whole concept with this is like a dual-purpose vehicle. During the week, it's a work truck, and on the weekends, it's a play vehicle. I want it to be able to convert from work truck to camper pretty easily. I called my friend Bob to give me a hand.
Ian's working on a project, and he said he could use my help, and so I thought he'd come out and work with him again. Every time I get the opportunity, I'd love to come out.
This is the start of the rear deck. The whole idea is these panels are gonna fold up and become the walls of the van when you're in work mode. And then if you go camping or whatever, this is actually a big mat. It's a big bed you could sleep on. I'm gonna work on fabbing up the structure out of angle iron. I came up with some material that could act as hinges, so Bob's gonna build the hinges and I'm gonna build a frame. This is a really simple barrel hinge design. It's just a solid shaft that fits inside of a collar. Bob's just cutting a bunch of blank pieces and making sure they pivot right.
Since we're fabricators and body men, we don't like to go to the store and buy hinges when we can make them.
I need some material for the walls. They're gonna be upholstered. I had a couple acrylic sheets, plexiglass. It'll work perfect. You could use pretty much anything. It's gonna be covered with vinyl in the end. I just cut it to fit and put a couple screws in it. What do you think, man? Need a couple bean bags, a few bongos.
Cooler, full of ice cold beverages.
I really thought about how this was gonna work, and I decided by butting this frame up against the door jambs, when I lifted them up, they were gonna clip into place, and it worked.
I'm really enthused about getting to work on it, and I'm really glad he did this project, you know, for himself. You know, it's something really, really nice.
The van's together. I got the airbags in, it's a driver. The big secret it's hiding is it's my old work truck. It's a 1988 GMC pickup truck. From the radiator to the gas tank, I modified the whole thing and put this international body over it, so it drives like a modern vehicle. It's got a Vortec V6 with a manual 5-speed. Airbags all around, it's a bitchin' ride. I chose this kind of oxblood color vinyl for the interior because I just thought it would look rich. You know, the exterior of the van is pretty mellow, but when you look inside, it's pretty special. I spent a lot of time on the structure of the fold-down walls. I wanted them to be very usable, so this whole hinge and steel mechanism I came up with has proven to work well. The whole concept with this van is its usability. You know, it's not a show car. So the back is set up to load and carry whatever, or you can hang out in it. That's the whole idea with this. It's a utility vehicle. I still have this van. I'm kind of glad I didn't get rid of it because my friend Rich Evans is going to use it for his vintage flats paint company as a display vehicle. One of the craziest projects I did in season 1 was for my friend Victor. He wanted to make a custom bubble top for his 1962 Thunderbird. I'd never done it before, and creating a bubble that big turned out to be really difficult. In order to do it, I needed to build a massive oven in order to heat the plastic. Big challenge trying to figure out how to heat this thing up. I'm just hitting walls with it. I'm talking with Victor about it.
And he said, well, we need some igniters or elements. I said, I got some perfect elements. Let me just finish cooking my steaks.
I guess his family barbecues a lot. You know, they have big family events, go on vacation. They do a lot of motorhome camping. And they got these 2 huge commercial barbecue grills, and he thinks that it's gonna make it happen. Victor and I share a lot of the same characteristics. I think this barbecue thing might just be too much. He's convinced it's gonna work. All I have to do is prove it. Each grill has 2 propane tanks, so we'll have 4 5-gallon propane tanks, which should be plenty of capacity. As long as these guys get that volume of air warmed up, it should work. All you can do is try. We're either gonna have the right amount of heat or not enough. We'll see. They make some heat. Let's put the lid on. In keeping with the low-tech approach, I've got some plumbing pipe, a simple gauge, and some air fittings. The idea is to just create a controlled air source to inflate this thing. Target temperature for this is 375 degrees to get the plastic that hot. I had the idea that this laser thermometer would be a perfect way to check out the temperature, and yeah, the readings are consistent, it's heating up, and it seems like it's gonna happen. Pretty weird. This huge sheet of plastic, as it heats up, is starting to deform. It's getting like all wobbly looking, and just putting a little bit of air pressure in it.
Ian just strategically putting the air in and heating it up, and I walk up out of coming from a project that I was on, and I said, Ian, crank it up, let's take it to the limit.
Yes, Captain, taking it to the limit, as requested. That didn't work. Shut her down. I turned my head for a second, and it was like, what was that?
Within 2 minutes, the thing started tweaking and blowing, and I could see the look on Ian's face, like, what the hell did you make me do now?
Shut everything off, it's gonna melt the plastic real bad. I quick turn around, peeking in the hole, I can't even see what's going on. I'm seeing sheet metal. I don't know what's going on, because the whole thing appears to have collapsed. The whole thing's collapsing. I don't know what to do. I stuck my arm back in the oven to hold the thing up and kind of get a look, and it's just destroyed. We gotta lift the lid up and see what went wrong. It looks like the metal and everything tore right out of the roof of the box. It tore off the lid.
So we actually damaged and warped the first mold. I said, you know, just crank the pressure on, and that was the wrong thing to do, but hey, it's a good story.
This thing was twice as big before this broke. So what happened was he lost air pressure and it shrunk. What a bummer. To most people, this thing looks like an utter failure. I'm gonna work through it. After it got destroyed, we rebuilt the mold and made it a lot stronger. Typical Victor style, he wanted to push the whole thing further and make an entirely new shape. The good thing is this is working just like all the rest. The heat's even, the thing's inflating, it's looking good. Oh, the front, look at this. Amazing. We're there. I can't push it anymore. We're gonna raise it up. It's the moment of truth. Oh, we got it, man. Look at that.
Yeah, see, that's what I was looking for.
Everything looks great. It's back into shape. The whole idea is to just cool it off, raise it up out of the box, and unclamp this beast. I took this 1/2-inch MDF board and created a series of templates off of the bubble Victor liked most. I spaced them out 8 inches apart, made a whole bunch of support to withstand the pressure of this bubble pushing against it, and fastened it to the backboard. Good. Getting the buck off of this thing really revealed that it was a successful idea. This was uncharted territory, and the result was ideal. That's pretty crazy. But the real tell is going to be how it fits on the car. That's what this is all about. This car has been in the works for a long time. It is a concept car. It's gone through so many phases of development, and now to have it finally wrapped, I'm stoked.
The car came out amazingly, beyond my expectation. On the bubble top, the interior, this is a total custom build.
The bubble top is next level.
The car is, like I said, a piece of art. I mean, the car is a masterpiece.
I saw Victor pull in the driveway with this thing. It's like, get out of the way, mister. I want this car.
Well, Ian, when he came in and seen it, all of the ideas all came together, and he was impressed.
The thing drives up, and it looks like a spaceship. I wish it didn't have tires. You open the bubble top, and the interior is just going off. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in there.
I'm ecstatic. He's ecstatic with it. Everything flows just perfect.
The first season was a ton of work, but I'm used to that. The thing was the great unknown. We just threw it out there to whatever might come in the door, and it really was a great time. Little behind the scenes thing in season 1 was that I got my shop inspector, got my #1 dog. Think you can have a snack and then just mosey on out on your own accord? I was super nervous about having some kind of responsibility, and it's turned out to be a really fun time. The coolest factor about having the dog on the show is that that's the reality. It's really just him and I hanging out in the shop. Hey, you're not the center of attention. This is my show. It's like baby pictures, right? You can sit here and boast about your accomplishments forever. But, you know, it is what it is. He's pretty damn charming.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the wild bubble top adventure.
After everything we put into this car, this could either make it or break it. So the thing is, it's not gonna be just a silver car. What's it gonna look like?
I'm a little nervous, way excited.
As the guys get into it, a surprise visitor arrives.
I'm like, oh my God, it's Ed Roth's son.
Whoa, dude, man, this is sick. My first reaction was, am I not at Roth Studios in 1960s? Because everything that Ian does has that flavor about it.
And as the build progresses,
wow,
Ian calls on the help of an old friend.
Jack's an encyclopedia of classic ideas.
What'd you do this time?
I told you we were gonna change the look of the car a little bit.
Holy
Made a few subtle changes.
I think so. He's getting crazier.
Even hellhounds respond. This is the stand back and check it out moment. This is what we've all been waiting for. This thing all started when I decided to redesign my first show car, Space Junkie. I called in Johnny to help me with the new design.
You're not satisfied with
I'm not satisfied.
It's gotta be different.
We based the concept off a few of the parts I had, and Johnny came up with a really killer sketch. That's what we're building.
Awesome.
With that as a guide, I called in my friend Eric to help with the fabrication. He had some really good ideas and helped me to modify the body to fit the drawing. When my friend Eric was here, he kind of threw this concept out as a challenge. You're sitting here driving with this miniature steering wheel like a dragster, and your hand is up here like a monster cartoon car guy, but your throttle is on this lever, and when you push it, it is the brake. So your master cylinder will be on top front row center, and you're pushing it with your hand to stop and twisting it to go. This idea is pretty far out there. Working with a client, there are parameters. I don't have any of those with this project. The sky's the limit. My friend Johnny's coming in. He was the main inspiration and collaboration on this design from the start.
Hey, man. Whoa.
Hey. Welcome home.
Holy cow, man.
Lots happened since he last saw it. It actually looks like a car now. When he left, it was a bunch of sheet metal shapes.
He was gonna have to completely build this whole thing from rough renderings, and here it is in 3 dimensions in front of me, you know, ready to paint. It's crazy. Again, Ian takes it to the next level. The guy is just amazing.
Since you left, I haven't stopped. It's been this every freaking day.
So
nonstop.
badass.
And then this is how you get in.
Yes.
You see every other bubble top, the bubble opens, right?
Yes. Different.
Yes, the funny car style. So not only do we have the body and the bubble and the lift mechanism in place, but I have this. It is just like your drawing.
Yeah.
So it looks like a cartoon, right?
Dude, those headers came out so sick.
It's pretty crazy. It's like a show and tell time. Johnny's all geeking out on all the details, and I'm like, we still got a lot of work to do, man. So the thing is, it's not gonna be just a silver car. The main reason I wanted you here was to figure out some kind of a graphic design on the thing.
Okay, sure, no problem. Let me just whip out the crayons and let's see what we can come up with.
The whole first Space Junkie started with this model, the layout of the kit.
Oh yeah.
I figured there's no better way to start than with some modeling. This is an iconic bubble top car. It's the Ed Roth Beatnik Bandit.
So a little nod to the original Space Junkie, a little nod to that.
Right. From my formative years, Ed Roth has been like the go-to guy for all the crazy style choices. I always wanted a bubble top. There's no better path to follow than that of the master. We'll just try to be better than that car.
That's not a tall order. Be better than Ed Roth.
I want to do something kind of inspired by the Beatnik Bandit, but I got a couple ideas of my own. The car is just moving forward. If it was moving through some kind of a paint vortex and the colors came onto it, it's all going from front to back.
So, you know, trying to translate now, yeah, vortex of paint in a thing. I got you.
So I got this 3M tape. I got tons of it. Maybe I'll just throw a couple lines what I was thinking, and then you just color in between the lines. I'm thinking the whole process here is keep Johnny in his comfort zone. I'm sure that's where he's most creative. So he's gonna mock it up on paper, and I'm gonna mock it up on the car.
A lot of what I was doing was kind of just looking at the panel itself, thinking about how can I mimic some shapes, move around in this limited amount of space, but do a lot of motion. It's gotta look like it's moving when it's sitting.
I think that's exactly it. I like it. Why not?
When he's made a decision to start creating stuff, it is a whirlwind, dude. You better, like I said, you better grab on or you're gonna get left behind.
So it'll turn kind of like just a thing coming off of that. So you'll have 4 spears, like maybe this one. Once we started laying it out, I just kept going.
He did his thing, I did my thing, and I kept looking to see what he was doing. He kind of was checking out what I was doing, and then there was this moment where he laid some tape down, and I went, oh my God, there it is. Yeah, you said through a paint vortex, and it's grabbing on him.
It's a stylized vortex, but it is nonetheless in motion. I like it, dude. Even hellhounds respond.
Sweet.
We got a bunch of ideas laid out on the car. We're gonna paint all over it, pull the tape back, and see where we stand. We finished up the side of the car and continued to design across the top of the body. I'm gonna refine the side, and Johnny's gonna start mocking up the back.
I'll just lay this out, and then I'll just draw an idea. I'm trying to transfer the feel of that graphic up there back here, but do something a little bit different. May need the envisioning tool soon.
Uh-oh.
You got one of those laying around anywhere?
Yeah, they're all around us, man. You're in a shop full of them.
You know, I'm in the zone, I'm laying tape down, Ian's doing his thing. What is that? And I start hearing this really killer exhaust coming from outside the shop. That sounds good.
Yeah, let me show you. I got a little treat. I invited somebody over.
So we pop around the corner and there's this really tricked out, flaked, crazy car with a dude in a top hat, and I'm like, oh my God.
I introduced Johnny to Dennis, Ed Roth's son.
I'm Dennis. I'm Little Daddy Roth. What's up, Johnny?
Great, nice to meet you. I'm like, oh my God, it's Ed Roth's son. And he's like, I got goodies for you guys.
I asked Dennis to come by because he's got a line of paint products designed specifically for this type of car.
And as soon as the light hits that Roth flake, it's amazing.
I actually built that car to showcase the metal flake because I got a real education when I was 10 years old. Dad was flaking them, and I jumped right on the bandwagon. I've been flaking for 50 years.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. This is the exact effect we need. So it's like multi-layers of different tones of flake with the candy over it. Our car needs this effect. It's unbelievable.
And he called me and said he wanted metal flake. Dude, I said, dude, I will deliver it. You know what I mean? I'm coming up there right now because I want to see your car.
Come on.
Whoa,
check
dude,
out what we're making.
Man, this is sick.
We pick up the boxes and go inside, and Dennis sees the car that we're working on, and he's just kind of blown away.
No, dude, oh, the front ladder bars are insane, dude.
This is the guy who's seen it all. He grew up in his dad's shop, seeing all the creations, and he's kind of digging this.
The whole lightweight look, these things on the side, these fins right here are just mind-blowing. If Big Daddy was here, and he is looking down on us right now, this is the most bitchin' part right here. You know what the old man used to always tell me? Leave a lot of the mechanical showing. And people never do that, and they cover these cars with all that. But your mechanical is so sick, dude. You have...
Well, I read the books.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
The power, bro.
I got the bottles and I read the books. That's kind of what this whole thing has led up to.
Well, my first reaction was like I was back at the shop in Maywood. Like, you know, I might not at Roth Studios in 1960s because everything that Ian does has that flavor about it. You know, I know Big Daddy's looking down on Ian right now and going, oh yeah, Ian, you know what's up.
Well, the whole thing is I started building cars because of what I saw his father doing, you know? So to have him come in and be like, oh yeah, the old man would approve, you know? That's like I guess I'm there.
It's just great craftsmanship. I love this car.
Cool.
When can I drive it?
We should be done in a month. We were hoping to make it to the Moon Eyes show, but Johnny came out. We're on the final stages with the paint. We got the flake. What
I got the
happens
flake
next?
for you, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Metal flake.
He didn't just come in with one little packet of stuff for us to sample. He's got the whole kit and caboodle. He's got a box full of every tone you could imagine. Different prisms, different effects, different colors.
Well, when I was a little kid, Dad always liked the big chunky flake. He wants to be able to tell it's metal flake from a block away. Bam! And that's what I like. I like the big chunky grind. So in Roth flake, I can control the color and I can control the grind and I can control the prismatics in it. And I think I got a flair for the banging. So all Roth flake is banging, baby.
I think we got to go with the beaver brown.
Okay, that's what you got, beaver brown.
Do we need a special gun for this? Or
You got it right here, baby.
Aha.
The little Daddy Roth flake bomber.
Well, he's got a lot of energy, and I'm just trying to hold on. I'm trying to keep up. He's a salesman, and I got the stuff. He's giving us the song and dance.
Giddy up, baby.
I think he sold us. We'll take them.
All right.
That's it.
I'm out of here.
Perfect.
I think that him and Johnny have a pretty wild idea going on right here. Like you can see the carbon hole is taped off a little bit right now, so we're just all secret.
We got the first layer of paint on. The first color is going to be this brown candy. It's a very thick application of paint because it's a candy coat and it's got a cure. That's the whole thing with the complexity of this tape job.
I'm a little nervous, way excited, because we're peeling pack just to see if the graphic worked. And the more that got peeled back, the more excited I got. It's gonna work.
Once I got the brown paint on, we pulled off the tape. It's looking good, but it's still kind of unknown until we get the second color in place. The whole design gets taped over yet again for another color.
This part becomes super critical, that we really are meticulous in making sure that the turns are good and the lines are crisp, because this is going to be the graphic.
The next color was this cream tone, and that has the silver flake in it. We put that on, and you can really see the effect of the metal flake. As much labor as it is, the reward is at this point when we're untaping it. Pulling off the last set of tape, you really see the contrast, and that's it. It's sparkly. It's like Las Vegas.
So we laid graphics down, we've got this cool chassis, and now it's the excitement of knowing that Ian always takes it to the next level. And what is that next level gonna be? It's the worst part is I have to leave and not see it finish.
Johnny has to take off, but before he leaves, I want to take him to the Moon Eyes car show for a little more inspiration.
Kind of walking around, taking a look at some of the different paint jobs on some cars and trying to get some inspiration for the Space Junkie, and see some pretty cool stuff, some good ideas.
This van is freaking crazy, dude. It's got all this stuff. The panels, this wandering squiggly line thing. Yeah, it's a lot of tape work, man.
I love your car show, man.
Thanks, man.
This guy is good.
Nice.
Yeah.
We got free.
I got some of my ideas from you. That's my goal right over there.
Sweet.
I got some of my ideas from you.
This is a 51 Ford. It's a shoebox Ford that this fella said he's a frustrated artist. So he went all the way on the paint job. You tape it, you backmask it, you got different colors. You see the way the body's a different tone than the roof. It's the same process we're gonna have to go through.
First thing that's jumping right out at you is all the metal flake. That's the eye-popping candy paint with the huge metal flake on it. That's where it's at.
Well, this is more of a very straightforward paint.
Yeah, look at the
tape,
taillights on
right?
that.
But the effect they achieved with the pearl, the prismatic. What would you even call that? Like, it's so rich, man. You want to taste it.
I got look.
It's good.
And it's this crazy blue.
Yeah, it's super good.
Love it.
When you're walking out of the sun, you
Jump.
don't even see it, and now it's like a freaking vortex of color.
Vortex of color.
You know my friend Jack, you know what he said? Oh, you don't put metal flake on a truck.
Yeah. You put metal flake on everything. Breakfast cereal, steak.
These cars, I saw when we were walking
Oh, here we
in.
go.
It's all the traditional lowrider stuff. They know all the tricks with the candy coats, gives it so much depth. And the flake, of course, in the sunlight's just popping. I think the inspiration in all the lowriders is really where we're going with this. The metal flake, the taped out lines, that whole deal. And there's a million cars with that flavor.
I showed up kind of feeling down about my own artwork and stuff, and then to get in here, start creating and doing creative processes with Ian is like this new energy to go back, do some new drawings, come up with some new designs.
We got a lot of inspiration out here. Unfortunately, Johnny's got to hit the road.
I'm gonna do everything in my power to be back when this thing is done, and I'm sure I'm gonna walk through the door and look at it and go, what?
Dennis dropped off that Roth flake, and he told me once you start with this, there's no going back. It's true. I used the blue, the silver, the brown, the gold, the whole palette. The color combo is exactly what I achieved in the first car, but only using blue now instead of pink. You have two pretty mellow tones with a really contrasting kind of a neon line through them. The whole angle here was not to make your ultimate hot rod, you know, nothing conservative. It's a total cartoon, and I think we've accomplished that. I'm pretty happy with it, but as always, I have to have the shop inspector check it out. So, what do you think? I know you weren't allowed in here for a few days. It was a toxic environment. It's over here. Hey, it's this, right? Remember before it was primer? Look, think. It was primer. Now it's painted. I know the engine is good to go. We started it, but the transmission's questionable. I got a brand new unit from Monster Transmission. They always work perfect. It's a simple bolt-on replacement. Mark was right. V8 engine, it's balanced, fits in there perfect. Everything on this car has been figured out around the finishing stretches. The interior is really the last big question mark. I called up my friend Jack. He's the upholstery guy. He's done all the interiors on my cars.
Holy mackerel. Wow.
Hey, welcome
hey,
back.
Ian, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Wow. What'd you do this time?
I told you we're going to change the look of the car a little bit. So
Holy
you made a few subtle changes.
I think so. You morphed into a roadster.
Yeah.
It's a whole new car, man. I couldn't believe it. I'm used to looking at the old car, and then I see this thing, and it's completely different.
It's actually a bubble top. You know those acrylic domes I was making? Well, it's not a roadster.
Like you did on the T-Bird?
Yep, exactly.
Wow, this is something.
It's like one of those Roth
I like this
show
better.
cars.
Right away, I thought, he's getting crazier as he gets older. He just knocks this stuff out. I don't know if he ever sleeps.
I've pretty much got the whole deal figured out. The only thing left is the interior.
Should we mess with the original panels first? Put some in here and look at it?
Yeah,
and
I'll
see.
lift the body up. It's got a prop rod. The whole body pivots on the hinge.
Get it up here. Well, this reminds me the old days when we were running a funny car.
It's exactly what it's inspired by.
40-some years ago is the same deal.
Yeah.
Set it in, push it up, and start working on it. Yeah, if this is all finished off in there, you can leave it up, show the whole thing this way.
Jack's all about the interior, and he could see that there's nothing in it. So that was his main concern. Loved the look of the car, and all of a sudden his gears are turning. So I got all these panels. So see, these were the original interior parts, and we're not going with pink anymore. That was the one main color change.
Get rid of that pink.
I think all the brown can still work, though. Once the fasteners are on the back side, it just clips in like it did.
You don't even need any welt on this.
So that's the thing, that one goes there, and then these were the little backrest panels, so they'll pop right back in. The most apparent change in the interior is that the color swap. I'm going from pink to blue. Jack's thinking as he's peeling these pink elements off, maybe we'll just leave them out. Maybe we'll just go brown.
Well, that looks pretty nice, right? Yeah, I like it.
Jack likes the upholstery as is. I got some other ideas. I've known Jack for a while, about 15 years. It started from him just upholstering one of my seats one day, and he just keeps getting more and more involved. See, the whole thing is I'm not using the seats that I made originally because I'm way more laid back. Literally, like this becomes a headrest. I'm actually laying back. I'm literally like with my head I'm like, actually, that's perfect. Look at that. I'm sitting in there like this, like a freaking dragster.
Wow. That's what it looks like,
Right.
yeah. The interior is always last. So then what you got to do is adjust the seats, the panels, and everything to make them fit into what they built. Yeah, do you have something we can lay in here, like a piece of cardboard or something?
Yeah, I got all that
offhand?
pattern paper.
Yeah. The interior is going to mean a lot because the body's up like this. You're going to see a lot of it. It has to be done right.
Oh, yeah, it looks better already.
It should fit, follow your back.
So if I lay in and push it down, that's
I'll
kind of
hold
where
it
I
so
want
it
to be.
doesn't move.
Yeah, like that.
There you go. How about you just lay in it like a hammock kind of thing?
Jack's idea was why not make sort of like a hammock, you know, just a simple little thing to support your back and not even have a seat, just a simple pad that you recline on. That looks just kind of like a generic panel, though.
Well, yeah, but we can do something with that. I'll make some,
all in the stitch
put a
work.
seam, couple of seams in it or something, and we'll make some design in it.
Jack's got a bunch of ideas. I could see him scribbling around with the pen. He's talking a lot. I don't know what he's going to come up with, but it looks like he's got plans. So the whole thing is with the interior being so mellow and subtle, I want the fabric to pop, you know? I was thinking like that metal flake, blue old school glitter vinyl to complement these pinstripes. So when you're looking through the bubble, you see these two blue things broadcasting out, you know?
This blue metal flake, they don't make it anymore, from what I understand, so it'll be pretty hard to get.
That's,
if we can find it. And blue metal flake vinyl?
Well,
he likes metal flake, you know. He tried to metal flake my truck.
I know it's impossible to find. It's the hardest stuff in the world to get a hold of. So
Oh,
I
wait a
got
minute.
this instead.
He was playing with me, see? Well, that's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of course.
I could pull a few strings, man.
Oh, man.
So you
Look at
think
this guy.
2 yards of this stuff will be enough?
Sure.
Check
Plenty.
it out. Check it out in the sun.
Plenty
That's the
good.
thing. It's just like the frame.
Put the God light on it.
Jack's not a big fan of metal flake, so I just wanted to catch him off guard a bit.
He pulled one on me.
Had to pull a few strings. They're back in the men's room, but they handed it through the wall, through the back window.
Well, it is a bold choice, and it's a lot of people are afraid to take chances because they think they're going to ruin their reputation or something like that. It's his personality. That's what he does. He likes to zap you with things.
This is perfect. I was hoping that it would work with the blue pinstripes, but that's exactly it. So you see, when you're walking up on the car, you're like, why is there blue in it? And then when you look inside, it makes sense.
Then you know why.
It totally adds to it. That's kind of it. I'll roll up this material. You could take it with you. And,
Okay.
We're good to go.
I've got some ideas, but I'm not going to say anything until the seat's finished. And I'll bring the seat in and then see how he likes it.
The great thing about this interior design is that most of it's already fabricated. All I have to do is make a couple simple seat pans and some side panels, and Jack will upholster them. What? Oh, were you looking for this? Eat it, kid. Go play in traffic. These seat pans are very straightforward. There's already some hardware on the floor to mount them. I'm just gonna take a piece of aluminum, 050 thickness, and just kind of curve it and cut it. The panels that I'm making are very generic. The whole look is about what happens with the stitch work, and that's all up to Jack. I can't wait to see what he does. Jack says he's bringing by one of the seats today, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he came up with.
Hi, Ian. How you doing?
Aha!
I brought you a little present.
Oh,
Got
right
some
on.
foam for the side panels, and I did the
groovy.
seat for you.
Oh, it's totally cool. It's a little better than that sheet metal panel you left with.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I stayed up all night.
I'm glad you did, because I was resting easy. Jack brought in the seat, and it looks awesome. The material I picked out is perfect, and he added some cool stitching and these really nice grommets, and Jack nailed it.
At first, I was skeptical because I don't like metal flake, but it looked pretty good. I was surprised.
Next thing I wanted to deal with were these side panels. Looks pretty rough in there. We gotta freshen it up. I feel like it just needs some other blue element inside. That's the thing, to just have those two seats might be kind of lost. So I do want to keep it simple.
What if we put a little blue in the middle? That's what it's about, is figuring out how to do it. That's the fun part. He liked the seat the way it was, and so I suggested we make a panel like a spearhead and do the same design as the seats, so it all works together.
How's that looking from that side?
That looks good. I think that's it.
Well, I saw you brought the material. If you got your glue gun and whatever, I guess you could do that, and I'll make the aluminum panels, and we'll be sure of what this thing's gonna be, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Once we figured out the design, it was time to get to work. Just gonna streamline this process. Jack's doing his thing, I'm gonna do my thing, build the panels, and he's gonna cover them.
Him and I work together pretty good. I think it's because of experience. You know, I have experience in what I do, and he has experience in what he does. And you bring it together, and it all seems to gel. He understands how to build a car, and that's a gift.
Jack's the senior man in the shop. He's seen it all, so relying on his past creative efforts. Well, the whole thing is like an encyclopedia of classic ideas. He's done a million different designs. He looks at the vehicle, thinks of which one is appropriate, and puts it together. That's the whole thing with any collaborative effort, is that hashing out of different ideas. Jack wants to keep it mellow with the brown. I got some crazy blue stuff. It's not a real perfect match, but I think we can make it happen.
Well, I'm going to take it back and work on it, make the other seat and the two panels, and we'll see how it works out. I don't know how it's going to look when it's all together, but we'll see. This is going to insert right here.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I get it now.
You put the blue in there.
That way it's all flush.
Right.
Totally
Drops
cool.
down. See, it'll be nice and even. Wow.
Are you concerned?
You're not totally sold on this yet, huh? Okay. Well.
I'm just doing busy work, getting the steering put together, this weird brake throttle assembly, you know, mechanical stuff, and Jack walks in.
How you doing, Ian? I got some new pieces for you.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
Cool, you even put the grommets to match the seat.
Yeah.
Those are awesome. I could see the glow coming through the doorway. Those blue panels are awesome. They complement the seats perfectly. Stitch work and the grommets look like a perfect match.
What surprises do you have for me over here? I can see some extra
standard mechanical
little
work.
arms sticking up here. What is
Yeah, this is a motorcycle throttle, so there's no room for a gas pedal in there, so we're gonna have a hand throttle.
Ah, so what do? Push that?
That's the master
I
cylinder.
see.
You push just like your brake pedal.
Oh, I see.
That's your brakes.
Ah.
That's your gas.
What's this little deal?
You don't move that except in emergency. I didn't put the sign on yet.
Oh,
It's for
what
the
is that?
ejection seat. If all
Oh,
hell
you mean
breaks
to
loose.
put you through the
right
bubble?
through. Well, you've seen all the fighter planes, right? The canopy goes.
Oh yeah, and then you go.
Exactly. Jack was just checking out everything I was putting together. You know, the shifter throttle thing was one thing, but then the steering components were totally different from the original car also.
Yeah, what's the deal here now? You got a little wheel in here?
Oh yeah, typical dragster stuff, right? Stock steering box that I had.
Yeah, right.
I just hooked it right up.
I like the steering wheel because it looks like an old dragster wheel. In fact, on a dragster, the brake was always a handbrake. And he's doing the same thing, except you push it.
That's the thing, all this mechanical stuff is boring me. It's all about the interior.
Okay.
So these guys just index right in there like we set up. Perfect, right in the hollow. That's the thing, it's not too crazy, but it gives the seats a reason to be blue.
Sure,
You know,
right.
The pinstripe on the paint's one thing, but now at least there's two blue elements inside. Jack wasn't sure how I wanted to attach these pieces. He was thinking we would just glue them and clamp them, but I had a different idea. It would be a lot faster. I was thinking that we would put screws right through the center of the grommets and we wouldn't need any glue. That's good. It makes it look
Gives a
even
little
better.
dip in it. That looks good.
As we're doing this, it creates a really three-dimensional pattern that neither of us expected. It just looks way more plush, and it's going to be a great complement to the whole design. And it looked good before, but now with all those push downs, it just looks way more.
Now we have to do it with the seat.
I might even do that because it looks so good, right?
Working like Ian works is like you're doing it on the fly. You know what I mean? You plan it as you go. It's enjoyable.
Welcome to upholstery, full custom style.
That's right.
The proof is in the pudding. We got to put it in the car. So this one comes in.
You set the panel in, ran a couple screws in on both sides, and we looked at it. It even looked better. I was really surprised because I didn't think it would look that good.
One thing I wasn't expecting is after putting in the second panel, as we dropped the body down, there was no more looseness. It fit like a perfect thing. Hear that? It's like you're putting cushions on your sofa, man.
Great. I love it.
But that's kind of the layout, man. The seats and the blue door panels sell it.
Now what's happening back here? I walked around the back of the car, and all these holes are in the back.
One thing I didn't explain to Jack was that the car doesn't have a radiator in the front like you typically see. Instead, it's got this weird contraption that hangs off the back. So that's the thing, this crazy swizzle stick is actually the radiator.
This actually works then, right? It's functioning?
Oh, heck no. Come on, what do you think this is?
Well, you put a fan on it, you'll be.
So there's a fan, that's what that hole is. See,
yeah,
the electric fan?
Yeah.
This electric fan goes right up behind.
You got it all
I think
figured out.
man. Jack was really curious about this thing, so I wanted to show him how I actually made it work. So that's the thing, these big flex hoses, it's just like any other radiator. You gotta feed and you gotta return. We're gonna go in here. So I'm gonna make like a big S like this, just to take all that, so when it shuts, it just whoosh.
So then the fan goes here.
And yeah, your typical electric fan goes right here, bolts to the satellite dish, and then the water flows around that.
That's a satellite dish?
Yeah, see? My TV provider wasn't really in agreement with me, so I took it down off the roof.
I thought that was a hell of an idea. Different, it's really different. That looks good though, I like it. Almost everything he builds like that is functional. It works. I can't wait to see how it's finished off. When it's done, it's really gonna look good.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all, but somehow it works.
Doesn't have to.
Story of my life. Jack's gonna take the last panels and finish them off. Johnny's on his way back, so I wanna get this car finished up and ready to drive. Johnny's been involved with the design of this car from the start, so he's pretty well invested in having this come out well. He hasn't seen it completed yet, and today's the day.
Ian!
Aha!
Oh, hey, man.
Back again. Welcome back. Check it out, man. We painted it.
Looks awesome.
Sweet.
To see all the pieces and parts that we had discussed and talked about, in theory, now, you know, there on the vehicle was tremendous.
So when you left, you didn't see the blue striping on the car.
No.
That was our plan. But to complement that, I had Jack stitch out a bunch of metal flake components for the interior.
Now the blue totally goes. The way the blue is pulls the color from the outside to the inside is just perfect.
Cool.
Like from the outside, when you look at it from here, I mean, you see blue on the striping.
I think the collaboration, once again, has been a success, man. I'm really happy with this.
Oh, man. It was just neat. Like, it's a whole car now, but it's a bubble top car. Where's the bubble? So, Ian, where the hell's the bubble?
I polished the heck out of it, man. It's in the corner. It's in the safe zone.
Ah.
So that's what I was waiting for you to get here so we could put them on, and that's it. This baby's a wrap.
Then let's bubble this thing up.
It was like the final piece, the icing on the cake. He should be a part of it. So you put the front in its little thing.
Okay.
And slowly zipper in place. Drop it, and... yeah, it's totally different. Totally different car, right?
Totally different car with the bubble on it. It changes the whole look altogether.
Yeah. Setting the bubble on the car is like the first step towards the end. The silhouette of the car is represented by this dome shape, and really, you don't get the feel of it until it's in place. Ultimately, this will have like a rubber weather strip around it, just like you see in any car window, but I wanted to get right to installing the Mohawk. So Mark brought this whole thing, and I just used it as inspiration. You know, he brought that motorcycle gas tank shell, and I made an aluminum version of his Mohawk, a little double-sided.
Nice,
you know,
I like
kinda
that.
thick. So that's the thing, I just reshaped The shell that he made, I still retained his cool vents for the air to come in.
Little spears on it.
Yeah, so that just pops right on. The whole idea with the two sides is that it just snaps into place. It's like pressure fit, and it's on.
Yes.
So there's that one Mohawk. So this one is to complement the smaller one. Same deal, fabricated aluminum thing.
Dude, that's so cool. The Mohawk isn't just one piece of sheet metal that with some holes drilled in it. You know, this total three-dimensional piece of artwork that he's done. So again, you know, here's where Ian takes it to the next level. It's a killing machine is what we've turned it into.
Yes, it all makes sense in the end,
It does. I'm just jonesing to get this thing on the car so I can see if it is the cherry on top.
Installing this Mohawk is a two-man job. I lifted up the car, and Johnny's holding it on the outside. I'm in there putting in the screws. This is the full look. This is the stand back and check it out moment. This is what we've all been waiting for.
Man, are you kidding me? Dude, this came out too cool.
To me, the side profile, the way it's like,
there's a lot of slashes.
There's a lot of stuff going on. It's good, really good.
The Mohawk just brings it all together. It was like, without the Mohawk, I think it's like a superhero car, but now it's like a villain car.
A super villain. Yeah. From the jump, the initial inspiration for the car was this wild Mohawk. I've never seen anything like it. It was in this cartoon, and now there's an actual vehicle.
I think we got something pretty special here.
Well, it's kind of like when the UFO crashed in Area 51, right? Everybody's like, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Now what do we do with it?
I can't wait to see it in motion.
I think it's time to clean up the mess and drive it. Johnny was just all about driving this thing. Put on the trailer, took it over to the proving grounds. It's the perfect environment to test drive. I'm gonna get in, you drop the lid, and let's try it. What could possibly go wrong? If anything happens, just bury me in it. The whole unit, just drop it in the ground.
It's the right shape.
Should be perfect. Getting in this thing, you're in there like a space pilot, and you're committing to the ride. Drop her down.
All right. Yeah, lower the top, you can hear it almost like seal, like a coffin.
I feel like a friggin' fish in a tank. It's pretty dicey. I haven't had any real disasters yet, so I think the odds are with me. Here we go. You see somebody in a top fuel dragster, they're not getting out in a rush, so this is the same thing. You're locked and loaded.
That's awesome.
All I could say is it's fun to drive. It's using all of your senses, you know? You're thinking, is it on fire? Is it shaking? How fast am I going? You know, there's no instrumentation at all. You have one hand on the steering wheel and one hand on the power, and it's fun.
And as it goes by the rocks, I mean, it's almost like a shark in the water. All you see is the Mohawk. It doesn't look like it's supposed to be there. It's just nuts.
We did the testing, you know, slow speed rolling around, and I wanted to see what it could do.
And then, you know, he makes the turn and starts heading back towards me, and then that's when you really see, you know, all the eye candy. It was just so much to look at as it's moving toward you, and it just looks so sinister.
That wasn't so bad.
That was awesome. In motion looks freaking even better.
Feels like you're in outer space, man. This is the first time it's been in motion. I've never seen it driving. I'm just pulling up, seeing Johnny's reaction. I got to get him behind the wheel. Totally drivable, dude. It feels confident. You want to try it?
Yeah, let's do this.
Imagine how the astronauts.
T-5.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Imagine how an
4.
astronaut feels, dude.
Yeah, that's why there's no fat astronauts. But I was damn determined I was going to fit inside. If I had to lay over the other side, I'm getting in that car. That feels crazy.
Wait till the top's
Dude,
down.
it's just a...
Are you claustrophobic?
I don't think so. I guess we'll find out.
I wasn't claustrophobic until I shut that thing. It's like, it sounds funny in there.
I was a little concerned about the way it was controlled just because I was, you know, it's brand new. And I didn't want to be the guy that wrecked it.
There's no foot pedals, right? So this is your brake. You just push right on there. See, it actuates the master cylinder.
Gotcha.
Motorcycle, throttle. And then that's your shifter. It's an automatic.
And that's the kill switch and the starter.
Exactly. If you're gonna start it, that's on.
Okay.
Let's start. Anything happens, just hit that and the car's dead, no power. It's a learning experience, you know, you don't really drive a car like this, you drive a motorcycle like that, so it's kind of like a really low-slung chopper on 4 wheels. So that's all up to you, man. Pull the button and push the pin. You can't drive it for somebody, right? I just told them how to do it, and that's it. See ya. I was looking at the car in motion, just really responding to it, and I realized Johnny's hands aren't where they're supposed to be.
Well, he first kind of went over the controls with me and how to do it, which I didn't really pay attention. I was just wanting to drive it. So I let go, and I just started grabbing the steering wheel.
He's just rolling away, and hopefully he'll figure it out.
I'm looking through the bubble now, out into the front of the car, it's just this sick look. You're so low to the ground.
Johnny got around the corner, so it looks like he's under control. For me, it was just really good to see this thing finally in motion.
It's been a crazy experience. It was one of the coolest things that I've ever done.
Yeah. It's kind of hairy. Crazy. It's predictable, but it's really weird.
That's nuts.
This whole project kind of blew the lid off it for me. I don't really consider any of my cars finished, so maybe someday I just take this thing apart again and improve on it once more.
One of the biggest takeaways I take from this experience is that, one, Ian's a super cool guy. As much as he challenges you to create something, he kind of gives you a little bit of full reign to do what you think. And then it almost like it challenges him to go, yeah, I could probably do that.
This project was a total crapshoot, complete roll of the dice. It could have gone all wrong. All of Johnny's ideas were dynamite. It's a really great collaboration.
I can only hope there's a third car in the future.
Having accomplished this, it was one of my all-time dreams to own a bubble top, right? So I consider this just the beginning of the next chapter.